Chapter 1: Being Held Hostage. Manager, can I get an advance on my first month's salary? Chu Feng stood tall in front of a desk, with a few strands of hair hanging down in front of his forehead. His cold and handsome face looked lonely and fragile. His facial features were extremely fine, with distinct contours and picturesque eyebrows. Although the white shirt he was wearing was a little worn from being washed, it could not conceal his innate elegance. Say it again. The slightly plump manager slapped an ID card on the table and looked at Chu Feng with mockery in his eyes. Are you kidding me? You just started working today and you dare to get an advance on your salary without doing a single day's work? Do you think this high-end club is a charity? If you want to work, work. If not, get out. Chu Feng picked up the ID card with one hand and held the other hand behind his back. Because of the force, the blue veins on the back of his hand were faintly visible. I'm sorry, I was so abrupt. I'll do this job. 500 yuan a night is equivalent to a whole day of delivering takeout. He can't lose this job. When I came out of the club, it started to drizzle outside. The weather in Jiangcheng is like a child's mood, crying or laughing depends on his mood. It was sunny in the afternoon, but now the weather has changed again. Even the weather forecast can't keep up with its changing speed. The sky was foggy and heavy, just like Chu Feng's mood at the moment, sad and desolate. Who could have imagined that 2 months ago he was a pampered young master, but now he has become a humble and pitiful creature begging for mercy. As fate would have it, he went from being the envied child of destiny to being reduced to the dust. He was in pain and helpless, yet unable to redeem himself. Chu Feng clumsily took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff like everyone else. Cough, 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 cough. The cheap tobacco was pungent and made him cough several times. The raindrops fell, extinguishing the flame of the cigarette butt. Staring at the cigarette that had no life left, Chu Feng suddenly smiled at himself. He had been doing well for 19 years, but had never been so miserable. Boom, boom. Suddenly there was a loud thunder in the sky. Chu Feng's fingers holding the cigarette trembled uncontrollably, and his mind was instantly pulled back. His mother is still waiting for money to save her life, so how can he have the time to be sad here? Throwing the extinguished cheap cigarette into the trash can, Chu Feng stepped onto the cheap electric bike and gradually disappeared into the night under the dense rain. Boom, boom. Another loud thunder resounded through the sky. Dark clouds were gathering over the city, and the rain was getting heavier. In order to avoid getting wet, Chu Feng simply rode his electric scooter into a small alley. This is his shortcut back to his rental house. After a month of experience as a delivery man, he has become familiar with every street and alley in this city. After about 5 minutes, when we were about to pass the end of the alley, suddenly, we heard a few noises like thunder and drums from the front. Bang, 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 bang. She's injured and can't run far. Chase her. Chu Feng suddenly stopped the electric scooter and became alert instantly. It was gunshot, he didn't hear it wrong. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The alley was pitch black through the rain and he couldn't see anything. The footsteps in the rain were getting closer and closer, and Chu Feng nervously gripped the handlebars of the electric scooter. There were bullets flying everywhere, either murder or kidnapping. No matter what it was, it would be a trouble if you encountered it. He was already in a bad enough state and absolutely could not afford to be involved in any more inexplicable disputes. Adhering to the principle of less trouble is worse than more, Chu Feng quickly turned the car around and planned to return the same way. Don't move if you don't want to die. A low, hoarse voice came from behind, strange and creepy. Chu Feng's step suddenly stopped, and then something hard pressed against his lower back. It's a gun. The rain soaked Chu Feng's clothes, and it was so cold that his tone was chilly. I don't see anything. Take me away from here immediately. If you are caught up by the people behind you, you will die. The woman's low and hoarse voice was like a demon strangling Chu Feng's throat, making him a little breathless. He understood that in this sparsely populated alley, no one would know even if he was beaten to death. Okay, I'll take you away, don't be impulsive. Chu Feng did not dare to hesitate. After the woman sat on the back seat, he quickly turned the accelerator and rushed out. Wen Musai was seriously injured, having been shot in the arm and waist. Fortunately, the rain diluted the smell of blood and there was no trace of the person behind him. The electric bike was moving quickly in the alley. Seeing the low battery level, Chu Feng's lips trembled, and then he tried to ask. Where are you going? My electric bike is running out of power. The intense pain and excessive blood loss made Wen Musai feel a little dizzy. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. There's a back door in the front club. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The distance was not too far and his electric bike could still make it, so he would not be killed by the woman behind him halfway. But it really doesn't feel good to be threatened with a gun like this. When Musai held the gun in his left hand and tightly covered the wound on his waist with his right hand. A flash of lightning flashed, and a tall back appeared in front of her eyes. The white shirt was tightly attached to her body, and her butterfly bones were faintly visible. The road in the alley had been in disrepair for years and was full of potholes. In addition, the visibility was obstructed on a rainy night. The electric scooter suddenly jolted, twisting the handlebars and almost knocking the two people off together. When Musai's blood-stained hands suddenly grabbed Chu Feng's waistband, and he managed to steady himself. The next second, the muzzle of the gun on the waist hit him hard. Are you doing this on purpose? Don't play tricks, or I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Feeling the gun barrel behind his waist, Chu Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Don't get me wrong, I didn't see the road clearly. When Musai had never ridden an electric car before, and the bumpy road surface pulled at the wounds on her body, causing her face to turn pale due to the pain. How long will it take to get there? It's almost there. Chu Feng didn't dare to stop. The cold wind mixed with raindrops hit his face, causing him pain. Fortunately, the alley was not far from the club. After exiting the alley, the electric car turned onto the flat road. At the back door of the club, two luxury cars were already waiting there. Stop the car and close your eyes. Chu Feng obeyed and did as he was told. In the back seat, when Musai's eyes turned cold, and then he raised his gun and smashed it at the back of Chu Feng's neck. Not far away, someone ran over with a huge black umbrella. Do you want to get rid of him? Don't alert the enemy yet. Find out who sent him. If it was just a coincidence and he didn't see her clearly, she could spare his life because he saved her. If it was premeditated, she would show no mercy. When Musai looked down, then grabbed the black umbrella and threw it to the ground. The umbrella just covered Chu Feng's upper body. Go back. Yes. Sitting in the luxury car, when Musai spread out his palm and looked at the card in his hand. It's an ID card. The man in the photo is young, handsome, and energetic. Chu Feng? Chapter 2 Astronomical Figures. Chu Feng was awakened by the cold. The ground was wet and cold after the rain, and the cold air rose and penetrated into the bones, freezing Chu Feng so stiff that he seemed like a numb zombie. The hard ground made him feel uncomfortable all over. He had never slept on the floor since he was a child, and the worst he had ever done was sleeping on the not-so-soft bed in the rental house. Chu Feng slowly regained consciousness and breathed a sigh of relief with trembling teeth. He is still alive. He was not murdered by that woman. When Chu Feng stood up from the ground, he suddenly felt dizzy and staggered, almost having a close contact with the ground again. I felt chills all over my body, and I knew without thinking that I had caught a cold. Not far away, an old man in a yellow sanitation uniform came over and picked up the black umbrella that was blown away by the wind. Chu Feng took out his cell phone and took a look. It was 5 in the morning and he still had to go to work at the breakfast shop. He couldn't be late and he couldn't miss any opportunity to make money. There was no time left, so Chu Feng immediately returned to his rental house, took a hot shower, changed his clothes, charged his electric bike, and then hurried to the breakfast shop. He was busy until 8 o'clock and returned to the rental house. The symptoms of lightheadedness made him unable to hold on any longer. There was no medicine in the rental house, so he simply drank a large cup of hot water. Just as he lay down on the bed to rest for a while, his cell phone suddenly rang. Mr. Chu, we have found a kidney source for your mother. The initial cost is about 300,000 yuan. If you have time, please go to the hospital to make an appointment for surgery as soon as possible. Found it? Chu Feng sat up from the bed excitedly. After 2 months, he finally found a suitable kidney. But when he heard the fee, he was troubled again. 300,000 was just a drop in the bucket for the Chu family in the past, but now, it is an astronomical figure that he can hardly afford. Moisture slowly filled his eyes. Chu Feng put his hands over his eyes and was silent for a moment. Can you do the surgery first? I will definitely pay you back every penny of the cost. Mr. Chu, this does not comply with hospital regulations. Chu Feng suppressed the bitterness in his heart and asked, how many days can I get at most? 3 days, the doctor's words seemed to be the final verdict on Chu Feng. It's not that we can't sympathize with you, it's that your mother's illness can't wait any longer. I understand. I will find a solution as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng pulled the quilt over his head. The slightly shaking quilt betrayed his helplessness and pain at the moment. He didn't know what to do. The Chu family went bankrupt and owed tens of millions of dollars overnight. All assets were frozen. His father committed suicide by jumping off a building due to the pressure, and his mother was exhausted and diagnosed with acute renal failure. In the past 2 months, he paid all the money he earned from working to the hospital, but it was just a drop in the bucket. He wanted to ask his relatives for help, but they all treated him like a plague. In just 2 months, he had experienced the fickleness of human nature and seen through the coldness of human nature. The cell phone rang again. It was the alarm. Today was Saturday and he had to go to the hospital to work as a nurse. He didn't dare stop. If he stopped, his mother's life would be over. She was his only relative in this world, and he couldn't lose her. Chu Feng, 19 years old, is the only son of Chu Shilu, chairman of the Naheo Group. 2 months ago, the Naheo Group experienced a business crisis and declared bankruptcy. Chu Shilu committed suicide, and his wife suffered from acute renal failure and is now receiving treatment in Jiangchun Hospital. Chu Feng is currently studying at university and is a top student in the finance department. What happened last night was just a coincidence. He has no chance of colluding with them. In the top VIP ward, a woman with delicate features, fair skin and red lips leaned quietly against the head of the bed. The thick black curly hair was casually draped behind her head, with 2 strands flowing forward and falling on the magnificent chest. The woman was very beautiful, but her eyebrows were deep, and her slender eyes revealed an arrogance and determination that could not be violated. After listening quietly to his subordinates' reports, Wen Musai raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. After timely and effective treatment of the gunshot wound, her complexion has regained some color. So it's a star that fell to earth. Interesting. Keep going. He currently has several part-time jobs. He works in a breakfast shop from 5:30 to 7:30, attends classes during the day, delivers food at night, works as a designated driver after midnight, and works as a nurse in the hospital on Saturdays and Sundays. Last night was his first day at Jindy's, as a waiter, working 4 hours, 500 a night. So hard? When Musai adjusted the flow rate of the infusion tube, her expression so indifferent that it made it difficult to guess what she was thinking. After a while, when Musai suddenly said, "Go out and let Yi in." Yes. After taking some medicine from the pharmacy and holding on for the whole day, Chu Feng showed up at the Jindy's high-end club on time at 8 o'clock in the evening. Because of his outstanding appearance, the manager directly arranged for him to serve in the top private box on the 8th floor. Remember, the people who come in and out of here are either rich or noble. We can't afford to offend any of them, so no matter what they say or do, even if they slap you twice, you can't show any dissatisfaction. Chu Feng nodded. Got it, manager. He has now fallen to the dust. Not to mention being rich or noble, even the small manager in front of him directly controls his lifeline. Who dares he offend? The guests in the box had not arrived yet. Chu Feng placed the expensive red wine on the table, then carefully wiped the wineglass with a clean absorbent cloth. The night came in a hurry and he forgot to take his medicine. Now he felt dizzy, and the uncomfortable feeling of sweating all over his body surged to every part of his limbs again. He rarely got sick before, but he has been too busy recently. Apart from attending classes, he has been working part-time non-stop, and he sleeps less than 3 hours a day. The long period of fatigue had reduced his resistance a lot, and coupled with the fact that he had been in the rain for so long last night, it seemed as if his body had been worn down overnight. These male models are not good. They are too short, too ugly, have no abdominal muscles, and feel nothing when touched. Why is your taste getting worse and worse? A woman's voice came from outside the door, and Chu Feng immediately stood up, picked up the tray, lowered his head and stood aside. Then, the door opened, and a woman dressed seductively and slightly plump walked in angrily, and threw the Hermes in her hand onto the sofa with a bang. Behind him, the club manager walked in humbly. Sister Chen, those male models just now were all new and haven't served other customers yet. It's a pity that you let them go like this. Why don't you have a drink first? These 2 bottles of red wine are the dry red wine we just airlifted from. You can try it first. I will call those male models over later. You can try it. If it doesn't work, I will go out and find some for you. As he spoke, the manager winked at Chu Feng frantically. Chu Feng reacted and immediately walked to the table. He used a special tool to open the red wine, poured a glass, and handed it to the woman respectfully. The woman's eyes inadvertently glanced at Chu Feng's face, and then her eyes lit up. No need to look for it, Isn't there a ready-made one here? This is it. Chapter 3, Each takes what it needs. Sorry, I'm a waiter, not a duck. Chu Feng had a cold expression, and his low voice revealed a hint of displeasure. The woman crossed her legs, held a lady's cigarette between her fingers and took a puff. Through the thin smoke, she leisurely looked Chu Feng up and down. Nice figure, excellent looks, and unruly and stubborn eyes. He is young and has a young face, making him look like a college student. Not bad, much better than those male models just now. You look good. Name a price and I can make you the top star of Jindies. It was rare for Su Xinqing to see a woman named Chen so interested in the people in the store, so he quickly agreed. It's your honor to be appreciated by Sister Chen. There are so many people out there who are eager to come up and serve Sister Chen. Why don't you go over and let Sister Chen take a good look? As he spoke, Su Xinqing pushed Chu Feng with his hand. Chu Feng's face changed, he glanced at the woman coldly, then turned around, took the tray and walked out of the box without looking back. Dignity is his bottom line. Looking at Chu Feng's back, Su Xinqing gritted his teeth in anger, then turned around, his expression instantly turned into a grinning look of a lackey. Don't worry, Sister Chen. It's the boy's first day working here, and he can't save face. I'll go out and try to persuade him. In the tea room, just as Chu Feng put down the tray, Su Xinqing walked in with a sullen face. What's wrong with you? You dare to show disrespect to customers. Do you know who that woman is? Do you know how much she spent in Jindies in one night? It's your honor that she likes you. As a grown man, it won't cost you anything to serve a woman. Go in quickly. If you can make this woman happy today, your bonus will be doubled. Chu Feng's eyes were firm. I'm sorry, I'm only a waiter, not a male model. Why are you pretending? Su Xinqing didn't want to lose the big fish, so he spoke without restraint. What waiter? This Jindies is full of prostitutes and gigolos. None of them are clean. You come here to find a job and you want to protect yourself? Let me ask you one thing, do you want to do it or not? If not, get out right now. Chu Feng looked at Su Xinqing's shameless face and felt extremely disgusted. He thought he had found a high-paying job, but he didn't expect the place to be so filthy. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, then tore off his work clothes and threw them on the ground. I can't do it. Su Xinqing was stunned for a moment, then yelled at Chu Feng's back. Chu Feng, if you dare to leave, I promise you will never come back to Jindies. After leaving the door, Chu Feng always felt that there was a feeling of depression in his heart that could not dissipate for a long time. The club's job was ruined. 500 yuan is his mother's one-day hospital fee. There are still 300,000. A gust of cold wind blew, ruffling the strands of hair on Chu Feng's forehead. He stood at the door and stared at the luxury cars passing by one after another, lost in thought for a while. With so many luxury cars, selling any one of them could save his mother's life. But he couldn't sell it because the owner didn't agree. Coming back to his senses, Chu Feng irritably took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket and lit it. The pungent smell once again stimulated him to cough several times in succession. The next second, the cigarette in his hand was taken away, and a woman's voice was heard, her cold voice like the cold wind in March. If you don't know how to smoke, don't touch it. What this world needs is strong people, not those who show off their strength. Chu Feng turned his head and saw a very handsome face, with long and thin eyebrows slightly raised, sharp and deep eyes, and slightly raised corners of lips under the high nose bridge, revealing an unparalleled domineering aura. Chu Feng didn't know her, but since she was coming in and out of Jindies so late at night, she probably wasn't a decent woman. When Musai put out the cigarette in his hand and threw it into the trash can beside him, she raised her eyes to look at Chu Feng, and with the help of the neon light at the door, she could see his face clearly this time. The real person is much clearer than the photo on the ID card, and the facial features are more delicate and three-dimensional. Her skin was cold, white and shiny, 2 buttons of her white shirt were carelessly undone, revealing her collarbone. She looked dignified and high-spirited. Chu Feng didn't like being stared at, and just as he was about to turn around, he heard Wen Musai say, "Can you drive? I've been drinking and need a designated driver. It's 500 one way. Do you want to take the job?" Chu Feng paused. 500 yuan was an attractive number for him. "Where are you going?" "North City apartment," Wen Musai casually said a name. She had too many properties under her name, and this apartment was the most inconspicuous one. She will live there temporarily during this period. "Go ahead," Chu Feng nodded. He knew that North City apartment was very close to his rental house, so sending her back would be on the way. The car Wen Musai drove today was a Mercedes-Benz, which was quite suitable for the North City apartment, a residential area that did not look too prosperous. At the moment, she doesn't want to reveal her identity. Xu Feng has good driving skills. He passed the driving test when he was just 18 years old. After going to college, he never used the driver at home again. You work at Jindy's? When Musai leaned back in the back seat and observed Xu Feng's expression through the rearview mirror. No, Xu Feng denied without even thinking, I'm just the designated driver. When Musai curled the corners of his lips, you don't look like that. There's a kind of hatred for entertainment venues in your eyes. Xu Feng's expression changed, is being dirty still worthy of praise? When Musai smiled and said, it's just entertainment. Everyone gets what they need. Some people have money, some people have sex, and it's understandable to exchange with each other. The red light ahead came on, Xu Feng slammed on the brakes, and when Musai's body leaned forward due to inertia. The movement was too big and pulled the wound, making her face pale for a moment. Oh. It is indeed a star that fell from a high place. No matter how long it struggles in the dust, it cannot adapt to the dirtiness of the dust. After venting his frustration, Xu Feng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He and this woman met by chance, he was just a designated driver, what right did he have to lose his temper at a stranger? Sorry, someone cut in line ahead. When Musai looked at Xu Feng meaningfully through the rearview mirror, and the corners of his lips curled up. Beiqing apartment is not far from the club, about half an hour's drive away. After driving the car into the underground parking lot, Xu Feng handed the key to Wen Musai and took out his mobile phone, waiting for her to transfer the payment. He felt very uncomfortable today. He was cold and sweating all over. He felt dizzy and weak all over. He just wanted to go home, lie in bed and have a good sleep. If he collapses, who can save his mother? When Musai had long noticed that Xu Feng was not in good condition. He was left on the road in the rain for most of the night last night. It would be strange if he didn't get sick. I'm drunk, take me upstairs, and I'll add another 500. Xu Feng's heart was instantly moved. Every penny now was a life-saving straw for his mother. Wen Musai's house is on the top floor, a large flat of nearly 300 square meters. Standing at the door, Xu Feng took out his mobile phone again and opened the payment code. The service is over, you can check out now. Wen Musai raised his eyebrows slightly, sleeping? One time, 300,000. Chapter 4, It is only natural that a son should pay his father's debts. Miss, please respect yourself. I am just a designated driver, not a salesperson. You have the wrong person. Xu Feng didn't have a good impression of the women who went in and out of Jindy's. After hearing Wen Musai's words, he became even more convinced that she was not a decent woman. Wen Musai curled his lips, seemingly in a good mood. You seem to be sick. I have medicine in my room. Wen Musai took out his mobile phone, scanned it, transferred 1,000 yuan, and then added, it's free. Thank you, but it's not necessary, Xu Feng said, and immediately turned around and left Wen Musai's sight. Trying to be brave, Wen Musai said with an ambiguous look. She seemed to have developed a little interest in the little boy, but don't worry, he will come back to find her. Beiqing apartment is not far from the rental house, but it still takes more than 20 minutes to walk there. When he reached the door, Xu Feng's steps had already begun to become unsteady, and the intense discomfort in his body was tearing at every nerve in his body. He didn't want to leave anymore and wanted to take a taxi back, but when he looked at the balance on his phone, he felt reluctant. The taxi fare is 20 yuan, which is enough for his living expenses for a day. Xu Feng put away his phone, made up his mind, then took a shaky step and started walking back. Finally found you, boy. Just as he barely reached the downstairs of the rental house, several people suddenly jumped out from the darkness, grabbed Xu Feng's clothes and threw him against the wall. Cough, cough, cough. His back hit the wall, causing him to cough a few times. Damn it, it's been 2 months. The son has to pay the father's debt. When will Chu Shilu pay back the 3 million he owes us? Xu Feng supported himself against the wall, looked coldly at the 4 debt collectors in front of him, and said in a deep voice. It's no use for you to look for me now. I have no money, but I can promise that when I make money in the future, I will definitely return the money to you without missing a penny. Who are you trying to fool? The Chu family is so wealthy, would Chu Shilu not leave a way out for himself? Did he transfer all his assets abroad? After finally finding Chu Shilu's son, the debt collectors were unwilling to give up this rare opportunity. Cough, 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 you can go check it out. Chu Feng covered his chest and coughed a few times. The pressure of recent days made him feel depressed, and now he was blocked by his creditors and felt uncomfortable all over. He really couldn't hold on any longer. The Chu family's assets are registered in the court. If you can find out something extra, I will admire you. Damn it, the debt collector felt extremely unwilling. It is not easy for anyone to make money. There are children to raise and a wife to spend money on. Now that Chu Shilu has freed himself, what should they do? Chu Feng knows that life is not easy when you are in debt and have no money, but what can he do? Now he doesn't even have a home, his mother is waiting for surgery, and even if he is killed now, he can't give them a penny. Give me some time, I will definitely find a way to return the money to you. What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone knows that you rich people rely on foreign debt to drive luxury cars and live in luxury houses. When you can't pay it back, you want to declare bankruptcy and die to settle your debts. That's impossible. Chu Feng also knew that he was powerless and his words could not be trusted, but at this moment, he just wanted to buy himself a deadline. One of them saw through his intention and cursed. Brother Hui, I think this guy is just stalling for time. If we let him go today, we don't know where to stop him tomorrow. Then what do you think we should do? Seeing that Chu Feng couldn't come up with the money, several people were at a loss. But they were unwilling to let them go like this. After thinking about it, one of the men, who was slightly fat and bald, came up with a bad idea. Do you think this will work? I know there's a Jindies club in the south, and I heard that the male models there are all very handsome. Let's send this guy in. If he's really favored by a wealthy woman, then earning hundreds of thousands of dollars won't be a problem. We don't want much, just let him earn 3 million for us, what do you think? Several people looked at each other, and then looked at Chu Feng. You know what, this kid from Chu Shilu's family is really damn handsome. If he just stood there like this, he would become the top male model of Jindies. Once I had this idea, I couldn't stop. In fact, they didn't want to do this, but they really had no choice. 3 million was not a small amount, so why should they let Chu Shilu waste it in vain? It is only natural that a son pays for his father's debts. Now that Chu Shilu is dead, the debt must be paid by his son. Chu Feng looked at the debt collectors with a wary look and squatted down slightly. He knew that if he was blocked by them today and couldn't get the money, these people would not give up. Okay, let's do it. Boy, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame your father for being unrighteous. As the few people hit it off, Chu Feng quickly bent down, picked up a wooden stick more than 1 meter long on the ground, and swung it up casually. One of them failed to dodge and was hit on the ear by the stick. He covered his ear and cursed loudly with his teeth gritted in pain. Fuck you, how dare you do this? Chu Feng had no time to hesitate. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the other people were dodging, he quickly raised his leg and kicked the nearest person. Then the hand holding the stick swung and hit one of the men on the back with another stick. After knocking down 3 people in succession, Chu Feng didn't dare to continue fighting. Seeing the opportunity, he immediately turned around and ran out along the wall. He had learned fighting and fencing before, and if he hadn't been feeling unwell today, he wouldn't have been afraid of these people. Damn it, you little bastard, stop! Feeling the footsteps chasing him relentlessly, Chu Feng did not dare to stop for a moment. His legs felt a little weak due to his physical discomfort. Several lights in the community were broken and the corridor was pitch black. He could only move around the flower beds based on his memory. The people behind him were also running fast and were about to be caught up. Chu Feng suddenly turned around and swung the stick in his hand, which hit one of the men's legs hard. Then there was a thud and a wailing sound. The other few people were furious. Not only did they not get the money, but they also returned with injuries. The more they thought about it, the more angry they felt. Damn it, catch him. Even if the money is wasted, I will destroy this little bastard. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. Chu Feng was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He could no longer run. But at this moment, he suddenly stepped on something, his legs went soft, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. The huge inertia made him roll several times, and his back hit the flower bed in front of him heavily before he stopped. The strong impact made him see stars. Before he could react, a thick stick had already fallen in front of him. Chapter 5, Enemies Seeking Revenge? The imagined pain did not come. By the time Chu Feng reacted, the debt collectors in front of him had all been knocked to the ground, holding their stomachs and wailing. Someone saved him. Chu Feng raised his head, and above his head, a delicate and cold face came into his eyes. It's her. When Musai looked down with an ambiguous expression, can you still stand up? Chu Feng nodded despite feeling dizzy, then he touched the edge of the flower bed with his right hand and struggled to stand up. It was not until then that he saw that there was someone standing behind Wen Musai, a man. Dressed in black, with a stern face and sharp eyes, he looked like a cold-blooded killer in a TV show. Chu Feng retracted his gaze and thanked him. Thanks. Wen Musai looked coldly at the wailing people on the ground and asked, an enemy seeking revenge? No, Chu Feng coughed twice while holding his chest. The pain in his back made him feel very uncomfortable. I came to ask for money. When Musai raised his eyebrows, how much do you owe? Chu Feng lowered his eyes and remained silent for a few seconds. This was his own business and he didn't want to spread the news of his downfall. Thank you for what you did today. I can handle this matter myself. Is this how you solved it? When Musai glanced at Chu Feng, as if reminding him of his embarrassment. Chu Feng was a little embarrassed. What else could he do? If he had money, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. When Musai withdrew his gaze and took a step forward. His condescending attitude flashed a cold and ruthless aura in the dim light. The son pays the father's debt. This will only be legally effective if he inherits his parents' estate. But now, he has not inherited the estate, so he has no obligation to repay the Chu family's debt. I hope this is the last time you come to him. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. He had only met this woman once. How could she know about the Chu family's bankruptcy? On second thought, he realized that she must have heard their conversation just now, otherwise how could she save him so promptly? When a few people saw that Chu Feng had someone backing him up, they knew that they would get nothing good if they continued to argue today. The main reason is that the woman looks difficult to deal with, and the men behind her are too skilled and too ruthless. They only want money but don't want to risk their lives. Several people looked at each other, then got up from the ground in embarrassment. That's what we said, but we can't let our money go to waste. If you don't give us an explanation today, we can't just let it go, even if we are beaten to death. Chu Feng felt very uncomfortable, his body had been stretched to its limit, and he just wanted to get rid of them as quickly as possible. I still say the same thing, give me some time, when I make money, I will definitely return you every penny. It's useless for you to pester me now, I have no money. Everyone is willing to give in to the bad stuff. Nowadays, whoever owes money is the boss. The atmosphere around was a little quiet. Just when Chu Feng was about to give up, he suddenly heard someone speak. Okay, if there is no other way, we don't want to make it difficult for you. Give us a deadline, and then where should we find you? Chu Feng was silent for a while, 5 years. My dad has a notebook with your information on it. I will contact you when the time comes. Several people looked at each other, feeling angry but helpless. They also realized that Chu Shilu passed away cleanly and left no inheritance at all. Otherwise, his son would have gone abroad long ago and would not have to live in this shabby community. 5 years is too long, 3 years at most. If you agree, we will trust you this time. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said, okay, deal. After finally getting rid of those people, Chu Feng's body shook uncontrollably. The dizzy feeling made his breathing a little unstable. But when Musai was still here, and it would be a bit rude for him to leave without saying goodbye. Thank you for what you did just now. It's getting late. I should go home. When Musai seemed to be stalling for time and said with a smile, aren't you curious about why I came here? Chu Feng didn't have the energy to care why when Musai suddenly appeared here. Whether she was just passing by or not, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to go home and rest. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing Chu Feng was about to leave, when Musai picked up a bunch of keys and waved them in front of him. Can you get into the house without this? Chu Feng paused, this was his key. When was it lost? And his ID card, when was it lost and where was it lost? Why didn't he notice anything? But he doesn't have the energy to care about these things now. Thank you, Chu Feng stretched out his hand to take the key, but suddenly his eyes blurred and the key was held in Wen Musai's hand again. How do you prove that this bunch of keys is yours? Chu Feng's face hidden in the darkness was as pale as thin paper. Wen Musai's words made him feel a little uncomfortable. Wasn't it enough that he tried every possible way to prove that he wasn't a debtor who didn't pay his debts? Now he even wanted to prove whether a set of keys was his? He is really tired. Chu Feng didn't want to continue to tangle with strangers. He would rather sleep in the corridor for a night than to prove anything. If you want it, keep it for yourself. After saying that, Chu Feng took a step with his weak legs and walked around Wen Musai. After taking only 2 steps, he felt his steps becoming weak and the double images in front of his eyes became heavier and heavier. Then, everything went black and he fell to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Wen Musai looked down at the person on the ground with interest. Interesting. What's the point of still keeping that pride when he's already fallen to this point? Take him back. Yes. A high fever of 40 degrees, caused by overwork and a cold, will be fine after a few days of rest. In the North City apartment, when Musai sat beside the bed and watched quietly as the family doctor measured the temperature of the person on the bed, gave him an 4-drip, and treated the abrasions on his wrists. After all the operations, the person on the bed showed no sign of waking up. It seems that he is really exhausted. Come to think of it, 2 months ago he was a high and mighty favored child of destiny, but suddenly he fell into the mortal world, had to go to school, earn money, save his life and pay off his debts. No one could bear this huge shock. When Chu Feng woke up, the sun outside the window had already risen to the sky. Looking at the bright light shining through the glass window into the room, Chu Feng sat up reflexively. He is late. The next second, looking at the unfamiliar room in front of him, his brain suddenly froze for a moment. Don't panic, the boss of the breakfast shop called you this morning and I've already asked for leave for you. Chu Feng turned his head and saw Wen Musai leaning leisurely on a lazy sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, closing his eyes and enjoying the sun bath. His memory slowly returned, and Chu Feng remembered what happened last night. Chu Feng felt a slight pain in his wrist. He looked down and saw that it was wrapped in a layer of gauze. It must be a bruise from the fall last night. There was medical tape on the back of his hand, which looked like it was left by an infusion needle. Chu Feng raised his head, an indescribable emotion lingering in his heart. He and this woman met by chance, and they didn't even know each other's names. Why did this woman save him? Chu Feng couldn't figure it out, and didn't want to think about it anymore. Chu Feng lifted the quilt and got out of bed, then took 2 steps forward. Thank you. I'll pay you back for the medical expenses. Chapter 6, 300,000 for one sleep, does it still count? When Musai opened a hollow folding fan and covered his eyes with it to block the strong light for a while, then opened his eyes and looked at Chu Feng with a slightly raised brow. Is this your way of thanking you for saving my life? If it weren't for me, no one would have known that you had died of illness on the road last night. Chu Feng looked at Wen Musai, and his long, thick eyelashes trembled slightly. How do you want me to thank you? Wen Musai stood up. She was very tall and without high heels, she could reach Chu Feng's eyebrows. Wen Musai looked into Chu Feng's eyes with interest and smiled. How about repaying your life-saving favor with your body? Chu Feng took a step back and put some distance between himself and Wen Musai. Her words suddenly reminded him of the time she offered him 300,000 yuan to sleep with him once yesterday. Now in his eyes, Wen Musai has become a loose woman who hangs out with male models in nightclubs. Chu Feng frowned, his eyes showing disgust. I told you, you found the wrong person. It's your business if you don't want the medical expenses, it's not that I won't pay. When we get out of this house, we'll be even. You are quite good at settling accounts. Wen Musai looked at Chu Feng with his back straight and full of pride, and suddenly smiled. It was really interesting. She wanted to see what he would look like when his pride was broken. The medical expenses are 1,000. When Musai took out his mobile phone, opened the payment code, and put it next to Chu Feng, transfer it. Chu Feng was secretly surprised. What kind of medicine is so expensive that it costs 1,000? It can obviously be solved by taking some medicine. Although he felt sad, in order not to owe this woman a favor, he still transferred the money to her. Chu Feng took the key and returned to the rental house. Looking at the basement without a ray of sunlight, he sighed silently. He is now a poor creature living in darkness and does not deserve the sunshine at all. After the treatment, his body had become much lighter, but when he thought that there was a more important problem waiting for him, Chu Feng's heart suddenly became heavy again. Tomorrow is the deadline for scheduling an operation. Where can he find 300,000 yuan? He took out his cell phone, found the contacts and read through them all. Suddenly, Chu Feng threw the phone onto the bed in annoyance. No one could help him. After feeling sad for a while, Chu Feng walked to the bed and picked up his mobile phone. Then, with the mentality of trying everything possible, he dialed a phone number. Uncle, my mother. Affing, a woman's voice on the phone interrupted him. I was just looking for you. Your uncle is sick and our family has spent all the money on his treatment. Offing, can you take out some of the money your father left and help us? We can't just watch your uncle die like this, right? Listening to the sarcastic voice on the phone, Chu Feng felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. It would be fine if they didn't help, but now they are still coveting their family's things. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Let uncle go. He has lived for decades and that's enough. You have no conscience, you actually want to curse your uncle." Before he could finish his words, Chu Feng hung up the phone and removed the dead horse from his address book. "Hello, Auntie. Feng, your uncle has put all his money into stocks and is stuck with it. He can't take out that much money all at once. I have 200 yuan of private money here. I'll transfer it to you. You can buy some nutritional supplements for your mother." "Uncle Chen. I'm sorry, Feng, it's difficult here too. The real estate industry is in a downturn right now, and the workers are blocking the door every day to demand their wages. I really, Looking at the dead horses being removed one by one on his phone, Chu Feng suddenly felt like laughing. In just 2 months, these people have all forgotten the kindness his father showed them in supporting them. As he was laughing, suddenly moisture filled his eyes. Chu Feng covered his eyes with his hands, but he couldn't stop the sadness and helplessness. The dullness in the room without a trace of light made Chu Feng feel a little breathless. In addition, he had not eaten for a whole day, so his stomach hurt a little. After calming down and deleting the remaining dead horses, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he really became a poor guy who was ignored by everyone. After eating a bowl of wontons on the way out, his stomach, which was screaming with pain, finally calmed down. Chu Feng grabbed a tissue and wiped the moisture from his eyes caused by the heat. When he raised his head again, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. In order to relieve the pressure in his heart, Chu Feng paid for the meal and simply rode his electric scooter aimlessly on the street. Looking at the cars passing by one after another, he suddenly felt an impulse in his heart. If he lies down in front of the car, will his mother no longer have to worry about the surgery fees? The bad thoughts kept stirring in his mind, causing Chu Feng's body to stir as well. Near a park, he suddenly stopped his electric scooter and turned his head to look at the busy traffic on the side. Suddenly, Chu Feng shuddered for no apparent reason. He is willing to harm innocent people for money. When did he become so dirty? He walked on the street all day with a heavy heart, and when he came to his senses, he was suddenly stunned again. North City apartment? How did he end up here for no apparent reason? Just after turning the car around and driving back for a distance, Chu Feng suddenly pressed the brake again. 300,000. Does he have to sell his dignity to get this money? But without this money, his mother would really be hopeless. After a moment's silence, Chu Feng turned the car back as if possessed by a ghost. On one side is family affection, on the other side is dignity. The balance in Chu Feng's heart has unknowingly been lost. In the North City apartment, the door of the large flat on the top floor was closed. Chu Feng stood at the door, wanting to leave but unable to move his legs, and wanted to knock on the door but lacking the courage. As time passed, Chu Feng became more and more anxious. Just as he raised his hand to knock on the door again, behind him, as the elevator stopped, a sound of footsteps came closer and closer, and the next second, they stopped in front of Chu Feng. "Waiting for me?" Chu Feng looked up at Wen Musai, his lips trembled, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a few words. 300,000 for one sleep, does that still count? Chapter 7, First Touching a Woman. Wen Musai had long anticipated that Chu Feng would come to see her. Good. About the same time as she expected. Have you figured it out? Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief as if he had accepted his fate, then nodded. I'll take whatever is delivered to my door. When Musai smiled with interest, come in. Chu Feng stood at the door for a few seconds, then stepped into the room. There were no men's slippers at the door, so he simply walked into the living room in his socks. Looking at Wen Musai sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, a pair of scrutinizing eyes scanning his body as if selecting goods, he knew that there was no turning back. His dignity and pride had been completely trampled underfoot. Wen Musai hooked his finger, with undisguised teasing in his eyes. Come here and kiss me. Chu Feng looked at the frivolous woman in front of him and wanted to escape for a moment, but when he thought about the 300,000, he calmed down again. Walking to the sofa, Chu Feng bent down. Before he touched Wen Musai's face, suddenly, Wen Musai pinched his chin and lifted it up. The chin was raised, the neck was stretched, and the collarbone was faintly visible under the slightly open shirt. The skin is very white and delicate, and there is a faint scent of soapberry on the body, which is very fresh and smells good. Wen Yusai didn't hate the taste. First time touching a woman? The distance between the two people shortened, and Chu Feng suddenly shrank back as if he had been electrocuted, with a trace of disgust quickly welling up in his eyes. I don't know whether she hates herself or hates Wen Yusai, this loose woman who takes pride in finding gigolos. Wen Yusai liked his reaction very much, especially the look in his eyes. Like a frightened hedgehog, it will prick you if you touch it. Regret it? The door is there, you can leave any time. Chu Feng bit his back teeth lightly. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. He chose this path himself, so what right does he have to retreat? No, I just never had a girlfriend. Wen Yusai smiled, then raised his arm towards Chu Feng. Carry me into the bedroom. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then bent down again, holding Wen Yusai's waist with one hand, and put the other hand through her legs, and picked her up steadily. Although Wen Yusai is very tall, he is not heavy. The two people were close to each other, and a faint scent of perfume wafted through the silk fabric, mixed with the gentle body fragrance, which made Chu Feng's ears blush quickly. The room was decorated in a very elegant style, and on the dressing table were various bottles and jars of expensive skin care products. It's not the room I saw in the morning. It looks like it's Wen Yusai's bedroom. After putting Wen Yusai on the bed, Chu Feng was about to get up when he suddenly felt a weight on his neck. Wen Yusai had already wrapped his arms around his neck. Chu Feng's heart shuddered, and he pulled Wen Yusai's arm away reflexively, almost throwing her out. Wen Yusai's wound was pulled and he frowned. If she hadn't been injured, this kid would never have been able to get close to her with his mediocre skills. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, he suddenly let go of Wen Yusai's wrist. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Such a big reaction? Wen Yusai didn't care about Chu Feng's subconscious actions. On the contrary, the more he resisted, the more she liked it. Wen Yusai stood up, hooked Chu Feng's chin in a teasing manner, and then put his hand inside his shirt. The slightly cool fingers touched his skin, causing Chu Feng to shiver. The hem of his shirt was lifted up, revealing his slender waist and well-defined abdominal muscles. Under his black suit pants, his long legs were tight and strong. Nice figure, have you trained? Chu Feng's Adam's apple rolled, I've learned fighting and fencing. No wonder, Wen Yusai smiled, as if deliberately trying to wear down Chu Feng's will. His right hand slid along his waist and touched his back. The skin on the back is delicate and smooth, and with the fluent lines of the waist, it looks like a finely crafted work of art. Because of tension, the muscles are tightened, and the two bones under the shoulder blades bulge slightly, looking vigorous and powerful. Wen Yusai's mind once again flashed back to that night when the butterfly bone on his back was struck by lightning. Very beautiful, like an eagle about to spread its wings and fly. Chu Feng felt a little confused when being touched. He wanted to step back, but he didn't dare to, for fear of upsetting the woman in front of him and ending the deal between them. Have you ever touched a gun? Chu Feng shook his head, no. Why me? Chu Feng's eyes were a little confused. He didn't understand what Wen Yusai meant by this sentence. What? Wen Yusai smiled and said, in Jindies, you can make as much money as here. Chu Feng reacted and his face changed slightly. I am not. Before Chu Feng could even utter the word duck, he suddenly stopped. Selling his body for money, what's the difference between him and a duck now? Chu Feng's eyes suddenly dimmed, because there are only two of us here, and we don't know each other. Wen Yusai raised his eyebrows and said, can I introduce myself? No need, Chu Feng rejected her intention without even thinking about it. Wen Yusai suddenly found it very interesting, you don't want to know who I am? So, the deal is over, and we go out as strangers? Chu Feng responded with silence. He swore that he would only do such a thing once in his life. Once is enough. Wen Yusai glanced at Chu Feng's face meaningfully, then took his hand away from his back and straightened the hem of his shirt for him. I feel a little unwell today, so let's stop here. Chu Feng panicked for a moment. Did he offend this woman? But he was obviously very cooperative. Why, are you dissatisfied? Wen Yusai reached out and touched Chu Feng's face, like coaxing a little hedgehog that was about to prick someone, and said soothingly, don't think too much, I just feel unwell. She just wanted to tease him, not to do anything with him. Her gunshot wound hasn't healed yet. Even if she likes him, she is powerless and it will also expose herself. Chu Feng moved his lips, and then he made up his mind and asked, what about the money? I'll pay the money. As for you, Wen Yusai glanced at Chu Feng meaningfully, you'll owe it to me first. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief imperceptibly. Just give him the money, his mother really can't wait any longer. When Musai walked out of the bedroom, took out her mobile phone from her handbag, opened the QR code and handed it to Chu Feng. Come on, I'll find you when I feel better. And you, just make sure you're always available. Don't even think about backing out, you. No, Chu Feng promised, I will wait for you before the transaction is completed. He knew that he was down and out and owed a lot of money, and he never knew when he would be stopped by someone to collect the debt. What he said would not be credible at all, but he could do nothing but make promises. When Musai raised his eyebrows slightly, okay, I believe you, and I look forward to our next meeting. Chapter 8, Attracting Bees and Butterflies. After getting the money and returning to the rental house, Chu Feng collapsed on the bed as if relieved. No matter what he went through, at least his mother was saved. The continuous fatigue and torment for 2 months made Chu Feng fall asleep quickly. And he also had a rare good sleep. The next day, the alarm rang at 5 o'clock. Chu Feng got up, packed up simply, and ran to the breakfast shop. 300,000 is just the cost of the surgery. Subsequent rehabilitation treatment will require more money, so he has to continue working. Chu Feng, are you feeling better? I'm not busy these 2 days, so you can take a few more days off. Much better, Aunt Lin. The owner of the breakfast shop is a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She is enthusiastic and casual. Her only shortcoming is that she loves gossip. Seeing Chu Feng come out after changing into work clothes, the boss lady leaned forward and asked, "Was it your girlfriend who asked for leave for you yesterday morning?" Chu Feng reacted and immediately denied it. No, she is. He couldn't put his finger on what it was. He didn't even know the woman's name, let alone what she did. They were not even friends. I understand, the proprietress laughed twice, and her voice echoed in the small breakfast shop, and even the echo was hearty. What's there to be embarrassed about? I've been through this before, so I can't hide this from you. What does that girl do? Is she a college classmate? Or a childhood sweetheart? I heard that it's popular among you youngsters nowadays. Without waiting for the proprietress to finish her words, Chu Feng immediately walked out with the tray. Auntie Lin, the guests are coming. I have to go and get busy first. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet, kid. Looking at Chu Feng's back, the proprietress couldn't stop smiling. Chu Feng has been working in her breakfast shop for more than a month. He is diligent and efficient. She really likes this child. After finishing his work at the breakfast shop, Chu Feng called the school to ask for leave before taking the subway to the hospital. In the ward, a woman with a sick face was sitting by the window, staring blankly at the leafy tree outside. The torture of illness in recent days has made her body extremely weak, as if a breeze could blow her haggard body down. But even so, her makeup was meticulous, her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, and her forehead was tidy, making her look dignified and noble. Mom! Hearing the voice, Shin Yushi's back stiffened for a moment, and then he turned around belatedly. Afeng, why are you here? Isn't today Monday? Don't you have classes? Chu Feng put the thermos box in his hand on the table and hugged Shin Yushi. There was a lecture at school today, but it's not my major, so I didn't go. Mom, how do you feel today? Much better, Shin Yushi felt relieved, then touched Chu Feng's face with a loving and reluctant look in her eyes. She knew her illness would cost a lot of money to cure. The Chu family had already gone bankrupt, and she didn't want to implicate her son. Afeng, you've lost a lot of weight recently. Is it very hard? No, I just tutored for 2 hours after class. I wasn't tired at all. Chu Feng took out a small bowl of porridge that he had packed from the breakfast shop and handed it to Shin Yushi. After not seeing his mother for a week, she looked much more haggard. Shin Yushi took the porridge, took a sip with the spoon, and her sickly expression did not affect her elegance at all. She has made up her mind that she will go through the discharge procedures today. She wants to spend more time with her son in the last moments of her life. But before she could put forward her idea, Chu Feng told her the news about the kidney source. Mom, we've found a kidney donor. I've already made an appointment for your surgery. The doctor said that we can schedule your surgery on Wednesday. Shin Yushi was a little surprised. I have scheduled the surgery. Afeng, where did you get so much money? She understood the Chu family's situation. Since declaring bankruptcy, everything that could be sold had been sold, and the remaining items that could not be sold had also been frozen. Chu Shilu died cleanly, leaving nothing behind except a lot of debts, and she got this disease. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of dollars, they can't even make ends meet. Afong, tell me the truth, have you done anything evil? No, it was given to me by my uncle. Shu Feng didn't want to make Qin Yushi worry, and he didn't want her to know that he got the money by selling his dignity. I told my uncle about your situation, and he is willing to give us some money to help us. Qin Yushi didn't believe it in her heart, but she didn't question it on her face. She knew Chu Shirtong's character, he was selfish, and after the Chu family fell, he was eager to cut off ties with them. Will he give them money to help them? Seeing that Qin Yushi didn't ask any more questions, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from Chu Shirtang, he didn't know who to talk to. Now everyone regards them as the plague, and it is even less credible to speak out against others. Putting down the bowl of porridge, Qin Yushi took the tissue handed over by Chu Feng and wiped her mouth, offering, "The weather is nice today, take Mom out for a walk." Good. Zhangcheng is a city where it is spring all year round. You can see the abundant vitality at any time. Finally leaving the ward, Qin Yushi sat in a wheelchair and felt the rare sunshine. A young nurse came over from behind with an unnatural blush on her face. "Auntie, it's windy outside. You should bring a blanket with you when you go out. It will be troublesome if you catch a cold." After saying that, she put the blanket in her hand on Qin Yushi, lowered her head and ran back. Qin Yushi smiled and said, "Afong, you really are exactly like your father when he was young." Chu Feng shook out the blanket and covered Qin Yushi's legs, a little confused. "What do you mean?" "It attracts bees and butterflies." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Qin Yushi smiled. She was an experienced person, so how could she not see what those little girls were thinking? She knew her son was an excellent student, but falling in love too early would affect his studies. The Chu family has fallen, and his connections and resources have been scattered like monkeys, so he has no other way out except to rely on studying to succeed. Often, when you finish your sophomore year, you can go abroad to England. Mom has some jewelry in the hands of the auction house owner. He is your father's friend and is trustworthy. When you have time, go find him and he will help you exchange them for cash. Mom roughly estimated that it should be no less than 2 million. This money is enough for you to develop abroad. Chu Feng was a little shocked. Why was this matter only told to him now? If he had that money, would he still have to beg for help from everyone? Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Feng's eyes instantly became moist. It turns out that his mother never thought about curing her illness. "Mom, when you get better, let's go abroad together." Chapter 9 End of Transaction. After spending a day with Qin Yushi in the hospital, Qin Yushi said a lot of things, most of which were about asking Chu Feng to study hard and take care of his health. Then there are the things he should pay attention to after going abroad, and also admonish him not to fall in love too early, as love will distract people and lead to their depravity. Her son should be an eagle flying in the sky and should not be held back by anyone. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that Qin Yushi reluctantly let Chu Feng leave the hospital. It was already very late, and Chu Feng had planned to go to the auction house to find the boss, but after looking at the time, he could only find time to go tomorrow. 2 million is enough to cover his mother's medical treatment. If he returns the 300,000 to Wen Musai, would the deal between them be invalid? With money, Chu Feng's psychological pressure was much less. After getting off the subway, he simply found a food stall, ordered some barbecue and 2 bottles of beer. How many days has it been since he sat down quietly and enjoyed the joy of eating? One person? A woman's voice came from behind, causing Chu Feng's back to stiffen for a moment. Did that woman come to see him so soon? Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief imperceptibly, but at the same time, he felt a little resistance in his heart. Transaction is transaction, and other than transaction, he doesn't want to have too much contact with this woman. Because every time he saw her, he felt like a prostitute. Wen Musai stood behind Chu Feng and lowered his head to sniff. "You smell like disinfectant. Did you go to the hospital today?" Feeling Wen Musai approaching, Chu Feng dodged to the side. Looking at Chu Feng's subconscious movements, Wen Musai curled up the corners of his lips into a smile. The more he avoided her, the more she wanted to get closer to him. This feeling is wonderful and interesting. Life is boring, sometimes adding some spice is not a bad thing. Wen Musai walked to the table and sat down, glancing at the cheap barbecue on the table. "I gave you so much money, and you eat something like this?" Chu Feng frowned, because Wen Musai's words sounded like he was her kept gigolo, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. "It's just a transaction between us. What I do with the money is none of your business." "It's going to stab someone again." Wen Musai smiled and said, I just think that you don't look like you grew up in a cheap life. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me, maybe I can help you. She was not a cold-blooded person. This man had once saved her, and she was willing to give him something in return. Just like the 300,000, she just gave it away in the name of transaction. No need, I can handle my own problems. Besides, Xu Feng suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Wen Musai, saying seriously, I want to end this deal. I can return your 300,000 to you tomorrow. Wen Musai's eyes suddenly turned cold when he heard this. Are you kidding me? Don't get me wrong, Xu Feng explained, I did encounter some difficulties, so I came to you, but now I have solved it. If you think it is inappropriate, I will pay you more interest. Wen Musai narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of danger flashed in his eyes. What she hates most is being plotted against. He comes to her when he has problems, and wants to kick her away when they are solved. Isn't he thinking too simply? A deal is a deal. If you fail to complete it, it's a breach of contract. How much liquidated damages are you going to pay me? Xu Feng also knew that what he did was a bit unkind, so he was willing to give this woman some compensation. I can give you an extra 100,000. It's worth it to spend 100,000 to buy back my dignity. When Musai sneered, do you think I'm short of that 100,000? Xu Feng frowned, then you can ask for whatever you want, as long as it is within my ability. When Musai moved forward. If looks could eat people, Xu Feng would have been swallowed up by now. You came to me on your own initiative. You have no right to stop the deal. Do you understand? If the deal continues, I will contact you again. After saying that, Wen Musai stood up and walked out without looking back. She was afraid that if she continued talking, she would not be able to resist and shoot the boy. It wasn't until she got back into the car that she regained her senses. If the money is returned to her, does that mean Qin Yushi's illness is incurable? Or does the Chu family have other assets? When Musai glanced through the window at the food stall, paused for a moment, then picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. And Yi, go check right away to see if the Chu family has some hidden assets that have not been seized. Yes. If there were, she would never let those assets return to Chu Feng's hands. The reason was simple, she wanted to control Chu Feng and completely control everything about him. This thought came to Chu Feng the moment he wanted to end the transaction. She didn't like the feeling of being out of control. At the food stall, Chu Feng sat alone on a chair, looking somewhat depressed. The barbecue in front of me also became tasteless. Forget it, let the transaction continue. It's his own fault for asking for help first. It's just this once, and there will be no connection between them again. He is a grown man and won't suffer any loss. After comforting himself for a while, Chu Feng finished the remaining barbecue and returned to his rental house. He didn't attend today's class, so he needs to review on his own as he has an exam soon and he must get this year's scholarship. The next morning, before the alarm went off, Chu Feng's phone rang first. I opened my eyes dazedly and saw an unfamiliar number. Mr. Chu, we are from the Jiancheng Public Security Bureau. May I ask who Qin Yushi is to you? When Chu Feng heard that it was the Public Security Bureau, he instantly came to his senses. She's my mother, what's wrong? The phone was silent for a few seconds, as if trying to stop talking. Ms. Qin Yushi committed suicide by cutting her wrists in the hospital. She has died after failed rescue efforts. If you have time, please come to the hospital as soon as possible to deal with it. Suicide. Chu Feng's brain made a buzzing sound, and he could no longer hear clearly what the police said next. When he came to his senses, he quickly put on his clothes and stumbled out of the room. Why would his mother commit suicide? He has obviously raised the money. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there were very few taxis on the road. Chu Feng looked everywhere like crazy, but no taxi passed by. He wanted to find an online taxi, but his fingers were shaking so much that he could hardly hold the phone. He regretted it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. He should have realized earlier that his mother didn't want to receive treatment. His mother talked to him so much yesterday and told him so many things, why didn't he think about that? Why didn't he stay with her in the hospital? Just when Chu Feng was at a loss, a black Mercedes-Benz suddenly stopped in front of him. Get in the car. Chapter 10 Suicide. Go to Jiancheng Hospital, quickly. Chu Feng no longer cared about why when Musai appeared here. Qin Yushi is the only one in his mind now. Seeing Chu Feng's almost crazy state, when Musai's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache that she herself didn't even notice. Perhaps when she came out of Jindy's and had her first face-to-face contact with him, her heart had already changed. The hospital was too far from the rental house, and it took nearly 40 minutes to get there by car. At the hospital entrance, before the car had even stopped, Chu Feng stumbled out. In order not to affect its reputation, the hospital has blocked the news of the patient's suicide. As for calling the police, they also wanted to take the initiative and use professional organizations to prove that the patient's suicide had nothing to do with the hospital. When Chu Feng saw the hospital bed covered with white cloth in the corridor, his legs suddenly went weak. "Mr. Chu, please accept my condolences." Chu Feng's head was buzzing and he could no longer hear what anyone was saying. He lifted the white cloth with trembling hands, and looking at Qin Yushi's lifeless face, tears welled up in his eyes. "Mom! What are you doing? We are rich, and your illness can be cured. How can you be so cruel to leave me alone?" He really couldn't understand why his mother did this. Was his future more important than her life? Chu Feng knelt on the ground, holding Qin Yushi's hand, feeling nothing but self-blame. He doesn't want a future, doesn't want to go abroad, he just wants his mother to be alive. The atmosphere around was too depressing. The attending physician handed the letter in his hand to Chu Feng. With the police around, he was not afraid that the deceased's family would beat him. After all, the deceased committed suicide in the hospital. This has happened before, and they have experienced medical disputes. "My condolences. This is a letter your mother left behind. You can take a look." It took Chu Feng a long time to react. Without even wiping away his tears, he snatched the letter and started reading. This was his mother's last words, the last thing his mother left him. "Afeng, don't be sad. Mom is just relieved. Mom is going to find your dad. Mom believes that you are a strong child. Even without us by your side, you can live well. You are the pride of Mom and Dad. In addition, my mother's death had nothing to do with the hospital. The doctors and nurses there were very nice and they took good care of me. People should always be grateful, and never blame them, do you understand? Son, you are the best. You must live happily. Your father and I will bless you in heaven. Come on, son." When Musai stood aside, watching Chu Feng crying, and suddenly felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. She was not a sentimental person, but at this moment, she seemed to be infected by the sadness in front of her. Qin Yushi's suicide was understandable. The Chu family had already collapsed and she was seriously ill. She just didn't want to implicate Chu Feng anymore. No one knows a child better than his mother. How could she not know how hard Chu Feng worked? After dealing with some funeral affairs, Chu Feng didn't know how he got out of the hospital. It was already daybreak outside. Chu Feng was walking on the street in a daze, looking at the passers-by. His eyes became moist again. He has no home at all. When Musai drove behind, looking a little gloomy. "Get in the car, I'll take you home." Chu Feng shook his head numbly. "Go away, I want to be alone." When Musai glanced out the car window at the people coming and going, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away. The next second, she took out her cell phone and made a call, and find a way to bring Chu Feng back. Yes. He fell from heaven to earth overnight and lost 2 loved ones one after another. She was a little afraid that he could not bear it and would choose the same path as Qin Yushi. He hadn't completed the deal between them, and she wasn't going to let him die. When he reached the Jiangcheng Bridge, Chu Feng stopped as if possessed by a ghost. Looking at the calm river water below, Chu Feng was distracted for a while. He didn't know what was going on in his mind. He just wanted to cry, to vent, to shout loudly into the distance, but he couldn't. It felt as if 1,000-pound cotton was blocking his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. People behind me kept looking over here, some were watching the excitement, and some secretly called the police. After all, there are people who commit suicide by jumping off the Jiangcheng Bridge. Chu Feng was in a daze and had no idea of what was happening around him. At this moment, a pair of sharp eyes were staring at him in the crowd. This person was Wen Musai's bodyguard, Yi. It was he who beat away those debt collectors that night. When Musai asked him to take Chu Feng back, and he was worried that he had no chance. At this moment, he saw him standing on the bridge motionless, and Yi walked out of the crowd. Chu Feng belatedly realized that someone was approaching and turned his head to take a look. Yes. Before he could even utter a word, Yi suddenly raised her hand and pinched his neck hard. Before Chu Feng could react, his eyes went dark and he passed out. Seeing the person being brought back to the North City apartment, when Musai breathed a sigh of relief. Where did you bring it back from? Are you hiding from the people around you? And Yi put the man on the bed and told the truth. On the Jiangcheng Bridge, he wanted to commit suicide. When Musi understood. It was reasonable to knock out a suicidal person, and it didn't matter if many people saw it. Go out. Yes. When Musai walked to the bedside and took a look. Seeing that Chu Feng's eyes were a little red, she turned around and took a warm towel and put it on his eyes. When Chu Feng woke up in a daze, it was already dark outside. There was no light in the room, only dim moonlight coming in from the window. Although he couldn't see anything, he knew this was not his rental house. The memory before he fainted echoed in his mind, and he instantly guessed where this place was. I fumbled to open the door and walked out. In the living room, when Musai was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with his eyes closed. Chu Feng walked over and was silent for 2 seconds before asking, "Why did you bring me here?" When Musi opened his eyes with an indifferent expression. "If I don't bring you back, am I going to watch you jump into the river and commit suicide? Don't forget, our deal isn't done yet. I won't do a deal that will lose money." Chapter 11, Not Bad, Very Obedient. Who said I was going to commit suicide? Chu Feng looked at Wen Musai, his jawline tense and a hint of anger in his voice. He just wanted to cool down on the bridge and get some fresh air, but this woman took him back by force without any reason. He really doesn't like being controlled by others. At best, what we have is just a transaction. Apart from that, we are strangers. I hope we can all have a sense of contract and not cause trouble to each other. When Musai seemed to have heard a joke, "Aren't you the one who created the deal and wanted to end it unilaterally? Do you call this a spirit of contract?" Chu Feng tightened his fists behind his back, and veins on the back of his hands became visible. "The transaction is still going on. I can come over any time you need me. Other than that, I hope we won't have too much contact with each other." After saying that, Chu Feng turned around and walked to the entrance, put on his shoes, and walked out of the living room without looking back. The back view is resolute and reveals a firmness that cannot be ignored. It was true that he sold it, but he didn't need others to remind him again and again. As the door slammed, Chu Feng's eyes became moist again. He didn't understand why his mother committed suicide. Wasn't he, her son, worthy of her love? Walking downstairs, Chu Feng reached out and wiped his eyes, then took a deep breath. When Musai stood at the window, watching Chu Feng's back as he left. Her strong desire to win made her eyes flash with a hint of bloodthirsty coldness. Now that the problem has been solved, you want to kick her away, but there's no way. One day, she would make him come to her obediently. He has no right to stop this game. Chu Feng returned to the rental house in a daze and covered himself with the quilt. Sadness and self-blame once again flooded in. It's his incompetence that he can't save his family. After sadness comes relief. His mother did this because she didn't want to implicate him, so he had to live well. After calling the school and asking for a week's leave, Chu Feng cremated Qin Yushi and buried her ashes in the urn together with his father. After taking care of these affairs, he went to the auction house to find the boss. The owner of the auction house is a middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly fat, with a hairline higher than the top of his head. At this moment, he is in the office counting the list of goods to be auctioned. Chu Feng walked into the office and looked at the person in front of him. He felt a little strange. As far as he could remember, he seemed to have never seen this person before. He had only heard his mother mention this person and knew that his name was Chen Lai. "Uncle Chen, hello, I'm Chu Feng, Chu Shalu's son." "Chu Shalu?" Chen Lai raised his head, his expression slightly hesitant, then he stood up, walked around the desk, smiled and patted Chu Feng's shoulder. "Chu Feng, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You have grown so much. When you were 1 month old, I went to your house to drink the full moon wine." Chu Feng smiled and said, "Uncle Chen has a good memory. Have a seat." Chen Lai pulled a chair over and asked Chu Feng to sit down. "How is your mother doing recently?" "It's fine." Chu Feng suppressed the bitterness in his heart and did not tell Chen Lai the truth. Life and death are their family matters. No one can help them, and there is no point in talking about it. Chen Lai didn't ask any more questions. "You came to me to ask about your mother's jewelry, right?" "Yes," Chu Feng said straight to the point without much greeting. "I want you to help me change those jewelry into money. You can deduct the commission according to the regulations." He wouldn't use the money even if he got it. That was the money his mother left for him to go abroad, and the 300,000 yuan would only be activated after he went abroad. Chenlai nodded and said, I understand your difficulties. It's not difficult to exchange those jewelry for money. It just takes time. The items recently auctioned have all been sold out and have been released to interested parties through channels. It will take a while for other items to be inserted. If you need money urgently, I can lend you some, but you have to wait for the jewelry. When there is a chance in the future, I will auction them. How much money I can get depends on the market conditions that day. Xu Feng naturally knew that it would take time to exchange money. He came here today just to make some arrangements in advance and had no intention of taking the money directly. I understand, Uncle Chen, just make the arrangements as you see fit, Xu Feng said as he took a pen and wrote down a string of numbers on the white paper on the table. This is my phone number. When the time comes, you need to call me and I will come directly to pick it up. Chenlai glanced down and said cheerfully, Okay, no problem, leave this to me. After coming out of the auction house, it's not too late. Xu Feng did not choose to take a taxi, but walked to the subway station entrance. It's a bit troublesome, but it saves money. He has time now, but he no longer has the capital to squander it. Miss, Xu Feng is back. New. In a small, cramped, dark and damp basement, when Musai sat at his desk, flipping through a textbook on finance. Looking at the notes with vigorous strokes and elegant handwriting, a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed across his cold eyes. Well, the handwriting reflects the person. She loves all things beautiful. Putting the book down, when Musai turned around and looked around the room again. The room is pitifully small, and because it never sees sunlight, some parts of the wall have become moldy. The bedding was neatly folded on the only single bed and the room was very clean. Apart from that, there was no other good point to be found. It is hard to imagine that the young master, who once lived a life of luxury and superiority, has been living in a place like this for the past 2 months. After letting out an imperceptible sigh, when Musai took out his cell phone, edited a message and sent it out. It was already getting dark outside, but in the basement, it was impossible to notice. Hearing the message alert, Xu Feng paused slightly. North City apartment, come right over. It's that woman. Xu Feng tightened his grip on the phone. He knew that he had no way to back out. Looking at the residential building in front of him, Xu Feng took a deep breath, then turned around and left the basement he was about to reach. He doesn't like to drag things out. The sooner the deal is completed, the sooner he can relax. It took 30 minutes to walk to North City apartment. There was a knock on the door, and when Musai stood at the door in a set of silk pajamas. His long black curly hair was wet, and he had obviously just taken a shower. Not bad, very obedient. Xu Feng walked into the room and looked at the brand new men's slippers at the entrance. He hesitated for a moment and ultimately did not put them on. After today, the two of them will no longer have any contact, so why should he waste a pair of slippers that belong to someone else? When Musai looked at the clean socks on Xu Feng's feet, his eyes turned cold, and then he raised his chin towards the bathroom. Go take a shower. Chapter 12, Flirting and then running away. After taking a shower, looking at the brand new dark blue silk men's pajamas on the shelf, Xu Feng did not refuse again. Trading is trading, he is not a pervert and he doesn't have the habit of walking around naked in front of women. Seeing Xu Feng walking out in his pajamas, when Musai's cold eyes finally softened a little. She didn't like others rejecting the little bit of compassion she had finally shown. When Musai leaned on the sofa and looked up, and a hint of imperceptible desire suddenly flashed in his eyes. The cold white skin, paired with the dark blue pajamas, makes the facial features more handsome and three-dimensional. The 2 strands of hair on the forehead were wet, and 2 drops of water slowly fell down along the collar of the pajamas and sank into the collarbone. Under the collarbone, through the thin pajamas, an alluring mermaid line is faintly visible. Yes, perfect. Xu Feng frowned slightly. He really didn't like when Musai's looked like he was selecting goods. He couldn't escape what was coming, and now he just wanted to end this deal quickly. Can we start now? Are you anxious? When Musai stood up, hooked Xu Feng's chin with his right index finger, looked at his jawline which was instantly tense due to nervousness, and smiled meaningfully. Don't be nervous, I'll be gentle. Xu Feng's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, his eyelashes drooped slightly, and in the shadow of his sight, a pair of magnificent breasts stood proudly. With just one glance, Xu Feng's ears blushed and he quickly shifted his gaze away. In fact, when Musai has a very good figure. He is thin where he should be thin, and has plenty of meat where he should have meat. Under the silk pajamas, her well-defined abs are vigorous and powerful, and it is obvious that she is not a spoiled and weak woman. But Xu Feng was not interested in knowing. If it were any other man, he might have already been excited by now. Following Wen Musai into the room, Chu Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the bedroom in front of him, which was decorated in an elegant style. This is obviously Wen Musai's bedroom. I wonder why she chose to look for ducks in her own bedroom. Isn't it disgusting? Thinking of how many men Wen Musai had made love with on this bed, a trace of disgust flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Don't look at me like that. Wen Musai turned around and naturally watched Chu Feng's every move. She raised her hand, attached a black cloth strip to Chu Feng's eyes, pouted her lips and blew gently on his face. I only like obedient people. Chu Feng let Wen Musai do what he wanted without refusing. Out of sight, out of mind. He really didn't need to see this unpleasant physical transaction. The next second, a pair of hands pushed his chest. Chu Feng lost his balance and fell heavily onto the soft bed. His body bounced up and down with the mattress. Then, a soft touch with a faint scent of perfume pressed down on him. Chu Feng's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Wen Musai calmly observed Chu Feng's reaction, then grabbed his wrist, lifted it up, and tied it to the bedside railing with a cloth strip. Chu Feng's expression changed. You. Sho. Wen Musai put his finger on Chu Feng's lips and tapped gently. I said, I only like obedient people. Chu Feng slowly suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He chose his own path, so even if the woman in front of him was a pervert, he had no choice but to accept it. Seeing Chu Feng's awkward, resistant, yet forced obedient look, Wen Musai smiled. She had never been so interested in a man in her life. Have you ever been kissed? Wen Musai pinched Chu Feng's chin and swept his lips with the tip of his tongue. Chu Feng's body trembled uncontrollably at the wet and slippery touch, feeling grateful. Open your mouth. Chu Feng did as he was told, and it slid softly into his mouth. Their lips and teeth intertwined, an ambiguous atmosphere quickly spread, and their bodies slowly became hot. After a while, when Musai raised his head and looked at the ravaged pink and wet lips, a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. This was her first time kissing a man in 28 years. Good. Whether it was the feeling or the reaction given to her by the man in front of her, it was a wonderful experience. Chu Feng's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously and his heart beat violently. He couldn't see, so he could only predict Wen Musai's next move by feeling. His chest felt slightly cold, and the buttons of his pajamas were lifted up. Chu Feng's wrists tensed nervously, and he tried to break free, but the cloth strips on his wrists were tied too cleverly. It won't make him feel uncomfortable, but it won't make him break free easily either. The slightly cool fingers slid down along the skin, over the collarbone, over the abdominal muscles, and finally landed on the lower abdomen. Wen Musai was admiring the perfect figure in front of him while leisurely observing Chu Feng's reaction. Tension, disgust, forbearance, and even a determination to face death. Wen Musai suddenly felt that the person in front of him was very interesting. It was clearly just a physical exchange, but he acted as if it was an execution ground. Feeling the numbness in his lower abdomen, Chu Feng swallowed silently. Are you about to start? Let us finish it quickly. He swore that he would only do this kind of dirty physical transaction once in his life. Just when Chu Feng was ready to start the transaction and bear the desire as if he was ready to die, suddenly a cell phone rang not far away. Then I felt Wen Musai turned over and got out of bed, walked away and answered a phone call. About a minute later, the light footsteps came back. Chu Feng's body tensed up instantly, and the next second, a pair of soft lips touched his mouth and kissed him. I have something to take care of, wait till I come back. Looking at Chu Feng's surprised expression, Wen Musai touched his face excitedly, then stood up, reached out to touch the cloth on the railing, and turned around and walked out of the room. Chu Feng reacted and exerted force on his wrist, causing the cloth strip to fall off. He quickly tore off the cloth on his eyes, glanced around the room, then raised his head and pulled the cloth strip off his other hand. After putting on my pajamas and walking out of the room, Wen Musai was no longer in the living room. Looking at the huge living room, Chu Feng felt inexplicably irritated. Why is it always like this, stopping halfway after a little flirting? It's just a transaction, why can't we just carry it through to the end cleanly and neatly? He really hates this kind of slow and sloppy style of doing things. Chu Feng didn't dare to leave. Wen Musai asked him to wait, so he had to wait. But this wait has no end. After taking a nap on the sofa, when Chu Feng woke up, it was already dawn outside. The warm sun shines into the room through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, bringing an indescribable warmth. Wen Musai didn't come back all night. Today is Monday, his vacation is over and he has to go to class today. Chu Feng got up, changed his clothes and put on his shoes. Just as he put his hand on the door handle, the door to the living room was suddenly opened from the outside. "You're leaving? Didn't you say you'd wait for me to come back?" Chu Feng frowned. "I have to go to class today." "Well then," when Musai's eyes curved slightly, and he seemed to be in a good mood, "next time I see you, don't forget to be there whenever I call." Chapter 13 Bodyguard Recruitment. After returning to the rental house to get some books, Chu Feng took the subway to school without stopping. The sophomore year courses were a bit tight, so he took another week off. In order to catch up on the courses, he no longer had the energy to think about other things after sitting in the classroom. Someone beside him touched his arm. "As usual, help me with my lessons, 300 an hour." Chu Feng turned around and looked at his good friend and invisible boss Lu Yunce, and a feeling of warmth spread in his cold heart. During the most difficult time when the Chu family fell into poverty and he was thrown into hell, it was Lu Yunce who had been trying to help him in every possible way. So, he was very grateful to him. But he also knew that their family was not rich. At most, they were well off and had no worries about food and drink. You won't be able to graduate with your grades no matter how much money you spend. Stop wasting money. Lu Yunce pulled his hair in a showy manner, his tone as annoying as ever. What's the matter? Now that you've made money, you don't care about my little tricks, right? Tell me, where did you go to make money these days? Chu Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him. "I'm tired, I rested at home for a few days." "This is not your character," Lu Yunce said in disbelief. "You work so hard, how can you take a break?" Watching the professor walk into the classroom, Chu Feng reached out and pushed Lu Yunce aside. "Go play somewhere else. Don't disturb me." Lu Yunce was pushed aside, like an innocent little girl abandoned by a scumbag. Fuck, so ruthless. Chu Feng took out 2 books and placed them between the two of them, drawing a dividing line. Lu Yunce knew that Chu Feng didn't want to be disturbed, so he didn't say anything. 10 minutes later, the professor was spitting at the podium. Chu Feng was sitting in his seat, trying to understand everything, and Lu Yunce was sitting next to him, drowsy. He is just not good at studying. If his father hadn't used his connections to get him into this university, he would never have had the chance to enter in his life. There was no chance to meet Chu Feng. In fact, he admired Chu Feng very much. The Chu family suddenly went bankrupt, but this pampered young master was able to adapt to the darkness of the world and thrive in such a short time. If it were him, he would have hidden in some corner and secretly cut his throat. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Lu Yunce opened his eyes on time. Yo, check it out, the professor has a way of lecturing. I didn't hear a word. Yo, give me some pancakes, my stomach will growl if I don't eat them. Yo, let's go, brothers, let's go eat. Chu Feng didn't act pretentiously. He put away his textbooks and followed Lu Yunce to the school cafeteria. The food in the cafeteria is not expensive, and there are many varieties and rich nutrition. On this day, he hopes to use this meal to replenish all the nutrients his body needs. So he should enjoy it. After ordering 2 dishes, Chu Feng was the first to find an empty seat and sit down. After a while, Lu Yunce came over with a large tray of dishes and plopped it on the table. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. "Are you feeding the pigs?" Lu Yunce handsomely threw the meal card into his jacket pocket. "My dad said that if I don't study well, I should eat more. He paid for me to come in, so I have to have something, right?" After saying that, Lu Yunce lowered his head and glanced at the 6 dishes on the tray. "Oh no, it seems like we have too much. Never mind, let's just leave it at that. Help your brothers share some of the burden. It's shameful to waste." Chu Feng sighed. "Lu Yunce, you really don't have to do this. No matter how poor I am, I can still afford to eat." "You're overthinking it." Lu Yunce sat carelessly opposite Chu Feng and pushed the tray to the middle. "I just wanted to eat these dishes, but I won't be in the mood to go to class in the afternoon. Come on, stop talking nonsense and help me finish them." Chu Feng stopped being pretentious and casually pushed his 2 dishes to the middle. People should always be grateful, and he will remember Lu Yunce's help to him. There was still a lot of time after dinner, so Chu Feng simply went to the library. It was quiet there and he could rest for a while. Taking advantage of the break, he took out his mobile phone and browsed the recruitment information on the website. The money in his hand is the startup capital for going abroad and he cannot touch it. If he wants to live, he still needs to rely on his own hands. What's more, the Chu family still has foreign debts. The son has to pay off the father's debts, and he can't deny his relationship. Recruitment information? Are you looking for a part-time job again? Lu Yunce came over, glanced at Chu Feng's phone, and asked in a low voice, "Don't you have several part-time jobs? Do you want to work yourself to death?" Chu Feng told the truth, "I've quit. I want to find a part-time job in the evening so that I can concentrate on my time and not waste time running around. His mother is no longer around, so the pressure in his life is much less, so there is no need to spend all his time working anymore. Now he has changed his strategy. He will put his studies first and use the remaining time to find ways to make a living. I'll help you find it. Lu Yunce would not miss any job that could help his brothers. After searching for a few minutes, Lu Yunce suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, this salary is too high, right?" Chu Feng raised his head, took Lu Yunce's phone and took a look at it. Night shift bodyguard, monthly salary 30,000. You can start work after 2 weeks of training. Chu Feng's heart was instantly moved. Their family had hired bodyguards before. Their task was nothing more than to protect the employer's safety when the employer went out, and the risk factor was not that high. And the salary is not low. 30,000. Even with so many part-time jobs, he may not be able to earn 30,000 yuan a month. There is another point that Chu Feng is excited about, that is, working the night shift will not affect his daytime classes. Chu Feng clicked on the recruitment details and took a look. Where did you see this? It's on the local website. Lu Yunce clicked the time. It's been posted for less than 2 minutes. It's so hot. What, are you interested? Come on, you have classes during the day and work at night, don't you sleep? Chu Feng was silent for a while. You can catch up on your sleep after class. Lu Yunce looked at Chu Feng's determined eyes and was suddenly filled with admiration. In terms of family background, the Chu family is many levels higher than theirs, but in terms of hard work, he is n levels lower than Chu Feng. They are not as good looking, their studies are worlds apart, and their skills are even more different. Both he and Chu Feng had learned fighting, but he had never won in a fight. The huge contrast made Lu Yunce feel a little ashamed. I admire you. How about we go together? My studies are just like this anyway. I can't concentrate on studying. I might as well find something to do to prove to my dad that his son is not a coward. Chu Feng sneered, whether you are a coward or not depends on your strength, not on your ability. You should just stay under the shade of the trees at the Lu family and stop getting involved in everything. Lu Yunce was a little indignant after being hit. If you say so, then I have to go with you to join in the fun. What if they choose me instead of you? Chu Feng returned the phone to Lu Yunce and said casually, it's up to you. Chapter 14 Dad, your son has made it. Chu Feng felt that this position was perfect for him, and even set the interview time in the evening. Based on the idea of first come, first served, the two people called to make an interview appointment as soon as the recruitment information was released. After class, when they arrived at the interview location, there were already dozens of people standing in the brightly lit hall, and they were all big and strong tough guys. Judging from their appearance, most of them should be veterans or boxers who have practiced mixed martial arts. Compared with them, Chu Feng has a well-proportioned figure and a fair and handsome appearance. He stands out among them. Even Lu Yunce, a young boy who was not considered handsome, became handsome. Lu Yunqing smacked his lips and sighed, it's very dangerous. Look at that big guy. He's like a solid wall standing there. I think we're in danger. Compared to Lu Yunce's retreat, Chu Feng was much calmer. Bodyguards need to be sensitive, and they need strong physical and mental qualities. Compared with us, they don't necessarily have much advantage. Lu Yunce pondered for a moment, then stroked his chin and squinted his eyes. Hearing what you said, this position must belong to me. Chu Feng glanced at him sideways and said, don't be happy too soon. Hey, do you want to succeed or not? When Lu Yunce heard this, the hope that had just ignited in his heart was instantly extinguished. As they were talking, a man in a black uniform and sunglasses suddenly walked out of the room next to them. The man was very tall, looking to be over 1.9 meters tall, with strong facial lines and a cold aura around him, giving off a very oppressive feeling. For some reason, Chu Feng always felt that there was a murderous aura hidden under that pair of glasses, just like the bodyguard beside Wen Musai. Damn, this big brother is so cool. Lu Yunce looked at the majestic man in black in front of him and felt a sense of admiration. In his eyes, this is a qualified bodyguard, and the others are nothing. I don't know why, but I seem to see myself in him. You? Chu Feng attacked without mercy. Practice for another 10 years. The man in black glanced at dozens of people, then pointed. You, stay. The rest of you can go. Eliminate. Me? I was picked. Lu Yunce was so excited that he was a little incoherent when he saw the man in black pointing at him. Dad, your son has made it. Chu Feng was a little dumbfounded. Is this the end of the interview? Isn't this too hasty? Doesn't this bodyguard company need to test their skills? But fortunately, he was also kept here. If he could get through the last level, his life would not be a problem. Only 6 people remained out of the 30 or so. As soon as the others left, the hall instantly became quiet. Perhaps due to the invisible suppression from the man in black, Luyan stood timidly beside Chu Feng and also became quiet. This cool guy is so scary. Perhaps because he heard Luyan's mumbling, the man in black looked over as if he had sensed something, causing Luyan to shrink his neck in fear. The man in black glanced at Chu Feng, then spoke, his deep and penetrating voice echoing in the hall. Congratulations to those of you who passed the selection. Starting tomorrow, you will receive training with the company team for a tentative period of 2 weeks. There will be 2 assessments during the training period, and those who pass will stay. Training time is from 7 to 10 every night. No lateness, no early departure, everything is strictly implemented according to the company's rules. Do you understand? Chu Feng didn't have much opinion about this time point. He finished class at 6 o'clock and rushed here at exactly 7 o'clock, so he made it in time. But the remaining few people were quite unhappy. Why do we have to schedule it at night? Aren't we more energetic during the day? The man in black glanced over, and the look hidden behind the black lenses was ruthless and murderous. You, eliminated. The designated man looked a little unhappy. Why are you eliminating me? I haven't been trained yet. The man in black said coldly, the first rule of a bodyguard is to obey orders. Those who don't obey will be eliminated. After these words were spoken, the remaining few people fell silent. Compared with time, they don't want to miss this opportunity to make money. Chu Feng entered the bodyguard training company in a daze, and his mind was still a little dazed. He had already prepared himself for all the hardships, but he didn't expect that his fate would be just a matter of someone else's finger. After leaving the interview hall, Luyan excitedly hooked his arms around Chu Feng's neck. Brother, I've made it. Let's go celebrate. I'll buy you a drink. Chu Feng sighed, no, I'm going back to tutoring. Having missed a week of classes, he had to catch up as quickly as possible. Moreover, he also has to prepare for going abroad in advance. Preparing for IELTS is the most important task at present. Luyan felt a little bored. You study every day, don't you feel bored? You know, life is about enjoying life. You should study when you should study and have fun when you should have fun. Chu Feng turned his head to glance at Luyan, who looked like he had no idea what life was like, and smiled helplessly. Do you think I still have the capital to enjoy myself now? Luyan was choked for a moment, then he laughed carelessly. Hey, I'm just joking. I'm also a very motivated person, okay? Okay, I'll take you home. We can study together all night tonight. You can take me home, but forget about studying all night. Chu Feng walked to the front of the car, opened the passenger door and sat in, then added. Your snoring is only suitable for a symphony orchestra. Luyan sat in the driver's seat and touched his mouth. Really? Why have I never heard of it? Chu Feng picked up his phone, checked the time, and sighed, just drop me off at the gate of the community and leave. My small bed can't accommodate 2 people. Please squeeze in. I'm not used to sleeping in the same bed with a man. Luyan is a very good driver and his favorite thing is to race. The total value of his car is no more than 100,000, but he drives it like a sports car. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the gate of the community. Chu Feng got out of the car and waved without looking back. See you later. The lighting in the community has still not been repaired, and the inaction of the property management has become commonplace. Chu Feng walked through the dark corridor of the residential complex, and just as he stepped onto the stairs of the apartment building, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. North City apartment, password, wash up and wait for me to come back. Chapter 15, it is your duty to be on call. It's that woman again. It's just a transaction. How long will she play this game? Chu Feng felt inexplicably irritated, then picked up his phone and sent a message to Wen Musai. Where are you? A few seconds later, another message came back. Checking on him? He's socializing. Chu Feng frowned a little. Wen Musai's repeated entanglement made him feel a little uncomfortable. But the deal wasn't done yet, and he had to do his job whether he was comfortable or not. After returning to the basement to get a few books, Chu Feng walked to the North City apartment. When he opened the door, the men's slippers at the entrance were still placed in the most conspicuous position. This time, he did not refuse. It's just a pair of slippers, why should he worry about it? At worst, he can just take it away and throw it away when the transaction is over. The decoration in the living room remained the same, and the positions of things seemed to have never changed. For some reason, Chu Feng had an illusion that this was not Wen Musai's home. Not knowing when Wen Musai would come back, Chu Feng simply took a shower, dried his hair, and took out his textbook to study for a while. Time passed by minute, and the boring theoretical knowledge made Chu Feng gradually sleepy. I yawned, took out my cell phone and looked at it. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Wen Musai hasn't come back yet. Is she not coming back again? Then what is the meaning of her calling him over? Just as I was wondering, the phone on the table suddenly rang again. Chu Feng picked it up and took a look. I have something to do. I want to go back. You can sleep first if you are tired. Chu Feng was inexplicably irritated. Is it fun to play tricks on me? A few seconds later, the phone rang again. It is your duty to be on call. Come back in the morning. If I don't see you, I will be angry. Chu Feng threw his phone aside in annoyance. He wanted to go back to his basement, but when he thought about how it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, he didn't want to bother anymore. He has classes tomorrow and training at the bodyguard company in the evening. He must maintain a perfect condition both mentally and physically. With a sigh, Chu Feng simply put away his textbooks, walked to the guest room, lifted the quilt and got into bed. The room was very big and the bed was soft and comfortable, much better than his basement. On the other side, Wen Musai sat in a luxurious office, looking at the surveillance screen in front of him with a smile on his face. Have a good sleep, little hedgehog. The next morning, Chu Feng woke up early. Although he has quit his job at the breakfast shop, the long hours of working have become a habit for his biological clock. There were brand new toiletries in the bathroom, all blue, exactly the same color as his pajamas. Without thinking, I knew these things were prepared for him. After a quick wash, seeing that there was still plenty of time before class, Chu Feng took out his English textbook and memorized some words for a while. On the one hand, he was preparing for the IELTS exam, and on the other hand, he wanted to wait for Wen Musai to come back and ask her in person what she meant. He doesn't like being pestered again and again. The alarm rang at 6:50, but Wen Musai still hadn't come back. Chu Feng frowned inside, then put away his books, changed his clothes and prepared to go to class. Just as I reached the entrance and had not had time to change my shoes, the door suddenly opened and a gust of cold wind rushed in along with a tall woman. Chu Feng quickly stepped back with his back against the wall, making way for Wen Musai. Wen Musai smiled at Chu Feng's reaction, then hooked his finger at him. Come over. Chu Feng didn't move. What do you mean? If I don't agree with you, I can return the money to you and end the deal. Wen Musai took a step forward in a good mood and blew a breath on Chu Feng's face teasingly. Her thick black hair hung casually behind her head, trembling slightly with her movements, and paired with her fair and slender swan neck, she looked sexy and hot. You are a perfect match. Chu Feng was a little puzzled. If that's the case, then why can't our deal continue? Is it fun to drag it out like this? Want to know the reason? Wen Musai leisurely admired Chu Feng's angry and unwilling expression, which had to be endured. Seeing Chu Feng nod, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and smiled. Because your skills are too poor, I don't want to spend $300,000 for a bad experience. Chu Feng's ears suddenly felt hot. Blame it on his poor skills? But he has never had any experience in dating girls. I can't do anything about it. Since you are not satisfied, then we can. It's okay, Wen Musai said with a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of aggression. I can teach you, and the trading won't stop until you learn it. Chu Feng's eyelashes trembled slightly, and before he could say anything, Wen Musai suddenly put his arms around his neck and pulled him down without giving him any chance to refuse. Then let's start with a kiss. The next second, Wen Musai's soft lips pressed against his, instantly disrupting Chu Feng's heartbeat. Open your mouth. Chu Feng's blank brain followed Wen Musai's instructions, and the smoothness entangled between his lips and teeth, increasing the breathing of both of them. Wen Musai's kiss was overbearing and contained a violent storm that could not be ignored, yet it was extremely immature. She was very interested in the man in front of her, and she wanted to possess everything about him, including turning on the switch of his physical desire. Chu Feng's breathing became rapid and his brain gradually became deprived of oxygen. Suddenly, his frantic heartbeat stopped. No, this is not right, he can't sink. After reacting, Chu Feng grabbed Wen Musai's arm and pushed her away. Wen Musai let Chu Feng go without forcing him. The game is more interesting if you play it slowly. I won't learn, Chu Feng said coldly with a frown after calming his heartbeat. I still say the same thing. If you are not satisfied with me, I can return the money to you and our deal is over. When Musai smiled and said, my words will not change. You have no right to stop. Until you learn how to serve others, the transaction will continue. Chu Feng tightened his clenched fists. His mind went blank and for a moment he didn't know how to refute. He was the one who asked for help first, and now that he can't get rid of it, he has an inescapable responsibility. But he really didn't know how to meet this woman's standards. After a moment of stalemate, when Musai suddenly smiled and touched Chu Feng's face, kindly reminding him. It's 7:15, you're going to be late for class. Chu Feng's eyes froze, and he immediately shook off when Musai's hand, bent down to change his shoes, pushed open the door and was about to run out. Don't you need to take the book? Chu Feng paused, turned around immediately and grabbed the school bag from the shoe cabinet. As he turned around, he did not forget to glance coldly at Wen Musai's face. Looking at the fleeing figure in front of him, Wen Musai laughed softly. How cute! I look forward to our next meeting, little hedgehog. Chapter 16, Deep Love and Severe Reprimand. I hurriedly took the subway to school, and it was exactly 8 o'clock. Your rear end is on fire? Lu Yance had never seen Chu Feng lose his composure like this before. He used to arrive at school 10 minutes early. Chu Feng threw his school bag on the table, covered his chest and took 2 deep breaths. I slept too much. Lu Yance said in amazement, as if he had discovered a new continent. You, Chu Feng, have you ever slept before? It's like an old lady getting into bed. I'm speechless. Chu Feng was too lazy to explain. He just took out 2 books and placed them between the 2 of them. The meaning was self-evident. No disturbing. Just at this moment, a short, kind-looking woman with slightly gray hair walked in. Lu Yance instantly lay down on the table in boredom. Help! I hate this professor's lectures. Chu Feng couldn't help but give him a blank look. There's probably no professor he likes in the entire school. This kid, why doesn't he do anything else with the money? He insists on coming to school and makes himself suffer. 10 minutes later, the class entered a climax. Accompanied by Lu Yance's light snoring, Chu Feng gradually got into the state. A day passed in a flash, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yance opened his eyes on time, jumped up from the chair excitedly, grabbed Chu Feng's arm and ran out. Hurry up, don't waste time. Today is the first day of training. It won't be good to be late. Chu Feng staggered after being pulled, and reluctantly shook off Lu Yance's hand and sat back in his seat. If you put this enthusiasm into studying, you won't be unable to graduate in the future. Lu Yance turned around and said something that was absurd yet also made some sense. If I can't graduate, I can go home and inherit the convenience store, but if we're late for training, we'll definitely get spanked by that cool guy. Chu Feng was speechless. If you are afraid, why do you want to be a bodyguard? This is not a sacred profession. This is called a dream, do you understand? Lu Yance pushed his foot on the chair, and the majestic man in black with black sunglasses last night suddenly flashed in his mind. That cool guy is so cool, he's a real man, a tough guy with a strong character. If Chu Feng didn't understand Lu Yance's sexual orientation and knew that his eyes would go straight when he saw the school beauty, he would suspect that this boy was turned gay by the man last night. If you want to be a tough guy, you can join the army. Forget it, you can't bear that kind of hardship. Oh. I'm going to die. What I can't stand the most is time passing by my fingertips. Lu Yance pulled his hair impatiently, instantly messing up his meticulously groomed hairstyle. Wasting time is wasting life. You are committing murder, do you know that? It was rare for Chu Feng to see Lu Yance so enthusiastic about something. In order not to discourage his enthusiasm, he had no choice but to pack his school bag immediately and follow him to the bodyguard training company. 6 o'clock is the rush hour for getting off work, and the traffic jam has formed a long dragon, with only breathing but no movement. Lu Yance honked the horn impatiently, causing Chu Feng, who was sitting aside, to be unable to memorize any words. Stop pressing it, it's so annoying. Lu Yance withdrew his hand awkwardly and said anxiously. Fuck, if I had known it would be so congested, I wouldn't have taken this road. It's rush hour now, it's the same whether we take another route. Chu Feng couldn't bear to read the book that Lu Yance was nagging at him, so he simply turned on the car radio. The soothing music flowed slowly, suppressing the impatience in the car a little. After waiting for about 10 minutes, traffic finally started moving. When they arrived at the bodyguard training company, it was exactly 5 minutes to 7. Lu Yun's breathed a sigh of relief, it was too close. We almost said goodbye to our bodyguard career. They found the training room according to the information prompts. At this time, the few people who stayed with them were already waiting there. There are a dozen or so students behind him who were recruited from nowhere. The instructor was the majestic man in black last night. When Lu Yun saw him, he was so scared that his legs went weak, but he couldn't help but want to get closer to him. As the saying goes, opposites attract and sames repel. If sames attract, they are either gay or they want to be like each other. Lu Yun could swear in front of his 8 generations of ancestors that he definitely belongs to the latter category. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ji Zhou, and I am your chief instructor. From today on, I will focus on training your professional skills. I have only one purpose: obey orders. Do you understand? Understood. Lu Yun shouted at the top of his voice. The sudden voice echoed in the medium-sized training room and instantly attracted Ji Zhou's attention. He was not wearing his black sunglasses today, and his eyes were just as Chu Feng had expected, ruthless and murderous. That was a wolf-like look, he had seen it before. Ji Zhou just took a glance and then looked away, instructing the assistant behind him to distribute training uniforms to the students. When it was Chu Feng's turn, all the training uniforms had been distributed, leaving only his set. Just as he was wondering, Ji Zhou came over and threw the training suit in his hand into his arms. You're wearing this. Chu Feng had no doubts and followed the other students to the locker room. If he had the chance to compare, he would find that his training suit had been specially treated. It allows him to follow the training without hurting his body. The first day's training was very simple, it was just a set of systematic course learning. More than 20 people sat at a long table, watching a projector together. The video shows 2 masters simulating a live fight, with every move explained clearly. Chu Feng stared at the movements of the 2 masters in the video without blinking, and learned them very seriously. As a bodyguard, you not only need to protect the safety of your employer, but also have the ability to protect yourself. He doesn't want to die before fulfilling his ambitions. After an hour and a half, the system course ended and the next step was the training of mixed martial arts skills. Chu Feng had learned it before and his movements were standard, so the training was not difficult for him. But Lu Yun's is just the opposite of him. Lu Yun's had a rather impetuous temper. He had originally learned martial arts simply because it was fun and his studies were not very serious. Whenever he fought against Chu Feng, he was always the one getting beaten. Seeing Lu Yun's making mistakes one after another, Ji Zhou walked forward and kicked him without hesitation. Wrong, try again. Lu Yun staggered after being kicked and secretly cursed Ji Zhou's ancestors in his heart. The next move was barely acceptable and I thought I could pass, but Ji Zhou's leg still kicked up. If you fail, practice again. Wrong again, try again. After more than an hour of training, Lu Yun's body was already covered with more than a dozen size 45 footprints. On the other hand, Chu Feng was clean and his training suit looked as good as new. It's not fair. Why can he kick only me? Chu Feng smiled meaningfully, the deeper the love, the more severe the criticism. He is trying to help you. Young man, you have a bright future. Chapter 17 Who Took My Share? 2 weeks passed in a flash. The bodyguard company's training courses are very intensive, but for Chu Feng, this kind of physical training is not difficult. Moreover, he was looking forward to training in the evening. After the training company will provide meals. The dishes are diverse, nutritious, and there is no limit on the quantity. He could eat more. After all, he only ate 1 meal a day in the past 2 months to save money for his mother's medical treatment. In the past 2 weeks, Chu Feng ate well, slept well, and with the physical training, he felt that his physical fitness had become much stronger. Moreover, when Musai did not look for him during this period, not having to face her, he felt a lot more relaxed. The last day of training was a fighting confrontation, 2-on-2 fights, and the loser was eliminated. Upon hearing this rule, Lu Yun immediately whispered to Chu Feng, "Let me make it clear first, I won't fight with you." Chu Feng put his hands behind his back, stood in a standard position, with his back straight and a heroic look. It should be random. As they were talking, Ji Zhou walked in from outside. As soon as he saw his figure, Lu Yun's heart couldn't help but beat fast. In the past half-month, he has been traumatized by this damn dog. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh as he heard a buzzing sound like a fly next to him. Coward. Lu Yun glared at him secretly. It seems that you didn't get kicked. If I didn't know you well, I would have suspected that you got in through the back door. Chu Feng has always had a doubt about this. In this training camp, he was not the best, nor was he the most skilled, but he was the one who got beaten the least. Everyone else will get kicked a few times more or less. But no one touched him. Quiet. Ji Zhou walked forward with an assessment form in his hand. Here are your assessment scores for the past 2 weeks. I declare now that those who score above 90 points will advance directly. The rest will continue training for another 2 weeks. Those who still cannot reach 90 points will be eliminated. No need to fight, just advance directly? Chu Feng excitedly clenched his fists behind his back. Confrontation is risky. If you encounter a strong opponent, the chances of being eliminated are quite high. He just wants to make money. A monthly salary of 30,000 is a huge temptation for him, and he doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Now I announce the list of qualifiers, accompanied by Ji Zhou's deep voice. Chu Feng's heart was instantly lifted up. Huo, Li Dezhuang, Meng Lu, Liu Bei, Chu Feng. Hearing his name, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally passed. On the side, Lu Yunce widened his eyes in disbelief. He trained so hard and received so much love and care from the head coach, so even if he didn't get any credit, he must have worked hard. Finished? What about me? Ji Zhou glanced over and said coldly, Lu Yunce, 59 points, failed. If the boss hadn't told him to, he would have thrown such a useless student out the door long ago. When Lu Yunce heard his score, he was dumbfounded. Who ate my share? Chu Feng glanced at him sympathetically. You should go home and inherit the family property. The world outside is not suitable for you. After Lu Yunce felt sad, a strong desire to win suddenly surged in his heart. He must achieve something to show his father that his son is not a coward. Just wait, in 2 weeks, I will be the king of bodyguards. After the promotion, there was no need to train anymore. Facing Lu Yunce's envious and jealous eyes, Chu Feng followed the other people to the office. In the next step, they will work for different employers as arranged by the training company, with a minimum contract term of 1 year. After taking the temporary ID card he had just obtained from the police station, signing the contract and putting his fingerprints on it, Chu Feng's nervous mood finally relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. There is a contract to guarantee that as long as he does not make serious mistakes, the employer has no right to fire him. If he is fired without reason, the employer will pay him liquidated damages according to the contract. The amount is 3 times the salary. Therefore, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he can get a year's salary, a total of 360,000. Although it's not much, this money is really important to him. After signing the contract, Chu Feng was arranged by the company to live in a magnificent villa that night to serve as a personal bodyguard for the owner. Mainly responsible for following the employer and maintaining the employer's safety. The time is from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., which is well timed and will not affect his classes. However, the bodyguard company has never disclosed any information about the employer, not even telling him whether the employer is a man or a woman, let alone the employer's personality and style of doing things. The villa is very big, and when you walk inside you can see professional bodyguards in formal attire, ready to take action. As soon as I entered the hall, an old man with gray hair, wearing a Zhongshan suit and looking to be in his 60s walked over from a distance. The old man walked briskly and looked full of energy, especially his eyes, which were sharp and bright. He exuded a commanding and majestic aura. I'm the housekeeper here, you can call me Uncle-in. Uncle-in. Chu Feng stood still and introduced himself respectfully. My name is Chu Feng. I am the bodyguard assigned by the company. Please take care of me. Uncle-in nodded, his majestic temperament was restrained, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When Uncle-in brought Chu Feng to a room on the 2nd floor, he suddenly stopped. The master of the house is on a business trip these 2 days and will not be back for the time being. You can move around freely in the villa. This is your room. You can rest in it unless the master of the house summons you. Yes. The butler spoke in a very polite tone, and Chu Feng's slightly nervous mood relaxed. After the butler left, Chu Feng raised his eyes and glanced around the villa. The decoration in the hall is extremely luxurious, with intricate lamps hanging from the extremely high ceiling, emitting a cold light. There are many famous calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, showing nobility and elegance. But for some reason, Chu Feng always felt that no matter how expensive the decorations were, they could not cover up the oppression and desolation in the villa. I pushed open the door and walked into the room. The decoration inside was very simple. The room was very large, and the walls were painted white, making the room very bright. In the middle of the room is an extra large double bed that looks very soft. Opposite is a floor-to-ceiling window that covers an entire wall. The sunlight will shine in, and it should be quite warm. There is a separate toilet and bathroom not far away. Judging from the area, the separation of dry and wet areas should be pretty good. Chu Feng stood in the room and took a deep breath. The air freshener with a faint scent of jasmine flowed into his nose, making him feel indescribably comfortable. He never thought that after he had fallen into extreme poverty, he would still have a perfect living environment. It would be even better if the employer is gentle and easy to get along with. Chapter 18, Blacklist and Delete. Master, the people have been arranged to enter the Holy Lake Bay. After finishing the evening training, Ji Ijo sat in the office as usual and reported the day's training situation via mobile phone. The voice on the phone was cold and silent, with no discernible emotion. Thinking of Lu Yunce, Ji Ijo suddenly had a headache. Master, how should we deal with Lu Yunce? Train strictly. If you meet the requirements after 2 weeks, you will stay. If not, you will be eliminated. There shouldn't be a piece of trash around him. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, when Musai stood in front of the French window, looking at the exotic buildings outside. The beautiful butterfly bone under the lightning that day suddenly flashed in his mind. Just like an eagle about to spread its wings and fly. It fits Chu Feng's character very well: tenacity, perseverance, firm beliefs and goals, and the ability to never give up in the face of challenges. She admired him very much, including his perfect body and every reaction he made towards her. He looked down at the time, and after calculating the time difference, when Musai suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. She wondered if he would be happy with the room she had set up for him. When the video call was connected, Chu Feng was suddenly startled. After not contacting him for half a month, he thought the woman had found a new love and had forgotten him. After hesitating for a while, Chu Feng picked up the phone and swiped his finger to the right. The video was connected, and when Musai's cool and majestic face flashed on the video screen. Still asleep? Chu Feng sat at the desk, frowning. No time, I'm working, let's do it another day. When Musai suddenly smiled, what are you thinking about? Do you think I will look for you tonight? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. Wasn't it just for this matter that she came to him for? Thinking of the entanglement between the two people, Chu Feng's mood suddenly became depressed again. How long do you want to play? I can't meet your standards, and I don't want to learn. I'll return your money, and we can stop here, okay? When Musai was in a good mood and didn't care about the impatience in Chu Feng's words. Are you angry? Blaming me for not looking for you during this period of time? You know that's not what I meant. Chu Feng clenched his fist and hit the desk lightly, venting his frustration. He has no regrets about selling his dignity for money. She helped him when he needed money the most, and he felt grateful. So he didn't dare to slack off every time she called him, but that didn't mean he wanted to get entangled with this woman. Can you give me a deadline? Chu Feng suddenly gritted his teeth. 10 days? 1 month? As long as he could get this deal done, he would accept it. Do you really want to cut off ties with me? The corners of Wen Musai's lips slowly dropped, and his eyes instantly became cold. The strong possessiveness has caused some subtle changes in her psychology. She could let him be and indulge him, but that didn't mean she could tolerate him unilaterally severing ties with her. Should there be a relationship between us? Chu Feng asked back. What you want is just a one-night stand, right? Isn't it the norm for people like you to become strangers after one night? This kind of person? When Musai looked into Chu Feng's eyes and suddenly smiled. In his heart, hasn't she always been a slut looking for gigolos and nightclubs? It will not be possible to change his mind in a short period of time. Rules are dead, but people are alive. I suddenly realized that I am becoming more and more interested in you. Why don't you name a price and follow me in the future? I have money and you are beautiful. We are a match made in heaven. Looking at Wen Musai's look of determination to pester him to the end, Chu Feng felt extremely exhausted. Maybe it was a huge mistake for him to find her in the first place. Before Wen Musai could finish speaking, Chu Feng hung up the video in annoyance and blocked and deleted the entire thread. Since this woman doesn't follow the rules, why should he be polite? Tomorrow he will take out the 300,000 and give it directly to her. As for the future, there will definitely be no intersection between them. Watching the hung-up video, when Musai's tender expression disappeared, and his eyes were instantly filled with a bloodthirsty coldness. She was not a kind person, but during this period of time she gave all her kindness to this man. In the end, he trampled all her kindness under his feet. When Musai felt that his prestige was challenged like never before. Good, very good. Since he doesn't want her kindness, why should she offer it to him with such a flattering face? From now on, she wants him and everything he has. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, North City apartment, if you don't see me, you're dead. The threatening message was sent, and when Musai was stunned for a moment when he saw the red exclamation mark on the phone page. She was blocked? When Musai realized what was happening, the anger in his heart instantly rushed to his head. Good night. Hearing the call, and you walked in from outside the door and stood respectfully behind Musai. Master. When Musai narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with a bloodthirsty storm. No need to wait, assassinate Wen Liang and return home tomorrow. And Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Chu Feng walked out of the Holy Lake Bay Villa on time. Because it was a wealthy area and there were no taxis, he walked for a long time before he met a taxi with passengers in a far distance. After saying a few nice words to the driver and the passengers, they agreed to give him a ride. Sitting in the car, Chu Feng felt slightly touched. It turns out there is still warmth in this world. Since he couldn't make it to class on time, he simply called his tutor and asked for half a day off. After returning to the rental house, Chu Feng took out a bank card from his wallet, looked at it, and then walked out of the house with determination. After taking out the 300,000 from the bank, Chu Feng also withdrew 2,000 from his personal account as interest to Wen Musai. After all, she helped him, and he couldn't go against his conscience and pretend that nothing had happened. After putting the money into a brown paper bag, he took out his cell phone and looked at the message on it. $500. Now all his assets are just these $500. But he has found a job with free food and accommodation and a good salary. The only thing he needs to spend money on is the lunch at school. 500 yuan a month is enough. Chu Feng arrived at the North City apartment on an electric scooter. He walked in and placed the brown paper bag in the most conspicuous position on the sofa. To be on the safe side, he even specially recorded a video, from entering the door to leaving the door, and then going downstairs, all in one go, in case Wen Musai took the money and refused to acknowledge it, and turned around to blackmail him. However, he was still willing to believe that Wen Musai was a good person. I hope she is really a good person. Chapter 19, Turning Against One's Will. After eating a bucket of instant noodles and studying for a while at noon, Chu Feng stuffed the electric bike charger into his school bag at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and rode the electric bike to school. Holy Lake Bay is located far away, and there are no buses or other means of transportation there, so it is difficult for him to ensure that he will not be late for class. As soon as he arrived at the classroom, Chu Feng saw Lu Yun slumped in the chair, staring at the ceiling in a daze. What's wrong? Are you depressed because of being kicked by a cool guy? Hearing Chu Feng's teasing, Lu Yun came back to his senses and pounded his fist on the table. The long table in front of him shook with his movement. God is watching what people do, and he will definitely be punished. Chu Feng smiled and casually put his school bag on the table. I don't know whether he will be punished or not, but I know that before God punishes him, he will definitely kill you first. Lu Yun's was also a little confused. Logically speaking, he is not the worst one in the training camp, so why does Ji Zhou dislike him so much? Others can pass the same action, but he won't stop until he achieves perfection. He would feel uncomfortable if I didn't kick him a few times in every class. Could it be that he is jealous because my brother is more handsome than him? Chu Feng glanced at him sideways. Rather than saying he's jealous of you, it's better to say he envies you. Envy me? Lu Yun showed some interest. Envy me because I'm more handsome than him? Chu Feng sneered, I envy your thick skin. Lu Yun's covered his chest and pretended to be hurt. 10,000 points of critical hit my chest. Chu Feng smiled and said, I think you should just stop going. You should study hard and inherit the family property in the future. Lu Yun suddenly raised his eyes and shouted, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. I haven't proven myself yet, how can I give up halfway? Chu Feng shook his head, it's up to you. Those who don't listen to advice deserve to suffer. Although Lu Yun seems to be a carefree person, he actually knows what he is doing. Birds of a feather flock together. Chu Feng is so outstanding, he doesn't want to fall too far behind. Otherwise, sooner or later he will be abandoned by his friends without being noticed. How's it going there? Is your employer satisfied? I'm not sure yet, Chu Feng said truthfully, my employer is on a business trip and won't be back for 2 days. I'm just on standby now. Lu Yuns leaned forward and asked, "Who is the employer? What's his name? Is he a man or a woman?" "I don't know," Chu Feng sighed. "The training company does a good job of keeping secrets and will not reveal any information about the employer." Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Feng immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket. Shenghu Bei is a well-known wealthy area in Jiangcheng. If you search it online, you may be able to find some useful information. Knowing yourself and your enemy, it will definitely be beneficial for him to know some of them in advance. Chu Feng was full of expectations, but the results were not satisfactory. There was nothing on the webpage except some addresses of Holy Lake Bay. It sounds as if that place is completely blocked from the outside world. Who on earth is this important person to be so cautious? When the bell rang, Chu Feng quickly put aside all distracting thoughts in his mind and listened to the class carefully, which was his most basic requirement for himself. In Xinghu Bay, Wen Musai finished his business and rushed back from abroad one day in advance. Facing Wen Musai's cold expression, the servants in the villa didn't dare to make a sound. It is said that the head of the Wen family is a ruthless character. After the old patriarch passed away, she climbed to the position of patriarch with her own abilities in just 1 month. Those who opposed her were either injured or killed, and none of them had a good ending. Although Wen Musai rarely criticized them, the powerful pressure from her still made them terrified. "Master, please have some tea." Uncle An stood in front of the sofa and respectfully handed a cup of tea to Wen Musai. Wen Musai reached out to take it, his expression showing no sign of easing the gloom. "What time will that person come?" Uncle An reacted instantly and said truthfully, "The tentative time is 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. What time is it now?" The housekeeper looked up at the clock behind Wen Musai and said, 10 minutes to 7. Wen Musai picked up the teacup and took a sip, and then his cold expression changed slightly. "When he comes, let him go to the study." "Yes." Outside the villa, after class, Chu Feng rode his electric scooter non-stop to Holy Lake Bay. Fortunately, he was not late. After entering the door, Chu Feng communicated with the security guard, found a place to charge the electric bike, and then quickly rushed into the living room. At this time, the butler had been waiting at the door for a long time. "Uncle An." Uncle An nodded and spoke in a very polite tone. "The master is in the study." Chu Feng's heart suddenly became nervous for a moment. "Employer back? Didn't you say you would be back in 2 days?" Chu Feng slowed down his fast-beating heart. He was a personal bodyguard, and it was only a matter of time for him to meet his employer. Sooner or later, he couldn't escape it. Adhering to the principle of knowing yourself and your enemy, you will win every battle, Chu Feng asked tentatively. "Uncle An, what is the temperament of the patriarch like? Is there anything taboo?" Uncle An smiled and said in a businesslike manner, "It's better to experience it yourself than to hear from others. Come in quickly. The master doesn't like to wait for people." "Yes." Chu Feng nodded, then walked towards the study nervously. There was a knock on the door, and a voice without any emotion came from inside. "Come in." Chu Feng paused. "Woman? His employer is a woman?" After hesitating for 2 seconds, Chu Feng pushed open the door and walked into the study. The study is large and simply decorated, with maroon solid wood tables and chairs that exude an ancient feel. At this moment, a woman with long black curly hair was sitting in front of the desk, looking down at something. A pile of heavy books on the desk blocked Chu Feng's view. He couldn't see the woman's appearance clearly, but he felt inexplicably familiar with her. "Master." Hearing the sound, the woman looked up. Chu Feng's body trembled uncontrollably. "Is it you?" Surprised? Wen Musai's eyes were a little heavy, and the cold aura around him made Chu Feng feel a little creepy. For some reason, he always felt that the current Wen Musai was completely different from the Wen Musai in the North City apartment. Now she is more like a bloodthirsty demon. Wen Musai sat back in his chair, crossed his arms, and spoke in a grim tone. "You unilaterally ended the transaction without authorization, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Facing Wen Musai's questioning, Chu Feng tightened his hands behind his back. "I've already paid you back the money, plus interest, so I don't owe you anything." Wen Musai sneered, "What a nice guy who doesn't owe you anything. Now that the problem has been solved, you want to turn against me and deny it. Do you really think that I, Wen Musai, am easy to bully?" Chapter 20 No Special Services. Wen Musai? After such a long period of contact, this was the first time Chu Feng knew this woman's name. Looking at the familiar woman in front of him, no matter how slow Chu Feng was, he now understood that this was definitely not a coincidence. Did you already know who I am? Of course, when Musai stood up and walked to Chu Feng, looking into his eyes and said coldly. Chu Feng, the only son of the chairman of the Naheo Group, is 19 years old and a sophomore in the finance department of university. I am 185 centimeters tall, 75 kilograms in weight, I like the color blue, I am interested in boxing and fencing, I was a basketball player in high school, is there anything else you need to add? Chu Feng was a little stunned. This was the first time he heard the most comprehensive information about himself from a stranger. So you arranged for me to come here? That's right, when Musai did not deny it, you tricked me, so I have to have some countermeasures. This is not difficult to understand. Chu Feng suddenly felt like he was being played around by someone. He thought that he and this woman were strangers, but he didn't expect that he was the only one who was a stranger. He knew nothing about this woman, but she knew everything about him. Even including his mother's kidney transplant. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that there was no news about a kidney source for 2 months, and then suddenly one day there was one? The operation cost $300,000, and someone was sent to him the next day. But he obviously didn't know this woman. Why are you helping me? You figured it out? You're very smart, when Musai never hesitated to praise. I want to help you, so of course I like you. Haven't you always been clear about what I want? Thinking about how this woman had been arranging everything for him, including his life and work, behind his back for such a long time, Chu Feng suddenly felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. But the most common feeling is anger and the feeling of powerlessness of being played around by others. I can't give you what you want, but you helped me and I thank you. Let's end it here. After saying that, Chu Feng turned around and left the study without looking back. Behind him, when Musai did not stop him. But the moment Chu Feng opened the door, someone blocked his way at the entrance. It was In Yi, the bodyguard beside Wen Musai with a murderous look in his eyes. Chu Feng knew that he couldn't beat him, so he didn't force his way in. After passing this level, there are still dozens of bodyguards outside the door. Unless Wen Musai gives the order to let him go, he will never be able to leave here. He is not so stupid as to throw an egg against a rock. Seeing Chu Feng coming back, Wen Musai raised his eyebrows slightly, and his gloomy mood instantly dissipated. Now that you're back, start fulfilling your duties as a personal bodyguard. The contract is not a blank piece of paper, and the 1-year term is not just for fun. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and asked, what about a year later? When Musai smiled and said, who can say for sure what will happen a year from now? Maybe I'll get tired of playing with you and let you go in a few days? It's the same as saying nothing. Chu Feng hates this kind of ambiguous answer the most. But now the initiative is in Wen Musai's hands, and he has no room for resistance. What should I do? Wen Musai was very pleased to see Chu Feng was so understanding. She had thought that he would force her to use extraordinary means tonight. My requirements are not high, as long as you come to get off work and leave on time. As for the content of the work, it may change at any time. Chu Feng nodded, can I go out now? When Musai smiled and walked out of the study first, follow me. In the restaurant, the 5-star chef had already prepared an exquisite and sumptuous dinner. When Musai sat at the dining table and gestured, eat. I've eaten. Chu Feng stood behind him, motionless. When Musai turned his head and said meaningfully, tasting the food is your most basic duty as a personal bodyguard. Chu Feng sat down in silence, picking up his chopsticks and adding a piece of food to each plate. He ate quickly but elegantly, without any sign of embarrassment. When Musai was in a good mood and took a sip of the tea. After Chu Feng finished eating, he picked up the chopsticks and started to enjoy dinner. The butler stood aside and understood what he meant. From the first moment Chu Feng entered the villa, he guessed that there was a connection between this young man and the owner of the house. Now it seems that his guess was correct. Half an hour later, when Musai pulled out 2 pieces of tissues to wipe his mouth, then stood up and went back to the study. As her personal bodyguard, Chu Feng naturally had to follow her. As long as Wen Musai doesn't explain, he will be the shadow behind her. I don't like to be disturbed when I'm working. Chu Feng understood and just turned around to walk out, but he heard Wen Musai say, there's a desk over there where you can read or do whatever you want. Chu Feng paused for a moment, I didn't bring it. He came to work, not to slack off. From the moment he signed the contract, he never thought about studying while working. It's on the table, Wen Musai reminded. Chu Feng turned his head and saw a pile of thick books on the table next to Wen Musai's desk. Judging from the covers, most of them are books he needs for school. Chu Feng looked at Wen Musai doubtfully, not quite understanding her intention. Why are you doing this? If you feel sorry for me, then there is no need. I, Chu Feng, don't need anyone's pity. If you want to humiliate me, I'm sorry, but I won't allow you to humiliate me. I only do things based on my mood. When Musai raised his chin towards the desk beside him, you should sit there and read a book while I'm happy. If you are obedient, I will provide you with the best resources. If you don't know how to show respect, I will definitely teach you how to write the word respect myself. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, then sat down at the desk beside him with indignation. He still doesn't know why Wen Musai did this? What she wanted was definitely not as simple as a one-night stand, otherwise she would not have deliberately flirted with him but not slept with him. Therefore, he must find out the real reason why Wen Musai did this. How are she and she connected? He didn't believe that Wen Musai lent him the money just on a whim. No matter how conflicted he was, Chu Feng would naturally not let go of the opportunity to learn. The atmosphere in the study was quiet and harmonious. Apart from the sound of turning pages, there was also the sound of the two people breathing. During this time, the housekeeper brought in 2 cups of warm water and then left the room on his own accord. Time passed minute by minute, until the clock struck midnight, and when Musai finally looked up from a pile of documents. Rubbing the sore back of his neck, Wen Musai hooked his finger at Chu Feng in a good mood. Come over. Chu Feng glanced at her coldly. I'm a bodyguard, not responsible for any special services. Other than that, just follow my orders. Chapter 21 People who are too smart will suffer. Excuse me, master, do you have any other instructions? Wen Musai was in a good mood today and didn't want to embarrass Chu Feng. You can go and rest now. After receiving the order, Chu Feng left the study without looking back. At the same time, his doubts grew deeper and deeper. The bodyguard was just a cover, Wen Musai didn't want him to do anything at all. On the contrary, she provided him with food, shelter, a good learning environment, and even gave him money. Why did she do this? He obviously didn't know her. Could it be an old acquaintance of his parents? That's not right either. If they were old acquaintances, why didn't she go directly to his mother but came to him instead? After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Chu Feng couldn't figure out the cause and effect of the matter. The next morning, Chu Feng got up early and got himself ready. In order to avoid meeting Wen Musai, he waited until 7 o'clock before leaving the room. In the restaurant, Wen Musai was already waiting there. Have a meal. Chu Feng didn't even turn his head. I'm off work. Wen Musai's eyes darkened for a moment, and he picked up a bunch of keys and shook them. Do you need this? Chu Feng looked back, paused suddenly, and then touched his pocket belatedly. When did his electric bike key end up in this woman's hands? Wen Musai raised his eyebrows and said, 2 choices, sit down to eat, or walk to school. Chu Feng was silent for a few seconds, then walked silently to the dining table. A smile appeared on Wen Musai's lips. As expected, only means could stop him. Sitting at the table, looking at the familiar car keys on the table, Chu Feng became more and more confused. You're not trying to make me your bodyguard, right? You just want to establish a connection between us. You want to use that contract to keep me by your side, right? Wen Musai looked at Chu Feng with undisguised admiration in his eyes. You are really smart. Seeing that Wen Musai did not refute, Chu Feng became more certain of his guess. Did you take my ID card as well? Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Feng looked at Wen Musai, then stood up in shock and took 2 steps back. Are you the woman that night? Wen Musai did not deny it, she just did not expect that Chu Feng would think of this so quickly. Looking at Chu Feng's shocked expression, Wen Musai reminded him meaningfully. People who are too smart will suffer. It is true. Chu Feng was shocked and a little panicked. I didn't see anything that happened that night. If you think I would betray you, that's completely nonsense because I didn't see what you looked like at all. Wen Musai stood up and said with a smile, what about now? Chu Feng's eyelashes trembled. So you did it on purpose, you deliberately let me see you, deliberately using this to threaten me? After saying that, Chu Feng suddenly denied his guess. No, you know I didn't see you, so you won't worry that I would betray you. You approached me on purpose, do you want to repay me for saving your life? He has clear and organized thinking, and is indeed an excellent student. Wen Musai took a step forward, looked into Chu Feng's eyes calmly, and spoke word by word. You should know that I am not a kind person. Xu Feng felt like his brain was about to explode. It took him a long time to put the whole story into context. If she wasn't doing this to repay him, why would she do so many things? Xu Feng's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. I don't need your reward, and I won't meddle in other people's business. Once I leave the store, I will pretend that I have never seen you. Xu Feng wanted to reach out and take the key, but when Musai got the key first. It's too late. Ever since you took me out of that alley, there has been an inseparable bond between us. We can't just pretend nothing happened, right? Xu Feng really couldn't understand why this woman was so persistent. So, what do you want to do? When Musai deliberately slowed down his speech and raised his eyebrows, of course, I want to love you. As long as you are obedient, I will give you endless wealth and glory. If you are not obedient, I have plenty of ways to make you obedient. Looking at Wen Musai's dark and paranoid look, Xu Feng felt a little suffocated for some reason. He is already in a bad enough state now, and he really doesn't want to bring himself endless trouble. I'm going to be late for class. Wen Musai suddenly smiled and threw the electric bike key into the trash can. Uncle N, pack some breakfast. Yes. 5 minutes later, Uncle N respectfully placed a breakfast in Wen Musai's hands. When Musai walked out of the restaurant first, let's go, I'll take you there. Xu Feng hesitated for 2 seconds, then turned around and followed Wen Musai out. The luxury car was driving on the road. Xu Feng turned his head to look out the window, and there was an inexplicable sadness in his eyes. The next second, a thermal bag appeared in front of him. Get off the bus when you finish eating. Xu Feng took the breakfast bag in silence, took out a crystal bag and put it in his mouth. Not convinced? When Musai pulled out a wet towel and wiped his hands slowly. What you need to think about now is not how to fight against me, but how to become stronger. Only when you become a truly strong person will you not be controlled by others. Do you understand? Xu Feng tightened his fingers around the breakfast bag. I just want to know why you did this. I have nothing and I'm in debt. If you want to repay me, 300,000 is enough. Why do you have to bring trouble upon yourself? I told you, I'm very interested in you. When Musai raised his chin, signaling Xu Feng to hurry up and eat breakfast, and then said calmly, I am not afraid of trouble. On the contrary, trouble only makes me more excited. Near the school gate, Xu Feng had just finished his breakfast. As he got out of the car, when Musai grabbed his arm. Xu Feng wanted to shake it off, but he held back. Just like what Wen Musai said, he doesn't have the ability to compete with her now. Wait at the door after class. I will pick you up on time. I believe you don't want to see me angry. Xu Feng didn't say anything, he just opened the car door and got out. Because he used to drive a valuable luxury car to school, his getting out of the car didn't cause much commotion. The class bell rang, but Lu Yunce did not show up. Xu Feng was a little worried. That bodyguard training company must be Wen Musai's business. For Lu Yunce's safety, he must never go there again. After finishing the first class in a daze, Xu Feng immediately took out his mobile phone and called Lu Yunce. Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. Chapter 22. The weak have no right to talk about hate. Xu Feng knew Lu Yunce. Although he was not a good student, slept in class and failed exams, he never skipped classes. Even if he occasionally asked for leave, Lu Yunce would notify him in advance. After hanging up the phone, Xu Feng called Lu Fengcheng again. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be so nervous. But the situation is different now. The Bafa company is definitely an industry under Wen Musai's name. That woman is not simple, and he doesn't want Lu Yunce to have anything to do with her. Uncle Lu. The call was connected, and Xu Feng called out in a familiar tone. When the Chu family just went bankrupt, Lu Yunce would often drag him to the Lu family under the pretext of tutoring. Over time, he became familiar with the Lu family. Xu Feng, what's the matter? Xu Feng suppressed his anxiety and asked casually, Uncle Lu, why didn't Junsa come to class today? Lu Fengcheng said in a casual manner, he said he signed up for a training camp and is doing some kind of closed training recently. Aren't you guys attending classes together every day? Didn't he tell you? Closed training? Xu Feng felt more and more uneasy. Oh, I have something to do these 2 days, so I asked for 2 days off. I understand, Uncle Lu, you go ahead and do your work. After listening to classes all day in a daze, he couldn't wait to find a classmate who had a car, took a ride, and went to the bodyguard training company as soon as school was over. His means of transportation was confiscated by Wen Musai, and he didn't have much money on him. He had no other choice but to ask his classmates for help. Fortunately, before the Chu family went bankrupt, he had a good relationship with people. After the Chu family fell into decline, not many people ridiculed him. After entering the company, Chu Feng went straight to the training hall. There are quite a few students inside, but most of them are unfamiliar faces. Chu Feng stood at the door and glanced at the faces of the 30 or so students. There is no Lu Yunce, and there is no head coach Ji Zhou. Chu Feng panicked for a moment, then turned around and went to the office. The moment he entered the door, Wen Musai's message was sent to Ji Zhou's mobile phone. Is Chu Feng here? Ji Zhou looked up from his office chair and immediately sent a reply. Just arrived. Wen Musai, hold him. Ji Zhou understood and put the phone on the table. Chu Feng walked closer, looked at Ji Zhou, and asked in a deep voice. Where is Lu Yunce? Ji Zhou raised his eyelids and glanced at Chu Feng, tapping lightly on the table with his bony fingers. Internal company secrets. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said, the boss of this company is Wen Musai, right? Ji Zhou stood up, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Knowing too much is not good for you. Chu Feng knew that he couldn't get anything out of Ji Zhou. He was about to turn around and leave when he heard Ji Zhou's cold voice coming from behind him. Stop, stay here. Chu Feng didn't stop. Since he couldn't get any answers here, there was no need for him to waste any more time. Just as his hand touched the door handle, there suddenly came a gust of wind behind him, and the next second, a large, resilient hand grabbed his shoulder. Chu Feng's face darkened. He quickly grabbed Ji Zhou's wrist, then did a beautiful shoulder throw and took 2 steps back, breaking free from Ji Zhou's control. But at this moment, the position where he was standing was completely different from Ji Zhou's. If you want to go out again, you must go through Ji Zhou. Ji Zhou clapped his hands and looked at Chu Feng, who was clenching his fists and ready to go. There was a rare bit of admiration in his eyes. If it weren't for his different identity, this kid in front of him would be a rare and good candidate to be a bodyguard. As long as you train well, you will be able to stand on your own in the future. It's a pity that he doesn't need this job. The purpose of Wen Musai asking him to come here for training was just to strengthen his body. Chu Feng tightened his hands behind his back. What do you mean? Ji Zhou pulled a chair over and sat down, saying casually, no need to ask any more questions, you just need to stay here. After a moment's thought, Chu Feng understood Ji Zhou's intention. He didn't wait for Wen Musai at the school gate tonight, so she must be on her way. This company is indeed owned by the Wen family. After waiting for nearly half an hour, footsteps were heard outside the door. Ji Zhou moved the chair away, and then the office door opened. A tall woman wearing a decent black suit and with a murderous look in her eyes walked in. Wen Musai walked straight towards Chu Feng, not disguising his anger. Today was the first time she tried to get close to someone, but she didn't expect that it would be a failure. He dared to stand her up on the first day. You know what I hate most? Chu Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and his handsome and flawless face was full of disgust. Then do you know what I hate the most? What he hated most was having his life arranged by others unscrupulously. It was undeniable that Wen Musai's actions had touched his red line. Wen Musai's sharp eyes swept across Chu Feng's face, and a dangerous aura emanated from his body. Weak people have no right to talk about being hated. Today, I can remember that this is your first mistake and I won't bother with you, but you have to remember that not everything will have a second chance. Chu Feng silently gritted his teeth, then forced himself to calm his anxious heart. The gap between him and Wen Musai is too big, and if he goes head to head, he will be the one who suffers. Wen Musai didn't say much, turned around and gave a cold order. Follow me. Chu Feng hesitated for 2 seconds, then raised his leg and followed. The atmosphere in the luxury car was eerily quiet, especially the low pressure around Wen Musai, which was like a deep cold pond, exuding a chill. Chu Feng subconsciously clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart. Where is Lu Yunce? I saw something I shouldn't have seen. You arrested me and I admitted it, but Lu Yunce doesn't know you at all. Let him go. Wen Musai's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a meaningful sneer flashed across his eyes. All the trainees of the bodyguard company are volunteers. You'd better think about how you are going to explain what happened tonight to me. Chu Feng took a deep breath and said, if it wasn't for your instruction, with Lu Yunce's skills, he would have no chance to get in. I don't care what your reasons are or what you want to achieve, I will stay and you let him go. Are you negotiating terms with me? when Musai turned his head to look at Chu Feng. Under the light of the street lamp, his eyes were firm and bright. What are your qualifications? Are you relying on your pride and nothing else? Or are you relying on your sharp tongue and no credibility? If you want to save your friend, show us your true abilities first. Chapter 23, Life-Saving Grace. After suppressing his anger all the way, when Musai finally suppressed the crazy anger in his heart before entering the house. God knows how disappointed she felt when she went to the school gate to pick him up with great anticipation, but didn't see him? What she hates most is the feeling of losing control. If it were someone else, she would make that person pay a heavy price. But for some unknown reason, facing Chu Feng, she was willing to give him another chance. She didn't want to scare him. After returning to the villa, Chu Feng didn't dare to provoke Wen Musai anymore. To be honest, just now at the bodyguard company, when he saw her angry and crazy eyes that looked like she wanted to kill someone, he really felt a moment of panic in his heart. After dinner, when Musai returned to the study and saw Chu Feng followed him in obediently. His mood instantly improved a lot. Come over. When Musai sat on the sofa beside him and hooked his finger at Chu Feng as usual. She liked watching Chu Feng come to her obediently when she called him. It's a pity that the person in front of me is not particularly obedient. If you don't listen, you will be disciplined. She was confident that she could train him into what she wanted. Chu Feng didn't move, just stood in front of the table and glanced at her lightly. I've said before, my duty is only to protect your safety, it does not include special services. When Musai's mood improved and he didn't argue with him. She pointed to a document on the desk and instructed. Give me that document. Chu Feng gritted his teeth silently, then turned around, picked up the document on the table, and walked to Wen Musai in 3 or 2 steps. Wen Musai's lips suddenly curled up into a faint smile, and then he stretched out his hand, quickly grabbed Chu Feng's wrist and pulled it forward, and with the strength of his waist and abdomen, he instantly jumped up from the sofa, and grabbed his left leg joint with his right leg and pushed it forward. The movements were swift and sharp, with each one of them hitting perfectly. In just 2 moves, he pinned the man down on the sofa. Chu Feng's face changed, and his uncontrolled right hand instinctively punched Wen Musai's shoulder. But he was fast, and Wen Musai was even faster. She dodged slightly, quickly grabbed his wrist with her left hand, and with a force, she pressed his right arm firmly against her chest. With your mediocre skills, you dare to boast? You can't even protect yourself, how can you protect my safety? Chu Feng was a little surprised. His skills were not that great, but he could easily deal with 3 or 4 burly men. But he didn't expect that he would be defeated so easily by Wen Musai. Being caught off guard is only one aspect, lack of skills is definitely the main reason. Chu Feng was suppressed and unable to move, and a deep sense of frustration suddenly surged in his heart. Since you think I'm useless, why do you keep me? Of course I have my reasons for keeping you. Wen Musai leaned over and pressed on Chu Feng's body. The fresh scent of cheap soapberries mixed with the unique scent of male hormones smelled indescribably good. Don't always fantasize about me letting you go. You can't run away until you become what I expect you to be. Chu Feng looked at Wen Musai with the corners of his lips raised, his eyes fierce and unruly with a hint of provocation, and a look of sadness appeared on his face. Falling into the hands of this woman would definitely be the biggest disaster in his life. What exactly do you expect? If I am to be abused at will, you might as well kill me. Wen Musai smiled and asked back. What do you mean by humiliating? You were the one who took the initiative to come to me and make this deal. When you needed me, you were willing to do it, but when you didn't need me, you wanted to kick me away. So teasing me is humiliating? You really understand the meaning of double standards. Chu Feng's expression changed. He had indeed intended to sell out his pride and dignity when he entered into this dirty physical transaction with Wen Musai. But since she knew that everything he did was secretly guided by Wen Musai, his gratitude towards her changed. I can repay you in another way. What method? Using your mediocre kung fu to protect my safety? Wen Musai said the attacking words, but there was no disdain or contempt in his eyes. For a 19-year-old, pride, perseverance, and the persistence to never give up are already excellent qualities. If this child is well educated, his future will be immeasurable in the future. Seeing that Chu Feng was speechless, Wen Musai was in a good mood and quickly lowered his head and kissed him on the lips. The meaning is self-evident. There are many people around me who are more capable than you, so, apart from your body, you can't give me anything I want. Chu Feng really didn't want to continue to dwell on this matter. Isn't it just a nap? Anyway, his life is already fucked up, so what else is there to worry about? Okay, I'll give you what you want, and after tonight, I won't owe you anything. Wen Musai let go of Chu Feng's wrist and touched his hair as if to reward him. Yes, I like the way you are obedient. After returning to the room and taking a shower, Wen Musai, with his hair still wet, couldn't wait to push Chu Feng, who was also wet, onto the bed. She originally wanted to give him time to slowly accept her, but this man was too uncontrollable, and he would not learn to be obedient unless some extraordinary measures were used. Caressing Chu Feng's delicate and handsome face, Wen Musai's eyes gradually moved down along his collarbone. Well developed. Chu Feng's ears turned red, and he was about to bend his legs to hide, but Wen Musai suppressed him first. Why are you hiding? I'm complimenting you. Don't you men all want yours to be bigger than others? Seeing Chu Feng's lips moving, wanting to retort but enduring the humiliation, Wen Musai smiled and lowered his head to kiss him on the mouth. Open your mouth. I've already taught you. If you still can't learn it, I'll spank you. The atmosphere in the room gradually became ambiguous. Wen Musai, relying on his instinct and immature guidance, led the equally immature Chu Feng slowly into depravity. The next morning, looking at the bright red stain on the bedsheet, Chu Feng felt a little surprised. He originally thought that Wen Musai must be a frequent visitor to Jindi's, but unexpectedly, last night was her first time. Having tasted the pleasure of indulgence, Wen Musai felt so good that it was beyond words. Seeing Chu Feng's eyes sweeping over the marks on the bedsheet, Wen Musai raised his eyebrows and smiled. Are you surprised? Or do you want to take responsibility for me now that you know I gave you my first time? Chu Feng retracted his gaze, quickly pulled his pajamas over and put them on, his tone as resolute as that of a scumbag who refused to admit his mistakes. Even though he was the one who was eaten up. The deal is over. From now on, I no longer owe you anything. I also hope that the owner of the family can abide by the spirit of the contract and not use this kind of thing to threaten me again. So heartless, Wen Musai raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the mermaid line faintly visible under Chu Feng's silk pajamas. As you wish, the deal between us is over. I will repay you for saving my life. How about giving me your body? Chapter 24 Despicable. I don't need it. Chu Feng knew that Wen Musai was a dangerous person, and he just wanted to get rid of the entanglement with her. In the second half of his life, he wanted to live a quiet life, and then strive to gain a place in this world through his own efforts. Wen Musai sat up and scanned the marks on the bed, with a firmness in his eyes that could not be ignored. Whether you need it or not is your business. I don't need anyone's consent to do anything I want. Chu Feng turned his head and looked at Wen Musai with a frown, and instantly understood what she meant. Ever since that night when he saved her by accident, she never thought of letting him go. She had orchestrated the deal, framing him to come to her, even going so far as to detain his friends and seize his transportation. In her world, there was no room for him to resist, nor was there any opportunity for him to express his own ideas. Suddenly, an extreme resentment surged in his heart, causing Chu Feng, who had always been well educated, to have the rare urge to greet her ancestors. He just opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single dirty word. When Musai put on his pajamas and walked to Chu Feng, his powerful aura exuding a strong sense of aggressiveness. Don't worry, if you listen to me, I will definitely give you everything you want. As long as you don't challenge my bottom line, I will make you the happiest man in the world. Happiness? Chu Feng suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Can everything that is forced upon others be called happiness? Chu Feng looked at Wen Musai with an extremely serious tone. Regardless of whether she understood or not, he wanted to express his thoughts. I never thought of getting myself into trouble. If you hadn't pointed a gun at me that night, I would never have saved you, so the favor of saving my life is completely false. I have never thought about getting anything in return from anyone. If I were given another chance to choose, I would still not meddle in other people's business. There is no dispute between us. I hope that after I go out today, you won't look for me again. I just want to live a quiet life. Also, let my friend go, or I will call the police. When Musai listened quietly, his eyes calm and no emotion could be seen. After a while, she suddenly laughed, and her laugh made Chu Feng feel a little creepy. I've said before, if you want to negotiate terms, show me your true abilities. If you want to leave me, I can help you do so. When Musai suddenly picked up his phone and took a look, I'll give you half an hour. As long as you can walk out of here, from now on, I will pretend not to know you. If you don't have the ability, you should stay by my side obediently in the future. If you don't obey, I won't be polite to you. When Chu Feng heard this, he didn't hesitate at all. He turned around, quickly changed out of his pajamas, took his phone and went out. He is a free man and will never be manipulated by anyone. When Musai went out and stood at the railing of the stairs, looking at Chu Feng's resolute back, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. I've said before, I only like obedient people. If you don't cherish the opportunity one gave you, I will never be polite again in the future. When Musai narrowed his eyes, then picked up his phone and made a call, stop him. Yes. Chu Feng walked out of the living room and was wondering why when Musai didn't stop him when suddenly several well-trained bodyguards ran out from not far away. Chu Feng didn't stop, and immediately clenched his fists and prepared to attack. As soon as they met, Chu Feng quickly pressed down his upper body, turned around and kicked beautifully, kicking one of the bodyguards back several steps. Seeing this, the other few people immediately dispersed and surrounded Chu Feng. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and cursed Wen Musai in his heart for being despicable. Seeing several bodyguards attacking together, Chu Feng did not dare to be careless. He immediately swung his fist to meet them. His force was so strong and swift as the wind that the two bodyguards in front were beaten back repeatedly and almost unable to resist. But two fists are no match for four hands, and he has several well-trained bodyguards behind him. It didn't take long before Chu Feng suddenly felt a pain in his leg and staggered, almost falling to the ground. The next second, someone grabbed his arm and twisted it skillfully, and several other people rushed forward and pinned him down tightly. Watching the person being suppressed and walked into the living room, when Musai sat on the sofa and looked down at the watch on his wrist. 5 minutes. It seems I overestimated you. Despicable, Chu Feng struggled but couldn't get free, so he gritted his teeth and cursed, what kind of ability is it to bully others by taking advantage of your power? When Musai stood up, looked at Chu Feng's resentful expression, pinched his cheek and forced him to look directly at him. This is the reality. As long as you are not strong enough, no one will talk to you about martial ethics. The opportunity has been given to you. If you can't seize it, you can't blame others. Chu Feng felt like his lungs were about to explode. In his entire life, he had never met such an unreasonable and difficult person. He was unwilling but helpless. A head-on confrontation would be too disadvantageous, so he could only take advantage of the opportunity. Let go, I have to go to class. When Musai sneered, are you too forgetful? I told you that if you don't seize the opportunity, I won't be polite to you anymore. Today, you should reflect on your mistakes here. I will ask for leave from school. When you realize your mistakes, you can go back to school. When Musai then ordered the bodyguard in a cold voice, lock him in the room. Don't let him out without my order. Yes. When Musai, don't go too far, Chu Feng was suppressed and taken upstairs in shock. No matter how he resisted, he couldn't break free at all. As soon as he entered the room, he was pushed hard and stumbled onto the bed. Bang! The door is closed. Chu Feng immediately got up, took 3 or 2 steps to the door and pulled the door handle, but the door was locked. Chu Fengqi's eyes turned red. He raised his foot and kicked the door twice. The whole room seemed to tremble under the strong impact. Downstairs, when Musai sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his face calm and emotionless. Uncle, call university right away and tell them that Chu Feng's attendance rate will be random from now on. Ask them to organize the missed courses into a file and send it to me. Yes. A few minutes later, Uncle came over with a cup of coffee. Everything is arranged. Yeah, when Musai took the coffee and took a sip. When she heard that there was no movement in the room, her cold eyes slowly softened. Master, breakfast is ready. No more eating. When Musai put the coffee cup on the table, stood up, and then glanced upstairs. Forget about the meal today. I won't starve to death in half a day. After receiving the order, Uncle let out a barely perceptible sigh, yes. Chapter 25. The deal is over. Knowing that when Musai would not let him go for a while, Chu Feng sat in the chair dejectedly for a while, and suddenly clenched his fists silently. The reason why he is so controlled by others now is indeed because he is too weak. He couldn't save the Chu family, couldn't save his mother, and couldn't even save himself. If he continues to be like this, how can he have the face to live in this world? Chu Feng suddenly stood up and moved the chair aside. The room is very large. In addition to a huge bed, a desk and a chair, there is still plenty of space left, so you can even do somersaults. Chu Feng thought back to the video of 2 masters fighting each other that he saw in the bodyguard training camp. Those fierce moves and swift movements were beyond his reach. After thinking about it, Chu Feng clenched his fists and punched twice. Realizing that his posture was not standard, Chu Feng immediately stopped and reviewed it. In the company, when Musai sat in his office, handling company affairs while observing things on his desktop computer. Looking at the video footage transmitted by the surveillance camera, when Musai did not hesitate to express his appreciation. This person was smarter, more persistent, and stronger than she had imagined, and he knew how to secretly accumulate his strength. It's a pity that he is too proud, and he will never learn to show weakness unless he fails. When Musai was very pleased to see Chu Feng practicing, stopping and starting, over and over again, and quickly mastering the key points of the movements. Because other people's strength is not really strength. Only when you become strong yourself can you not be afraid of wind and rain. Soon, the sun outside the window had set in the west. No one brought him lunch at noon, and after exercising for such a long time, Chu Feng's stomach had already started to feel empty. Fortunately, he has already mastered the key points of several movements. As long as he practices diligently, he can integrate them with his subconscious mind. You have to eat your food one bite at a time and learn skills bit by bit. Only when you have learned and understood them thoroughly can they be yours. He understands this truth. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and then slowly the sky was filled with stars. Chu Feng's cell phone was confiscated, and he didn't know what time it was. He only knew that he was a little hungry. Sitting in the chair, looking at the night view outside the window, Chu Feng silently cleared his mind for a while. When he came to his senses again, he suddenly felt enlightened. He likes to empty his mind from time to time and think about nothing. For him, it is a rare opportunity to relax. I don't know how much time passed, but finally, the door handle of the room moved. The next second, when Musai walked into the room. How does it feel to be locked up? Chu Feng sat in front of the French window without moving, and remained silent without saying a word. When Musai walked to the French window and looked down at him. Knowing that he is proud, it is not easy to make him surrender in a short time. However, she will do it no matter how difficult the task is. Once she has decided on something, she will carry it through to the end. If you know you're wrong, come out and eat. You only get one chance, and if you miss it, it's gone. After saying that, when Musai turned and walked out of the room, she believed Chu Feng would come out. Although he is persistent, he is not stupid. He knows how to create favorable conditions for himself. Just like today in the room, he can put everything aside and focus on boxing. This is something that not everyone can do. Just as when Musai walked to the dining table and sat down, he heard footsteps coming from the stairs behind him. Then, a tall figure sat down far away from her. When Musai didn't care. The fact that he could come down was enough to prove that he had shown weakness. Not everything can be achieved overnight. Often only by proceeding step by step can the best results be achieved. If the table is bigger, will you sit on the edge? Chu Feng was silent for 2 seconds, then picked up his chopsticks and started eating dinner. The movements were quick, yet still graceful. The straight back makes the whole person look proud and unyielding, without any trace of embarrassment of being controlled by others. While waiting for Chu Feng to put down his chopsticks, when Musai stood up before him. Follow me. Chu Feng hesitated for 2 seconds, then stood up and followed. Although he was resentful and unwilling in his heart, he knew that what Wen Musai said was no joke. What she wanted to do would not give him any room to resist. Walking into the study, Wen Musai picked up the tablet on the table, opened a video, and placed it in front of Chu Feng. This is what we're learning in school today. Chu Feng's eyes lit up, and then he silently took the tablet and was about to walk out. Standing, where are you going? Chu Feng paused, took a deep breath, and said the first words of the night. Don't you like to be disturbed when you're working? The video has sound, I'll change places. Do you not want to disturb me, or do you not want to see me? When Musai walked up to Chu Feng and pointed out his true thoughts. Chu Feng really didn't want to see her. He hated everything she forced on him, and he hated her unscrupulous interference in everything in his life even more. Chu Feng did not answer Wen Musai's question, but turned around silently and sat down at his own desk. Then, a Bluetooth headset appeared on his desk. Put this on. The course content in the video is very comprehensive, and it seems that it was recorded during class. Suddenly thought of something? Chu Feng's face changed. Do you want me to take classes this way from now on? When Musai's eyes fell on the document and he sighed, where to take the class depends on you. You are very smart and should understand what I mean. Chu Feng silently clenched his fists. He knew Wen Musai's purpose. She wanted to force him to stay by her side and make him obey her orders. If he didn't listen to her, she would lock him up until he did. He couldn't understand why when Musai did this. Is it just because he saved her and she is afraid that he will betray her, so she wants to tie him to her side, control him and monitor him? Whatever the reason, he was undoubtedly unlucky. The course was only 2 sessions long, and just as Chu Feng reached out and pressed his forehead, the tablet in his hand was taken away. It's getting late, let's take a rest first. Chu Feng sighed imperceptibly, and a flash of anger flashed across his eyes. It's ridiculous that he doesn't even have the right to study independently. After leaving the study, Chu Feng was stopped by Wen Musai before he even reached the door of his room. Sleep in this room. Chu Feng frowned and glanced at Wen Musai. Our deal is over. Chapter 26, Preferential Treatment. You are the personal bodyguard I hired. It is your duty to protect my safety. Wen Musai knew that Chu Feng would not compromise easily. She could have locked him in his room and locked him in bed, but she didn't want to do that yet. Unless he is stubborn and insists on fighting her to the end. Thinking that his fighting skills were nothing compared to Wen Musai, Chu Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. Don't you think I'm incompetent? Don't you look down on my mediocre kung fu? Isn't your kung fu very good? Don't you have a gun? Is there anyone who can harm you in your own home? Seeing Chu Feng talking so many words at once, a hint of teasing flashed across Wen Musai's eyes. Who knows? I close my eyes when I sleep. What if someone comes to harm me? Of course, if you want to kill me, I can't defend myself. Chu Feng's body stiffened for a moment. Kill her? He had never thought about this question. If you're afraid that someone will retaliate against you, then why do you have to do something that's too hard for others to do? When Musai looked at Chu Feng with interest, and a strong interest suddenly ignited in his heart. Will he kill her for his own freedom? If he really took that step. When Musai's heart was filled with anticipation again. Come in. Chu Feng stood at the door for a while until when Musai's voice sounded again. I don't like waiting for people. Chu Feng clenched his fists at his sides, then took a deep breath and stepped into the room. Knowing that Chu Feng had taken a shower after exercising, Wen Musai raised his chin directly towards the big bed. Lie down. Chu Feng didn't move. The physical transaction between them is over. That kind of thing will never happen to them again in this life. Our deal is over, Chu Feng looked up at Wen Musai and said seriously, and the contract clearly states that I am only responsible for protecting your safety. Wen Musai raised his eyebrows, then explained to me what it means to obey your employer's orders? Chu Feng felt that his patience had been challenged like never before. He wanted to rush out, but was afraid of Wen Musai's power. It would be bad for him to make her angry. So he must judge the situation and take every step calmly so that he can get rid of her one day in the future. Before Chu Feng could express his opinion, Wen Musai suddenly took 2 steps forward. The powerful aura made Chu Feng's heart rise in an instant. This is the 3rd time you've disobeyed me tonight. Chu Feng's lips moved. He had really never seen such an unreasonable woman. Don't I even have the right to express my own opinion? Should you have? Wen Musai took a step forward, forcing Chu Feng to take 2 steps back and sit down on the bed. The weak are merely appendages of the strong, and are not worthy of having their own thoughts in their entire lives. As he spoke, Wen Musai stepped forward, and taking advantage of Chu Feng's dodge, he pinched his cheek and quickly stuffed a pill into his mouth. Chu Feng was shocked and wanted to vomit, but Wen Musai suppressed him and covered his mouth, not giving him any chance to resist. Wen Musai didn't let him go until his Adam's apple rolled. Cough cough, Chu Feng covered his neck and coughed twice. What did you give me to eat? Wen Musai leaned over, placed his hands on Chu Feng's sides, and waited leisurely for the medicine to take effect. I told you, if you don't listen, I have plenty of ways to make you listen. Shameless. The drug took effect quickly. Chu Feng glared at Wen Musai, only to feel her face becoming more and more blurred. While he was dazed, he seemed to hear Wen Musai say something again. Next time if you don't obey me, it won't be as simple as taking medicine. So, enjoy my preferential treatment to you. Preferential treatment? Is he getting preferential treatment? His arm slowly dropped down, the voice drifted farther and farther away, and Chu Feng felt his body floating, as if he was blown into the clouds by the wind. He wanted to reach out and grab something, but everything his fingers touched was empty. Watching Chu Feng quickly fall into a coma, when Musai reached out and touched his face, a deep look flashing across his eyes. If you don't learn to judge the situation, you will be the only one who suffers. I hope you won't be too stupid. A dreamless night and several hours of free mind from distractions. It can be said that this was the most comfortable sleep Chufeng had had in the past 2 months. Accompanied by the faint scent of jasmine, he slowly opened his eyes. His brain froze for a few seconds before he finally saw the decoration of the room in front of him. This is Wen Yusai's room. And he wasn't wearing any clothes. Chufeng frowned and was about to sit up when suddenly a white and tight arm was placed around his neck and pushed him back onto the bed. Sleep with me for 5 more minutes. Feeling the entanglement between the smooth skin, Chufeng suddenly realized. The transaction between them was never as simple as a physical transaction. What she wanted was his complete following both mentally and physically. Thinking back to Wen Yusai's despicable behavior last night, Chufeng no longer had the energy to fight back. With his current abilities, there is no way he can compete with Wen Yusai. He had no choice but to conserve his energy and wait for his opportunity. 5 minutes later, Wen Yusai opened his eyes on time, and what he saw was Chufeng's perfectly shaped jawline. The desire in his body was aroused in an instant. Wen Yusai turned over and pressed on Chufeng, touching his face with his white and slender fingers. He has a superior bone structure, fair and delicate skin, distinct facial features, and long eyelashes hanging on a pair of eyes that are printed with thousands of stars. One look at him is enough to make people fall in love with him. Wen Yusai is not a woman who has a deep obsession with men, and no man has ever caught her eye. But the person in front of her was different. When she saw the butterfly bones that seemed to be flying in the lightning and thunder, she felt a strong desire in her heart. She wanted to pull down the eagle that had not yet taken off, tie it to a chain and keep it by her side. Seeing that Chufeng closed his eyes but did not choose to disobey her again, Wen Yusai smiled and then lowered his head to kiss him. Chufeng opened his eyes and looked at the face so close to him. He subconsciously raised his arm to push her away. He was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly lowered it. Then he subconsciously opened his mouth and let the tip of his tongue slide in. The temperature in the room suddenly rose, and the atmosphere was thick with ambiguity. Chufeng went from resistance to acceptance at the fastest speed and successfully pleased Wen Yusai. After a satisfying session, a faint smile appeared on Wen Yusai's satisfied lips. Yes, you are making rapid progress. In my opinion, only those who know how to judge the situation can live long. Chufeng moved his lips. Can I go to school today? Chapter 27. Who is that person? Girlfriend? Sure. Wen Yusai was in a good mood and naturally would not embarrass Chufeng anymore. All she wanted was for him to stay by her side peacefully. After taking a shower and going downstairs, a sumptuous breakfast was already prepared in the restaurant. Looking at 2 people walking out of a room, Uncle Lin put on a kind smile on his face. Although it was too cheesy to say it, he still had to mention it. The head of the Wen family finally has his first man. After breakfast, Wen Yusai stood up first and raised his eyebrows in a good mood. Let's go, I'll take you there. Chufeng did not refuse. His means of transportation had been confiscated, and he really had no way to go to school except taking Wen Yusai's car. The atmosphere in the luxury car was a little quiet. Wen Yusai didn't say anything, and Chufeng naturally wouldn't take the initiative to talk to her. He looked quietly outside the car, his perfect profile flickering in the light and shadow of the green trees, his face looking melancholy, mature and steady. Wen Yusai turned his head to take a look and suddenly felt that he seemed to lack some of the vitality that a 19-year-old should have. Come over. Hearing the sudden order, Chufeng's body trembled slightly, then he turned to look at Wen Yusai, his long and thick eyelashes casting a shadow under his eyes. Wen Yusai turned sideways, unabashedly admiring the handsome face in front of him. From the first time I met you, you never seemed to smile. Is there something wrong with your face or with your mind? Chufeng frowned slightly, seemingly not wanting to answer the stupid question at all. But under the pressure of Wen Yusai, he still moved his lips. There are problems with everything. In 2 months, he fell from heaven to earth, endured the separation of life and death, witnessed the warmth and coldness of human nature, and experienced helplessness. His enthusiasm had been completely destroyed. Seeing the indifference in Chufeng's eyes, Wen Yusai's heart was inexplicably gripped. A star that has been knocked down to the dust has lost its desire for the world. He shouldn't be like this. 19 years old should be a happy and carefree age. It should be an age with a smile on your face and sunshine in your heart. If there is a problem, it must be treated. I don't like facing a sour face every day. It affects my mood. Chufeng turned his head to look out the window, too lazy to pay attention, no money. Haven't you already investigated? I'm so poor now that I've even sold myself. I can't do anything if you don't like me. Maybe you should just bear with it. If you really can't bear it anymore, I can also automatically disappear from your sight. When Musai heard this, instead of getting angry, a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Isn't this lively? It seemed that she was worrying too much. The person in front of her had a strong character. How could he be defeated so easily? When approaching the school, Chu Feng was about to get off the car when suddenly Musai pressed down on his shoulder. Come and kiss me. This is a daily compulsory course. If you fail to complete it, the gate of this school will be the destination that you will never reach. Chu Feng tightened his hands hanging by his side, then quickly leaned over and kissed Musai on the mouth. Are you satisfied? Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Musai was a little angry at Chu Feng's perfunctory attitude, and his eyes instantly turned cold. I didn't teach you to be perfunctory. Looking at the students walking into the school gate one after another outside the car, Chu Feng gritted his teeth secretly, then once again leaned close to Musai's mouth and gave orders in her tone. Open your mouth. Musai's face darkened, and he grabbed Chu Feng by the back of his collar and pushed him against the backrest. No one has dared to order me yet. The next second, she suddenly lowered her head and blocked Chu Feng's mouth as if as a punishment. At the moment their lips and teeth were entangled, a strange feeling surged in the tips of their hearts, like a subtle electric current passing through a conductor and shuttling through their bodies. Only after being satisfied did Musai show mercy and let him go. Wait for me at the door after class tonight. If you dare to stand me up again, I will make you regret coming into this world. Chu Feng nodded while panting, and finally ran into the school gate 5 minutes before the bell rang. The sophomore course was quite tight and there was a lot to learn. It was not until the end of get out of class at noon that he made time to call Lu Yunce again. The phone didn't get through as usual. Chu Feng stood at the corner of the corridor and punched the wall with his fist angrily. Musai must be trying to use Lu Yunce to control him. He couldn't call the police because if he angered the woman, she might do something crazy. Chu Feng walked out of the teaching building with a heavy heart. Just as he turned towards the restaurant, a beautiful and gentle girl suddenly caught up with him. Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked back and asked, "What's the matter?" Huang Yaqing is the campus belle of Zhang University and is famous for her beauty. As soon as she came over, she attracted a lot of attention. Professor Wu's lecture today was a bit in-depth. I didn't understand a few parts. I would like to use my lunchtime to ask you some questions. Of course, I won't waste your time. I can treat you to a meal. Chu Feng did not stop, and his quick and decisive steps almost made Huang Yaqing unable to keep up. I'm sorry, I don't have time. You can go ask Professor Wu. Her dormitory is in Building 5, Area 1. She should be willing to answer your questions. Huang Yaqing felt a little disappointed after being rejected. She mustered up the courage to come over and talk to this great talent Chu today. As the campus idol of the finance department, Chu Feng has a good family background, is handsome, and has strong abilities. No matter where he goes, he will attract a lot of admiring eyes. He used to come to school in a luxury car, and this morning, she saw it again. It was a limited edition Maybach, a luxury car that she could never afford even if she worked hard all her life. Naturally, she would like to get close to such a rich and outstanding person. Professor Wu is busy. I just saw her leaving the school gate. Chu Feng had a cold expression and was about to refuse when his cell phone suddenly rang. Sketch room in the teaching building, come here right away. It's Musai, why is she here? Chu Feng's heart trembled, and he instinctively turned to look towards the 5th floor of the teaching building. When their eyes met, Musai hooked his fingers. Chu Feng held the phone tightly and gritted his teeth. Sorry, I have something else to do. Chu Feng, Huang Yaqing hesitated as she watched Chu Feng's departing back. He is going to find the woman upstairs? Does he have a girlfriend? Huang Yaqing made random guesses and looked upstairs again. This time, the place was empty. Bang. After going upstairs, the door of the sketching room was closed. Musai looked at Chu Feng, with anger in his eyes that could not be ignored. Who is that person? A girlfriend? Chapter 28 met the sponsor. No, just a classmate. Facing the anger in Musai's eyes, Chu Feng casually explained. He didn't think he needed to explain, he just didn't want to anger Musai. Musai's emotions did not ease much. That girl just now was very beautiful, are you attracted to her at all? No, Chu Feng stood behind the door and shook his head to deny it. He would not fall in love before completing his studies. So determined? Wen Musai stared into Chu Feng's eyes, trying to detect his intention to lie. Seeing Chu Feng's determined eyes without a trace of evasion, Wen Musai's inexplicable nervousness eased a little. 19 is the age when love begins to stir. You should start dating. Chu Feng did not fall into the trap set by Wen Musai. I have a lot of schoolwork, I don't have time to talk, and I won't talk. Wen Musai suddenly smiled and seemed to be in a better mood. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to talk. I will teach you little by little. Are you hungry? Come and eat. Chu Feng looked up and saw a table in the huge classroom, which was filled with delicious food. Looking at Wen Musai's back, he couldn't guess what she was trying to do. If she just wanted to keep an eye on him, why would she do all these things? What if it's to repay a favor? However, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Wen Musai was not repaying his gratitude. To repay a favor, don't force anything on him that he doesn't like. Besides, he doesn't need to repay the favor. He just hoped that there would be no more entanglement between them. Wen Musai is not a simple person. Is it difficult to understand what I said? Wen Musai turned around, and his eyes, which had been gentle just now, suddenly showed some murderous intent, like a demon rising from hell, ready to destroy the world in the next second. Chu Feng came to his senses and raised his legs to follow. The food on the table tastes very similar to that in the villa, so I guess someone must have arranged for it to be delivered. Wen Musai sat aside, picked up an abalone with chopsticks and put it on the plate in front of Chu Feng. I have classes in the afternoon, so I can eat more. Chu Feng ate a few bites in silence. Although the food was rich, he found it difficult to swallow. Can you please stop doing these preferential treatments in the future? It's so convenient to eat in the cafeteria. Wen Musai raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Are you afraid that your classmates will talk about you behind your back? Chu Feng frowned. What they say is their freedom. I won't live in other people's judgment. Why is that? Chu Feng swallowed the food in his mouth and said casually, too much trouble. Do you find it troublesome or do you just not want to see me? Chu Feng. Wen Musai's eyes turned cold. She didn't want to be affected by Chu Feng's mood, but she always unconsciously followed the ups and downs of his attitude. What I do is my business, you just need to obey me. Chu Feng knew that he couldn't change Wen Musai's mind, so he simply shut up and focused on eating. The afternoon classes are still tight, but fortunately this university attaches great importance to time and classes end on time. Chu Feng walked towards the school gate with a black school bag slung over his right shoulder. Not far away, a Maybach stopped on the side of the road. Chu Feng walked over, opened the car door and got in. Apart from the driver, there was no sign of Wen Musai in the car. Chu Feng felt relieved because he didn't have to face her. The luxury car started, and the driver suddenly said, "The owner is in Jindasai, she asked me to pick you up." Chu Feng had an instinctive aversion to such dirty entertainment venues. Jindasai? What would I do there? We are just following the orders of the head of the family. As for the reason, I don't know. The driver's tone was very polite. Although Chu Feng went to the villa as a bodyguard, they almost all knew the relationship between him and Wen Musai. Chu Feng didn't ask any more questions. Who could guess what Wen Musai was thinking? An hour later, the luxury car stopped steadily at the door of Jindy's. Chu Feng got out of the car and went to the room number the driver told him. He had worked here for a day before and was familiar with the situation inside, so it was not difficult for him to find the place. Chu Feng took the elevator to the 8th floor. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he suddenly ran into a person who was not very friendly to him. It's Su Xinqing, the floor manager of Jindy's. Chu Feng? Su Xinqing had a deep impression of Chu Feng. It was because of this kid that Jindy's lost a huge fat fish. Su Xinqing looked Chu Feng up and down. He knew countless people, so he could naturally tell that all the clothes Chu Feng was wearing were custom-made. Wow, did we need a sponsor? Su Xinqing glanced around the corridor and said sarcastically with disdain. The 8th floor is full of female prostitutes. You came here to be a gigolo, didn't you? Your own heart actually looks down on the male models of Jindy's. Pa, you are not worthy of it? Chu Feng didn't want to cause trouble, so he walked around Su Xinqing with a cold face. Su Xinqing disliked Chu Feng's arrogance the most. You're just a prostitute, why are you so arrogant? The veins on Chu Feng's hands, which were clenched at his sides, were bulging. If it wasn't for Wen Musai's order, he would never set foot here. Chu Feng gritted his teeth. He really was not in the mood to deal with these issues right now. Besides, a dog that bites doesn't bark, so why should he bother with a mad dog? Chu Feng scanned the corridor and accurately found the room where Wen Musai was. I had just taken 2 steps forward when suddenly, I heard a bang behind me, followed by a pig-killing scream. Ah! Chu Feng shuddered, then turned around and saw Su Xinqing holding his stomach with both hands, curled up on the ground in pain, spitting out blood foam from his mouth. On the side, Wen Musai had a cold face, and the murderous look in his eyes was undisguised. What dares to speak disrespectfully? Boss Wen, Su Xinqing looked at Wen Musai, his body shaking like a sieve. Everyone in Jindies knows that this is a female devil who cannot be messed with. Everyone also knows that this female devil is not interested in men. Every time she comes to Jindies, she never orders a male model, and she never has a male companion by her side. He really didn't expect that Chu Feng's financial backer would be her. I'm sorry, I didn't know he was yours. Is that why you insulted him? Wen Musai raised his leg and stepped on Su Xinqing's knee, crushing it heavily. Ah, no. No, Su Xinqing felt like his kneecap was about to be crushed. His facial features were twisted in pain and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Boss Wen, please spare my life. Wen Musai straightened up, turned to look at Chu Feng who was standing there in a daze, and said in a cold voice. As my personal bodyguard, I never taught you to swallow your anger. Come here. Chu Feng. Hasn't he been enduring this period of time? Chu Feng was somewhat glad that Wen Musai was talking about bodyguards and not something else. He walked forward and stood obediently beside Wen Musai. Because he had witnessed her engaging in gunfights with others, he was not surprised at Wen Musai's cruelty. Let me teach you one more thing. If someone is cruel to you, you must pay them back 10-fold or 100-fold, Wen Musai casually handed a gun that he had taken out from somewhere to Chu Feng. Kill him. Chapter 29 Falling from the Sky. Chu Feng looked at Wen Musai's bloodthirsty and arrogant eyes in disbelief, with his right hand clenched into a fist behind his back. At most, this person just made some rude remarks, but his crime is not punishable by death. How could she just take someone's life? Besides, this is Jindies, a public place, how dare she take a gun? Put your hand out, Wen Musai said firmly, I don't want to say it a second time. Chu Feng's eyelashes trembled slightly. Although he was a little panicked, he still stretched out his hand. He could not disobey Wen Musai's orders. Wen Musai put a small silver pistol in Chu Feng's hand, forced him to raise his arm, and pointed it at Su Xinqing's head. Shot. Chu Feng's body trembled, and his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. He has never killed anyone. He never even thought about killing anyone. Seeing this, Su Xinqing rolled over from the ground and knelt in front of Wen Musai and Chu Feng. The Wen family started out as an underground industry, balancing the entire Jiangqing's dark side. No one knows how many shameful things are going on behind the scenes. Even if he had the courage of a bear or a leopard, he would not dare to offend this female devil. Boss Wen, please spare my life. It is my fault. I deserve to die. Please do not bear grudge against me. Please don't. Boss Wen. Seeing the gun pointed at his head again, Su Xinqing felt his crotch getting hot and a smell of sex spread out. Boss Wen, please spare me. I really didn't know he was your man. Otherwise, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to offend you. Su Xinqing cowed out frantically, trying to awaken some sympathy in Wen Musai. Chu Feng is not a saint. He also hates Su Xinqing, but he really can't do it if he is asked to kill someone with his own hands. I can't. Seeing that Chu Feng wanted to retreat, Wen Musai held his hand forcefully and helped him pull the trigger. If you can't do it, practice. If you are not ruthless, you will not be able to stand. If you are not ruthless, others will dare to trample on you. Do you understand? No. Seeing Wen Musai pulling the trigger, Chu Feng's breathing stagnated, and his right hand suddenly dodged, causing the muzzle of the gun to deviate from its direction and the bullet hit Su Xinqing's shoulder. Bang! Although the volume of the silenced gun is very low, the sound of the bullet passing through the barrel is so harsh. Blood spurted out and splashed onto the back of Chu Feng's hand. The blood and cold white skin intertwined together, like a plum blossom blooming in the snow. Chu Feng's hand trembled unconsciously, and it felt like a needle was piercing his heart, making him feel uncomfortable. Su Xinqing gritted his teeth and dared not howl anymore. If you offend Wen Musai, you will either die, or die. There were only these three options, and he was lucky to be able to survive. Wen Musai glanced at Chu Feng and slowly retracted his gun. Lick the blood here clean and get out. Yes, I'll lick it right away. Su Xinqing didn't dare to delay, and immediately lay on the ground, sticking out his tongue like a dog. Chu Feng froze in place, his fingers trembling slightly. It turned out that the weak were so vulnerable in front of the strong. Wen Musai took out a white handkerchief from his pocket, then grabbed Chu Feng's hand and wiped the blood off the back of his hand. The next second, the handkerchief was thrown at Su Xinqing's feet like garbage. Now you should know how lucky you are, right? So, cherish the preferential treatment I give you. Chu Feng. Wen Musai turned around and said coldly, "Follow me." Chu Feng's eyes moved, then he turned around and quickly followed Wen Musai's footsteps. Wen Musai, why did you come just now? Do you have any sense of time? Chu Feng had just followed Wen Musai into the room, and before he saw anyone, he heard an arrogant and lazy voice coming from him. Following the sound, I saw a slim woman leaning on the sofa on the right. She looked lazily and a snow-white fox fur shawl made her look charming and enchanting. There were 4 handsome young men around her. There were 2 people Chu Feng had some impression of, they were male models of Jindies. Wen Musai didn't seem angry. Instead, his expression was relaxed, and his eyes no longer had the coldness and bloodthirstiness from before. Something delayed me for a while. Are you satisfied with these people today? It's okay, Shen Tian glanced lazily behind Wen Musai, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she sat up from the sofa. Well, Wen Musai, how dare you eat alone? This person is not from Jindi Sea. Wen Musai sat on the sofa beside him, glanced at Chu Feng, and felt inexplicably proud. Especially in front of Shen Tian. He is just my personal bodyguard, protecting my safety. Shen Tian stood up, walked around Chu Feng, and then fixed her eyes on Chu Feng's face. You look great, and you have a nice body. I want you as my bodyguard. Chu Feng frowned slightly, unable to stop feeling disgusted. He hates all unclean and wanton women indiscriminately. Wen Musai noticed Chu Feng's expression and said with a smile, others can do it, but he can't. He is mine. Shen Tian turned around and glared at Wen Musai. You said you didn't eat alone, but if you're not giving him away, why did you bring him here? To show off? You think too much. Wen Musai hooked his finger at Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng hated this action in his heart, he still obediently walked to Wen Musai's side. Now, he had no ability to compete with this woman, let alone protect himself. Wen Musai patted the place beside him and said, I don't like being restrained. Chu Feng looked at the male models beside him, then looked at the position next to Wen Musai, and then silently gritted his teeth. Sitting here, what's the difference between me and those gigolos who specialize in making women happy? He just wanted to stand outside now. I need to go to the bathroom. Wen Musai raised his eyebrows slightly and raised his chin towards a secret door not far away, 5 o'clock on the left, don't make me wait too long. Chu Feng turned around silently, keeping the filth outside out of the door. Wen Musai picked up the red wine on the table, took a sip, and explained in a good mood. He's young and just got scared. It's normal for him to be stage frightened. Just have fun and ignore him. Shen Tian walked over to sit next to Wen Musai, pouting her red lips slightly and speaking in a firm tone. You're just showing off. He's your lover, right? Don't think I can't see anything. You, Wen Musai, are so good at fighting. Do you still need a bodyguard? Wen Musai shook the red wine glass in his hand. Now that you know, don't think about it. I, Wen Musai, don't like to share. TSK, what are you so proud of? Although Shen Tian liked to joke with Wen Musai, she didn't dare to really offend her. She had seen Wen Musai's methods and would never forget them. The reason she was able to get Wen Musai's protection was entirely because she had saved her in the past. But she was not so foolish as to think that she would have a golden ticket to immunity from death. So, just have fun. She didn't dare touch Wen Musai's people. Then you can always tell me where you found this little lover, so I can go find one too. Wen Musai laughed and said, it fell from the sky. Chapter 30, Show Off. Wen Musai always felt that her meeting Chu Feng was a gift from God. If the Chu family had not gone bankrupt, he would probably still be driving a luxury car, living in a mansion, and being a carefree young master. He wouldn't have the chance to ride his broken electric scooter down that narrow alley. They are people from 2 completely different worlds. If Chu Feng had not fallen on hard times, there would probably be no intersection between them. Shen Tian gently touched Wen Musai's arm. Looks like he's a college student, Which school is he from? I'll pick one up at the door tomorrow too. Wen Musai did not hide the fact that Shin Tian was one of the people who received her preferential treatment. University, you can pick anyone except him. As they were talking, Chu Feng opened the door and walked out of the bathroom. Looking at the back of his hand that was rubbed red, Wen Musai's lips curled up into an ambiguous smile. Whether a person is good or evil can be seen from his words and deeds. Maybe he can be cruel, but he can't be ruthless. When Musai gestured to Shin Tian, I've ordered all the male models for you, go play with them, don't disturb me. Shin Tian stood up awkwardly, stop showing off. I'll find someone better next time. I'll make you so jealous. Walking up to the male models, Shin Tian glanced at them, and the more she looked, the more she felt that they were disappointing. Several people were also very attentive. Some rubbed Shin Tian's shoulders, some massaged her legs, and some poured wine, making Shin Tian feel comfortable. Looking at Wen Musai on the other side, Chu Feng's butt was resting on the sofa, and he wished he could be 8 feet away from Wen Musai. Not to mention massaging her legs and back and pouring her wine, he wasn't even bothered to even glance at her. Shin Tian is a smart person, how could she not see the subtle relationship between the two people? She has seen a lot of robbery and plunder. She just couldn't believe that Wen Musai would actually do such a thing. She thought she was averse to male sex, but it turns out she was not immune to it. Shin Tian raised her eyebrows provocatively, then picked up her phone and proudly edited a message. What's the use of being handsome? Young men don't understand romance and are no better than these gigolos. Wen Musai shook the red wine while picking up his phone and glanced at it, with a smile on his face. Young men have their own unique charm, you don't understand. Shin Tian rolled her eyes at Wen Musai, TSK, you're showing off. Can you drink? Wen Musai handed the sober red wine to Chu Feng and raised his eyebrows, drink a little, you don't have to be on duty tonight. Chu Feng looked at Wen Musai and didn't react for a moment. Does not needing to be on duty mean that he doesn't need to sleep in the same bed with her? Or does it mean that he doesn't need to go back to the villa? What do you mean, I don't have to go back to the villa tonight? Wen Musai, you think too much. Chu Feng's eyes, which had just brightened for a moment, visibly darkened, I can't drink it. Drinking capacity is something that can be practiced. Wen Musai didn't care whether Chu Feng was lying or not, she just wanted to test his drinking capacity. If you want to be in control, control everything about him. She wanted to know everything about him. Drink it. Chu Feng knew that he had no right to refuse, so he took the wineglass and drank it in one gulp. The slightly astringent liquid slid down the throat into the stomach, and returned with a hint of sweetness. The red wine is good, high-end, and smooth on the palate, so the alcohol content should not be too high. Although he is not addicted to alcohol, he has tried many high-end liquors. Wen Musai observed Chu Feng's expression, then poured another cup and handed it to him. Keep drinking. Chu Feng did not refuse and picked up the wineglass and drank it all. It was not until the fourth cup was handed over that Chu Feng asked in surprise. What do you want to do? Test your alcohol tolerance. Wen Musai did not hide anything, drink it. Chu Feng didn't answer again, but just casually reported a number. You don't need to try, 42 degrees and half a caddy, at most 1 bottle of red wine. Wen Musai smiled and ignored Chu Feng's words, the one who tests it himself is the most accurate. Chu Feng didn't want to be drunk, so he stood up with a frown. I'm not feeling well, I need to take a leave. Shin Tian chuckled. It was the first time she saw Wen Musai being humiliated. I'm sorry, they served me so well that I couldn't help it. Please continue. Wen Musai's eyes turned cold for a moment, and she knew that this person would never learn to be obedient. Seeing Chu Feng was about to walk out regardless, Wen Musai said coldly, Stop, did I approve it? Shin Tian blinked her eyes as she watched the show. Is the training drama about to begin? She loved watching it. If he doesn't obey, he'll be chained up and whipped with a whip. Go ahead, don't worry about her, she will never stop you. Come on, come on. Shin Tian had just recited a few words in her heart when suddenly Wen Musai looked over with a fascinating look. Take your people to another room. I'll pay for today's consumption. Shin Tian was startled, and immediately stood up and waved to the gigolos. Go away, do you think your life is too long? After everyone had left, Shin Tian slowly pulled the white fox shawl over and put it on. When passing by Chu Feng, she did not forget to wink at him and reminded him in a low voice. Try to control her. Don't worry, she won't do anything to you. Chu Feng. Control Wen Musai? How to handle it? Before closing the door, Shin Tian turned around and waved her fist at the two people in the room to cheer them up. Come on. When Musai glanced at the closed door, then hooked his finger at Shufeng. Come over. Shufeng gritted his teeth and said, What on earth do you want to do? If you just want to humiliate me, then you succeeded. From the moment I entered the gate of Jindi's, my dignity has been gone. When Musai stood up, his expression indifferent, I said, I just want to test your alcohol tolerance, it has nothing to do with your dignity. You only have two choices, I force you to drink, or you drink it yourself. Don't always think about disobeying me. If I don't let go, you will never have the chance to leave me. Shufeng clenched his fists behind his back again and again, trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He was already in a miserable state. Why did God send such a woman to punish him? What did he do wrong? Just because he is Chu Shilu's son, does he deserve to go to the 18th level of hell? Xu Feng's eyes were a little red from being forced. To prove what he said, he quickly walked to the table, picked up a bottle of red wine and drank it mouth to mouth. The red liquid flowed over the chin, along the slender neck and into the white shirt, blooming into an evil flower. When Musai looked at Chu Feng with his chin raised, his Adam's apple rolling, and his eyes showing some ambiguous meaning. After finishing the bottle of wine, Xu Feng smashed the empty bottle against the wall with red eyes. Snap! The fragments shattered into pieces. Because the distance was too close, one fragment was bounced back by the hard wall and passed along Xu Feng's cheek, leaving a tiny red mark. Are you satisfied? Chapter 31. You look so ugly. Looking at Xu Feng's appearance, when Musai's heart suddenly tightened, as if he was hit by a heavy object. It didn't hurt, but there were already cracks. She is not a person who is easily soft-hearted. The alcohol slowly took effect on Xu Feng, his head felt dizzy, and his body staggered, almost losing his balance. His estimation of his alcohol tolerance was correct. He could only drink one bottle of red wine at most. My mission has been completed, Master Wen, can I leave now? When Musai let out a deep sigh of relief, I agree to your request for leave. I'll give you 2 days off. Xu Feng's eyes lit up for a moment, but then they were scattered again by his tangled mind. However, he heard clearly the words 2 days off. The aftereffects of the red wine came quickly. Xu Feng felt his stomach burning in pain, and was extremely uncomfortable. His head was dizzy, as if the whole room was spinning before his eyes. He now had only one thought in his mind, he wanted to leave here, leave Wen Musai, and leave anyone who made him unhappy. Xu Feng staggered out, but after studying the door handle for a long time, he still couldn't open the door. The door is broken? Xu Feng knocked on the door twice. Hello, is there anyone here? Seeing that no one responded, Xu Feng covered his chest and sat down on the ground along the doorframe as if exhausted. When Musai stood there without moving. She wanted Xu Feng to see her and ask her for help. But after waiting for a long time, Xu Feng didn't even give her a glance. For some reason, when Musai felt a sense of loss for no reason. Especially looking at Xu Feng sitting alone on the ground, he was as lonely as a child abandoned by the whole world, pitiful and helpless. Feeling as if his heart was pricked by a needle, when Musai's body suddenly trembled. What's wrong with her? She actually sympathized with him, felt sorry for him, and even felt sorry for him? There's really no one. After sitting for a while, Xu Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it. The alcohol was getting to him and he felt that the words on the phone had become scribbles. He blew on the phone and wiped it with his sleeve. The screen seemed to brighten a little. Then, with trembling fingers, he dialed a phone number that had been engraved deep in his heart. Dad, save me, I can't get out. Hello, the number you dialed is invalid. Listening to the gentle yet cold female voice on the phone, Xu Feng's mind was a little confused. Mom? Mom, come and save me, I can't get out. Hello, the number you dialed is invalid. When Musai took 2 steps forward and heard the voice on the phone clearly. He was really drunk and he didn't even remember that his parents had died a long time ago. When Musai walked to the door and took a look. It turned out that it was Shin Tian who locked the door. She wanted to take out her gun and open the door handle, but was afraid of scaring Xu Feng, so she simply called the person in charge of Jindi's. 2 minutes later, the door handle clicked, and before the door was opened, when Musai gave an order in a cold voice. No need to come in. Okay, boss one, tell us if you need anything. When Musai squatted down, tugged at the collar of Xu Feng's shirt, looked at Xu Feng's beautiful and blurry eyes, and whispered seductively. I can save you, do you want to come with me? Xu Feng looked at Wen Musai and said, I don't believe it. Wen Musai was amused by Xu Feng's appearance and laughed. I'm quite wary. When Musai pulled the door handle and the door slid outward, causing Chu Feng, who was leaning against the door, to almost fall to the ground. He was finally supported by Wen Musi. See, I didn't lie to you. Chu Feng stared outside the door for a while, then staggered to his feet while holding onto the doorframe. Wen Musai stood beside him, with his right hand loosely hooked around his waist. Can you come with me now? Chu Feng shook his head. No, my mom doesn't allow me to have a relationship, and you look so ugly. Wen Musi. Is this what it means to speak the truth when drunk? That's really unpleasant to hear. Knowing that Chu Feng was really drunk, Wen Musai didn't intend to argue with him. As soon as we walked out of the door of Jindi's, the driver drove the Maybach over. Chu Feng was completely in the dark and walked forward regardless of anything. He almost bumped into the car door. He was so angry that he slammed the car window hard. Can you drive? Your driver's license must have been bought. The driver immediately got out of the car and opened the door. Master. When Musai looked at Chu Feng, who was so drunk that he couldn't tell east from west, and sighed helplessly. Get in the car. Chu Feng looked at Wen Musai in a daze, his lips moved. Why are you as annoying as Wen Musi? The driver's heart skipped a beat. What kind of vicious words are these? The last person who insulted the head of the Wen family must have grass as tall as a person on his grave. He wants to retreat back into the car now, but is it too late? When Musai's eyes became colder, do you really hate her that much? Chu Feng reacted for a while, and suddenly showed his teeth, as if his 2 rows of white teeth had turned into sharp knives. I want to bite her to death. It's not too late to say these bold words when you sober up. When Musai took a step forward and stretched out his hand to push Chu Feng on the chest. Chu Feng stumbled, fell backwards, and landed on the back seat. Then, when Musai pulled up his legs and pushed them upwards, then stepped into the car. Chu Feng felt dizzy and almost vomited. Especially with his legs bent and pressing on his stomach, it made him extremely uncomfortable. It hurts, I want to vomit. Upon seeing this, Wen Musai immediately loosened his legs, pulled his waist upwards, and quickly straightened him up. I'm warning you, don't vomit in the car. Chu Feng curled his lips. If you are so fierce, be careful that no one will watch you. Wen Musi. The luxury car was speeding on the road. Chu Feng felt very dizzy and leaned his head on Wen Musai's shoulder. Wen Musai, what do you want me to do to let you go? I really can't stand it anymore. Wen Musai's face changed. He pinched Chu Feng's cheek and pressed his head against the backrest. Just as he was about to warn him, he found that Chu Feng had closed his eyes and had fallen asleep. The words just now seemed to be his subconscious speech. Wen Musai's anger took a long time to subside, and finally he pinched his chin with a sullen face. Don't even think about it. She didn't know why she had such a strong obsession with this person. In the past, people came and went freely and she never interfered. But she just wanted him to stay by her side. Putting Chu Feng's head on his shoulder again, Wen Musai gave the order in a cold voice. Go to North City Apartments. Yes. The driver glanced carefully through the rearview mirror, then quickly turned the car around and drove towards North City Apartment. Chapter 32. He will never be her opponent in this life. After returning to the North City Apartment, he put the person on the bed, took off his clothes, and covered him with a quilt. When Musai was about to get up when her neck suddenly felt tight and Chu Feng's arms had unconsciously hugged her. Mom, don't leave. We have money. Can we get treatment? You are all I have. Along with the sound of sobbing, a tear flowed from the corner of Chu Feng's eye. When Musai lowered her head, stretched out her finger and touched it lightly. Then, a transparent liquid flowed down her fingertips, dripped onto the bed, and disappeared in an instant. Then came the second drop, the third drop. When Musai's fingertips trembled, as if he touched a fragile soul in Chu Feng's body. It turns out that he is still a child. No matter how strong he pretends to be, he feels helpless, painful, and even cries deep down inside. When Musai had mixed feelings in her heart, and she couldn't tell what she was feeling. She didn't even realize what she was thinking at the moment. She leaned down unconsciously and hugged him gently. You still have me. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly outside the window. The warm sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the bed, stimulating Chu Feng so much that he could hardly open his eyes. He raised his arm to his eyes to relieve the dizziness left by the hangover. He was not surprised at all, as if waking up in the sunlight after escaping from that dark and damp basement had become the norm. After a while, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar room in front of him, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then sat up. This is North City Apartments. Besides, he was late for class. I hurriedly picked up the phone on the table and took a look. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. His alarm didn't go off. Chu Feng immediately got out of bed, pulled up his pajamas beside the bed and put them on, then walked into the living room and took a look. In the living room, Wen Musai was leaning on the sofa, with a laptop on his knees, looking at something. She would only do this lazy movement when she was extremely comfortable and there was no danger. Recalling what happened last night, Chu Feng stood at the door of the bedroom and gritted his teeth secretly. He didn't dare to anger Wen Musai. Now she can easily control his life. Noticing the movement behind him, a smile suddenly flashed across Wen Musai's originally cold eyes. Come out when you wake up, and stand behind me silently. Do you have any idea about me? Chu Feng walked a few steps outside and came in front of Wen Musai. From his tone, one could tell that he was suppressing his anger. I remember you said last night that you would give me 2 days off. Wen Musai tapped the computer touchscreen and said casually, Aren't you drunk? Chu Feng was a little angry, so you don't want to fulfill your promise? Wen Musai raised his head and looked at Chu Feng, raising his eyebrows. Did I say I wouldn't do it? Chu Feng understood and turned back to his room to change clothes. He doesn't want to live under the same roof with this woman now. Before he walked into the room, Wen Musai's voice suddenly came from behind him again. From now on, this is your house. You can do whatever you want during the vacation. The only requirement is that you are not allowed to go back to that shabby basement of yours. If I find out that you are pretending to obey my orders, I can take back your vacation at any time, or even take back your right to use this house. When Chu Feng heard this, his idea of returning to the rental house was instantly shattered. Apart from that basement, he didn't know where he could go back to. My study materials are still in that basement. Wen Musai leaned lazily on the sofa and raised his chin towards the room next to the kitchen. There! Chu Feng reacted and immediately turned around and opened the door of the room. All his stuff was moved here. Wen Musai's actions have completely blocked his way out. He only had 500 yuan on him and couldn't afford to rent any house. If it weren't for Wen Musai, he wouldn't even be able to afford to eat. Now he has a part-time job as a bodyguard. Even if Wen Musai withholds his salary, he will not have the opportunity to find another part-time job. Unless it's Saturday or Sunday. Before he could finish his thought, Wen Musai's voice suddenly came again. Don't look for any more part-time jobs. I don't like my employees to be half-hearted. Facing Wen Musai's strength, Chu Feng had no way to deal with it. After returning to the cloakroom and finding a set of clothes to change into, Chu Feng walked out without looking back. He didn't eat last night and was a little hungry. He wanted to find a restaurant to have breakfast, but after looking at the balance on his phone, he gave up the idea. He only has these 500 yuan, and he doesn't want to be penniless one day and beg for food from Wen Musai without any dignity. After walking around outside, Chu Feng simply bought some tomatoes, eggs, noodles, a bag of salt, and a small pot of cooking oil from the supermarket. He spent 50 yuan in total, which should be enough to fill his stomach for the next 2 days. The remaining seasoning can be used next time. After leaving the supermarket, Chu Feng returned to the North City apartment. He didn't dare disobey Wen Musai, for he was afraid that the vacation he had worked so hard to get would be taken back. When he heard the door open, a hint of surprise flashed in Wen Musai's eyes. She didn't expect Chu Feng to come back like this. She thought that he didn't want to see her and would at least wait until dark before coming back. When Wen Musai saw what Chu Feng was holding, he suddenly curled up the corners of his lips and smiled. Are you hungry? If you have any ideas in the future, you can tell me. I won't abuse my employees. I'm on vacation and I'm not your employee now. Chu Feng changed his shoes and went into the kitchen. Putting the ingredients on the table, a rare flash of confusion appeared in his eyes. He has never cooked. In the past, the family had a chef and a nanny. After the Chu family went bankrupt, he found several part-time jobs and was busy all day long. He had no time to cook for himself. Fortunately, the internet is well developed now, and there are specific tutorials for everything. Chu Feng took out his mobile phone and searched for the recipe of egg noodles. Then, he followed the instructions and clumsily started his first cooking experience. After frying the eggs and tomatoes and coming to the step of adding water, Chu Feng's hand suddenly paused. Wen Musai is also outside. No matter how strong this woman was, she had never treated him badly in terms of food, clothing, and other expenses during this period of time. To put it simply, she has indirectly solved his life problems and also provided him with a quiet space to study. After thinking about it, Chu Feng simply added a little more water. It doesn't matter if she doesn't eat it, he can heat it up and eat it in the evening. The next meal, he won't do so much. After the noodles were cooked, Chu Feng scooped up 2 bowls and brought them to the dining table outside, then started eating first. When Musai saw an extra bowl on the table, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his lips. This man is too kind. He will never be her opponent in this life. Chapter 33 Ruthless. Is this bowl for me? When Musai put down his work and walked to the dining table, glancing at the egg noodles in front of him. It looks good. She heard him searching for video tutorials. It was not bad that he could cook to this level for the first time. Chu Feng didn't even raise his head, still eating the noodles in front of him. I accidentally made too much. When Musai turned around and sat in the chair without revealing the little thoughts in his mind. Picking up the chopsticks and taking a bite, when Musai couldn't help but frown. It's salty. Seeing Chu Feng enjoying the fruits of his labor without a care in the world, when Musai's eyes showed a bit of appreciation again. He can enjoy happiness and endure hardships, so his future must be bright. Seeing Chu Feng eating with chopsticks, when Musai lowered his head to hide the tenderness that unconsciously overflowed from his eyes, and then started eating as well. This was his first step to approach her. If she rejected his kindness, she would definitely miss the next meal. Chu Feng was 80% full after eating a bowl of noodles. Finally, he drank a glass of water to quench his thirst and replenish the remaining 20%. Watching Chu Feng cleaning the kitchen carefully, when Musai suddenly had a slight illusion in his heart. They are living their own little lives. There is no trouble, no dispute, and no one disturbing you. At this moment, she suddenly liked this feeling. Good. I've asked for a day off for you. What are you going to do in the afternoon? Chu Feng took the rag and washed it under the faucet, but did not directly answer when Musai's question. It depends on my mood. When Musai didn't care about his attitude. Are you still angry about what happened last night? I dare not. Chu Feng wiped his hands, then threw the rag on the table. Although he said he dared not, the actions of his hands betrayed his mood at the moment. Seeing Chu Feng trying hard to suppress his anger, when Musai suddenly walked behind him and wanted to put his arm around his waist. Chu Feng frowned and grabbed Wen Musai's wrist. I'm not your bodyguard now. You have no right to force me to do anything. Wen Musai is naturally not a pushover. No one can stop her from doing what she wants to do. Not a bodyguard, but a sex partner. We've already slept together, so what if we sleep together one more time? As he spoke, Wen Musai suddenly turned his wrist and suddenly grasped Chu Feng's wrist with his right hand, pulling it forward, while raising his right leg and pushing it against his side. The whole action was sharp and fast, not giving Chu Feng any chance to react. Chu Feng felt pain and his face turned pale for a moment. While Wen Musai's leg had not yet fallen, he turned quickly, clenched his right fist and swept towards Wen Musai's cheek, while raising his left foot and kicking Wen Musai's chest. As if he had guessed his move, Wen Musai quickly dodged to the side, then kicked with his right leg towards the knee of Chu Feng, which was used to support his body. Chu Feng only felt a pain in his right leg, and his body lost balance and fell towards the operating table. Wen Musai took the opportunity to grab his wrist and twisted it skillfully, pressing him firmly down on the operating table. Under his face was the rag he had just thrown away. Although it had been washed clean, the smell mixed with oil stains was still clearly odorous. Open. Chu Feng was a little disappointed with himself after being defeated by Wen Musai again. If I was caught off guard the first time, then this time it was definitely because I was not well trained. He can't beat her. Wen Musai's skills are countless times stronger than his. Seeing Chu Feng struggling like a trapped beast, Wen Musai smiled, then pulled him up, turned him half a circle in his arms, and firmly grasped his wrist with his right hand behind his back, pressing him against the hard wall. I just wanted to hug you. Why do you have such a big reaction? Didn't you enjoy it when you slept with me? After I served you well, shouldn't you give me some feedback? Chu Feng's ears were a little red, and he didn't know whether it was because he was angry or embarrassed. When Musai moved forward, and just as her lips were about to touch Chu Feng's face, she suddenly felt a chill on her neck. A sharp fruit knife was already placed on her neck. When Musai lowered his eyebrows and slowly moved away, but he held down Chu Feng's wrist with his hand without relaxing at all. She already knew that Chu Feng took the opportunity to grab the fruit knife. She just wanted to test whether he dared to kill her. Want to kill me? Chu Feng held the fruit knife tightly with his free hand. Upon closer inspection, his wrist was shaking. I hate being forced to do anything. I'm warning you again. Let go, or else don't blame me for being rude. When Musai raised his eyes and looked into Chu Feng's eyes, his face calm and no emotion could be seen. Why don't you do it? Kill me and you will be free. As he spoke, when Musai moved forward, Chu Feng was startled and the hand holding the knife involuntarily stepped back. The next second, when Musai raised his hand and quickly grabbed the back of Chu Feng's neck and pressed his lips down. The tip of the tongue slid in, lips and teeth entangled, and Chu Feng's hand holding the knife trembled a little violently. He had never killed anyone, and he would never kill anyone, he just wanted to scare Wen Musai so that she wouldn't go too far. But Wen Musai was different from other women, she was heartless and not afraid of his threats at all. In order to achieve her goal, she can use all means. Chu Feng was suppressed and unable to move. He wanted to kill Wen Musai, but he didn't dare to. The moment he stepped back with the knife, he had already lost. The feeling of lack of oxygen slowly came over Chu Feng, making his mind a little confused. The tip of the knife was still against Wen Musai's neck, even leaving a bloody mark, but the strength with which he gripped the knife was much weaker. After a long time, Wen Musai let him go and reached out to take the knife from his hand. No matter how much you resist, you can't change the outcome of what I want to do. Her neck was a little painful, so when Musai reached out and touched it, and the bright red blood dyed her eyes red. Since you don't dare to kill anyone, don't point a knife at me again. I'll only give you this chance. If there's a next time, I won't be polite to you. Chu Feng coughed twice, his eyes were red, and his lips were ravaged red, looking extremely pitiful. This time, he truly realized that this woman was a lunatic. She is not afraid of death. She only has her own goals in mind and has strong execution ability. Any objections from him were meaningless in her eyes and she didn't care at all. After leaving the kitchen, when Musai looked at the entrance and said coldly, "Bring the medicine box over here and help me treat my wound." Chu Feng didn't continue to provoke Wen Musai. He walked to the entrance, found the medicine box, and put it on the table. Then he found iodine and gauze and bandaged Wen Musai in silence. A sharp pain came over him, when Musai suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed Chu Feng's cheek and bit his lips. You are so heartless. Chapter 34 Madman. After applying the medicine, Chu Feng felt inexplicably scared when he saw the gauze on Wen Musai's neck. If he had hit her harder, the tip of the knife would have cut her aorta. Is she really not afraid of death? Or did she conclude that he wouldn't dare to kill her? No matter what the reason was, Chu Feng felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. He didn't want to be controlled by others, but Wen Musai seemed to have no intention of letting him go. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you impressed by my bravery and fearlessness? Chu Feng retracted his gaze and cursed inwardly, "Madman." After packing up the medicine box and putting it back to its original place, Chu Feng went into his study room. The room was very large, 2 or 3 times larger than his dark and damp basement, and it had good lighting. The tables and chairs were all designed based on ergonomic principles, making it quiet and comfortable. Putting aside Wen Musai's dominance, the environment she provided him was the best. Looking at the tablet on the desk, Chu Feng picked it up and clicked on it. The lecturer's courses had all been compiled into video files and sent over on time. I don't know how Wen Musai convinced those noble university professors to do such a humble thing for a student like him. After finishing the morning class and thoroughly understanding the knowledge points in it, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun sets and it's getting dark outside the window. Chu Feng stood in front of the French window and stretched his muscles. He was quite tired after studying for the whole afternoon. Especially his brain, he needs to relax now, otherwise it will affect his study efficiency at night. In the living room outside the door, Wen Musai was still sitting on the sofa, working on his computer with his knees on it, as if his posture had not changed. You've been studying for too long. Make sure you combine work with rest. Chu Feng didn't expect Wen Musai to stay in the living room all afternoon without making any sound. He thought she had left. After all, the environment here is far different from her luxurious villa. Chu Feng didn't say anything, but walked into the kitchen silently, wanting to continue making tomato and egg noodles. Now, the most important thing for him is to fill his stomach with the least amount of money. I had just taken out 2 tomatoes and hadn't washed them yet when a figure flashed in from the kitchen door. Making your damn choking egg noodles again? Eating too much salt will affect the blood flow. Chu Feng took the tomatoes under the tap and rinsed them. I can put less salt. When Musai folded his hands across his chest, with the tips of his long hair falling on his arms, making him look cool yet charming. The nutrition is too simple. This amount of food is completely unable to provide the elements needed by the human body. Long-term malnutrition will affect work efficiency and even turn you into an idiot. Chu Feng felt inexplicably irritated. Does she still need to popularize these things? I don't have any money, but you can advance me 1 month's salary first. Since you are my boss, I can provide you with more nutrition. Wen Musai smiled. It was the first time she wanted to amuse someone in this way. If this man could smile, maybe she would be happier. It is already stated in the contract that the previous month's salary will be paid on the 25th of each month. Today is the 5th. If you want the money, you have to wait until the 25th of next month. The finance department will strictly follow the company's rules. You want me to set a precedent for you? Who are you to me? Chu Feng was already in a depressed mood, and his eyes looked even duller at this moment. 50 days? I don't know if this little money can last until then. Or you can beg me. When Musai seemed to be trapped in teasing Chu Feng and couldn't extricate himself. She now especially wanted to see the change in his expression because of her words. You don't know how to beg? When Musai raised his eyebrows. You can coax me, for example, use your body. I still miss your smell. Chu Feng tightened his grip on the knife. Don't you dislike my poor skills? If you feel lonely, you can go to Jindasai to find a gigolo. Everyone there can make you happy. When Musai didn't pay attention to Chu Feng's words. You can learn even if you have poor skills. You can also learn even if you can't coax people. You are very smart. Learning these things is not something out of reach for you. When Musai knew how to seduce. What she was best at was giving some sweet treats and watching her prey step by step fall into the trap she set. I can't learn it. Chu Feng threw down the knife angrily, turned around, brushed past Wen Musai, and left the kitchen without looking back. He just wanted to come out to relax, but he didn't expect that he would be in an even worse mood now, so bad that he didn't want to eat dinner anymore. Wen Musai also turned around and walked out, feeling extremely good. It should be said that every time she was alone with Chu Feng, her mood would improve. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't make her angry. I'm hungry, go out to eat with me. I'm busy. Chu Feng walked into the study room and was about to close the door when suddenly a leg flashed in through the crack of the door. When Musai leaned against the door and said calmly, You forgot what happened this morning again? Since your memory is so bad, I don't mind teaching you again. After saying that, when Musai glanced around the room again, what's the point of studying if you have a bad memory? I won't waste my resources on a useless person. Chu Feng clenched his fists behind his back, clenched his teeth, and his eyes were filled with an indelible anger. All his resources were imposed on him by her, and he didn't care about them. He can also make a name for himself on his own. Why can this woman control his life so easily? Seeing Chu Feng's mood changing because of her, when Musai leaned forward and pinched his collar with his fingers. I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare. You should understand that no one can change the outcome of what I want to do. Chu Feng naturally knew that his resistance was in vain. He just didn't want to be manipulated by a woman like this. But what can I do if I am unwilling? With his current abilities, he had no choice but to listen to her. 5 minutes later, Chu Feng appeared in front of Wen Musai on time. Wen Musai stood up and hooked his chin with a smile. Not bad, very obedient, keep up the good work. After going out and getting into Wen Musai's luxury car, Chu Feng put on headphones and concentrated on memorizing English words. He wants to take the IELTS test in May. If he studies hard in 2 months, he should have no problem preparing for the exam. Wen Musai held the steering wheel and glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Then, when the red light in front came on, she pulled off the earphone on Chu Feng's left ear and listened. She was a little curious. What was he studying all day long? With his level of understanding, there was no need for him to work so hard. English, you want to go abroad? Chapter 35 Overestimating Your Abilities. Chu Feng wanted to grab the headphones, but his fingers moved and then fell down again. When Musai's face darkened, answer my question. Yes, Chu Feng did not hide it, I will not renew the contract when it expires. When Musai's fingers gripping the steering wheel trembled, but his expression didn't change much. She wanted to help him and train him, but her purpose was not to make him fly to the sky. She wanted him to be like an eagle with shackles on his feet, so that even if he wanted to fly, he could not leave her side. The restaurant is located in a very distinctive teppanyaki restaurant in the city. Here, all ingredients and production methods are open and transparent. It's reassuring to look at and even more reassuring to eat. Because we had made a reservation in advance, the chef was already on standby. After entering the box, Xu Feng took off his coat and hung it on the hanger at the door. Seeing Wen Musai handing him his coat, he stretched out his hand and helped Wen Musai hang up his coat. By the time he sat down, the chef had already prepared the first dish. Wen Musai grabbed a wet towel and wiped his hands, his eyes were deep and no emotion could be seen. Do it. Yes. The chef received the order and immediately started to use his superb skills. The next second, when Musai handed over a glass of red wine, I never drink when I go out. Xu Feng took a look. He now had an instinctive resistance to alcohol. I still have to study in the evening. When Musai glanced over, revealing a bit of sharpness, I don't like others to disobey me. Have you forgotten it again? Xu Feng bit his back teeth, and suddenly remembered something Wen Musai once said. Beg her, or coax her. Xu Feng closed his eyes, then leaned over and kissed Wen Musai on the face. I don't want to drink. Wen Musai raised his eyebrows slightly, then chuckled, yes, you are really smart, I didn't misjudge you. Then, Wen Musai told the waiter beside him, replace the red wine with juice. Yes. 5 minutes later, a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice was brought over, and Wen Musai handed the juice to Xu Feng in a good mood. As long as I am happy, you can do whatever you want. Xu Feng's lips moved, and a feeling of unspeakable embarrassment surged in his heart. He was fighting for the lesser of two powers and was only trying to achieve his own goal. There was nothing shameful about it. After figuring it out, Xu Feng began to feel relieved. The meal was quite relaxing and Wen Musai didn't make things difficult for him anymore. How is it? Do you still like the taste of this restaurant? It's okay, Xu Feng replied indifferently. He is not very picky about food. For him now, as long as it can fill his stomach and let him eat steamed buns, he can eat it. After leaving the restaurant, Wen Musai threw the car keys into Xu Feng's arms. Your driving skills need to be improved, practice more. Xu Feng felt a little indignant. Is his driving skill that bad? It seemed that since meeting Wen Musai, all his pride had been shattered. As soon as he walked down the stairs, Wen Musai seemed to see something, and his footsteps suddenly paused, then he stretched out his hand to Xu Feng. Give me the key, I'll open it. Xu Feng? Taking the key, Wen Musai sat in the driver's seat, looked back through the rearview mirror, and a hint of bloodthirsty ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Then she took out a bottle of water from the car trunk, opened the lid, and gently swept her fingers across it. A white pill slid into the water, melted instantly, and became one with the water. Drink water. Xu Feng frowned, not thirsty. When Musai's hands did not move, the meaning was self-evident. You asked me for a bottle of water? Xu Feng sighed imperceptibly, then took the water bottle and took 2 sips. When Musai's lips curled up, but his eyes were cold. 2 minutes later, seeing the person next to him fall asleep, Wen Musai leaned over and adjusted his chair for him. Feeling the hot breath beside his ear, Wen Musai turned his head and reached out to touch Xu Feng's face. When you wake up, I will teach you how to protect yourself. You must learn it well. Do you understand? Sitting up straight, Wen Musai took out a pistol from behind, loaded it, then started the car and drove north. After a few minutes, 2 tails followed behind. Wen Musai snorted coldly, then stepped on the accelerator and shuttled through the traffic like a snake. Half an hour later, there were fewer and fewer vehicles in front of her, and the car behind her was getting closer and closer, as if to force her to stop. Wen Musai aimed at a turn ahead and suddenly did a beautiful drift, quickly changing direction. A car behind him didn't react in time and brushed past Wen Musai's car. Another car almost overturned due to a sharp turn, but fortunately the driver had excellent skills and adjusted himself as quickly as possible. Fuck, this woman is fucking crazy. Wen Yanlua's nickname is not groundless. Stop talking nonsense and follow her. Seeing that only a tail was left behind the car, Wen Musai seized the opportunity, braked suddenly, then quickly turned the car around and drove towards the car behind him. Fuck. This woman wants to die with us. Kill her now. The driver of the car behind turned pale with shock for a moment, and the person next to him quickly got his upper body out of the car and pointed a gun at the person in the driver's seat of the Maybach. At this time, Wen Musai's gun had already fired first. Bang! The bullet shattered the windshield and hit the driver's forehead with a pop, causing the car to lose balance. Wen Musai grasped the steering wheel and quickly turned it to the right to avoid the oncoming car. Looking through the rearview mirror, When Musai watched the unbalanced car hit the guardrail, the wheels flew up and rolled several times on the road before finally catching fire. He turned the pistol in his hand and then drove away. Who dares to come out and kill her? You overestimate your own abilities. The next day, Xu Feng woke up in a daze and wanted to move, but he felt his arms were pressed over his head and he couldn't move at all. He raised his head and looked upward, only to see that his hands were tied tightly to the head of the bed, with a beautiful knot tied at his wrists. Xu Feng gritted his teeth, and his anger instantly rushed to his head. When Musai, what do you want to do now? When Musai leaned on the bed and smiled. This is just a simple knot binding technique, try to break free from it yourself. Xu Feng was speechless. You're going too far. I don't have time to play these messy games with you. When Musai leisurely admired Xu Feng's embarrassment and had no intention of helping him. If you say it's a game, then it is a game. Only by finding a way to break free of it can you gain freedom. Xu Feng looked at the knot in front of him and struggled hard, but the knot not only did not loosen, but became tighter and tighter. Can you please let me go? I want to go to the bathroom. Chapter 36, Madman, Psychopath. When Musai ignored Xu Feng's request. Since she wanted to teach him skills, she would not be soft-hearted. Only when people are on the verge of despair can they stimulate the potential in their bodies. Instead of asking others for help, it is better to find a solution yourself. Xu Feng's eyes were reddened by the pressure. Mad, shameless, psychopath. Seeing that when Musai had no intention of attacking, Xu Feng gritted his teeth and leaned upwards, carefully observing the method of tying the rope. It looks simple, but he can't figure out the principle at first. A strong urge to urinate came over him, and he just wanted to go to the bathroom. Xu Feng struggled, then moved closer and bit the exposed knot with his teeth, but after holding it for a long time, the knot still did not move. I beg you, can you let me go? I really can't bear it anymore. When Musai glanced down and said, it doesn't matter if you wet the bed. There are plenty of new sheets in the cloakroom. Xu Feng was furious. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Why did he have to suffer like this around this woman? What did he owe her? After gritting his teeth and struggling a few more times, Xu Feng resigned himself to his fate and gave up struggling. Just kill me. If I die, no one will know what happened that night, and you won't have to torture me anymore. Seeing a tear sliding down Xu Feng's eye, when Musai knew that he had tried his best. This kind of knotting technique is the most professional. No matter how simple it is, it cannot be mastered in a short time. It seems that she overestimated him. He is still a young falcon now, and his abilities are not that strong yet. When Musai's heart had softened without her even realizing it. She leaned over and blew on Xu Feng's face. Look up. Xu Feng looked up and saw when Musai's fingers inserted into the knot along his wrist. He pulled up one of the ropes and gently lifted it. The rope automatically slid down in an instant. Xu Feng didn't have time to think about the process. He broke free from the restraints, quickly turned over and got out of bed, and rushed to the bathroom at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. When he came out again, there was nothing but anger in his eyes. There was something wrong with the bottle of water last night, wasn't there? What on earth did you want to do? Didn't I listen to you? When Musai leaned against the head of the bed, took the remote control and opened the electric curtains, saying casually, I do things based on my mood, I don't need any reason. The curtains were opened, and the sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto Xu Feng's face, stimulating him to squint his eyes. So, whether I'm obedient or not, the result is the same? Of course it's different. When Musai didn't want to break the docility she had trained with great difficulty. I went to see someone last night, but I didn't want you to know for the time being, that's all. Xu Feng, I can take a taxi back by myself. When Musai, I'm worried. Xu Feng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode after listening to Wen Musai's bland words. Just because she has a secret she doesn't want him to know, she can do anything to him? What kind of danger could there be? I was alone before I met you. What right do you have? You also said that you are not the same as before you met me. When Musai stood up and glanced at Xu Feng, if you can't even untie the simplest knot, don't talk to me about self-protection ability. The more Xu Feng pondered, the more he felt that Wen Musai's words were full of meaning. What do you mean? Who are you? When Musai smiled and said, knowing too much is not good for you. Knowing that he couldn't get any more words out of Wen Musai, Xu Feng simply didn't waste any more breath talking. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Sooner or later, he will find out the truth. Today is Saturday, so you don't have to go to class. Today you should stay at home and learn all kinds of rope binding methods. Next time you get tied up, I won't interfere. Xu Feng did not refuse, nor did he want to refuse. In the past, he would have thought that there was no way to break free from the ropes unless they were cut, but just now, he was really enlightened. Where there is a knot, there is a solution, but he has never thought about this problem. Breakfast was delivered and was nutritious, colorful, fragrant, and delicious. Ever since when Musai ate the egg noodles cooked by Xu Feng yesterday, he has seriously doubted his cooking ability. She didn't want to torture her stomach, and she didn't want Xu Feng to treat her badly. After breakfast, when Musai took out a few ropes and began to explain the various techniques and methods of untying them step by step, Xu Feng was dumbfounded. For a moment, he suddenly admired Wen Musai. Putting aside her personality, her abilities were really strong. Although he had to swallow his anger during this period, he did learn something. Knowledge that he had never touched upon before. After teaching 5 methods, Wen Musai threw the rope aside and said, "That's enough for today." Learning too much without understanding it thoroughly is equivalent to learning in vain. When you pass the test, I will teach you the next one. Xu Feng still felt a little unsatisfied, but he also understood that not everything could be accomplished overnight. He didn't know who Wen Musai was, but the fact that she taught him these things proved that it must be very dangerous around her. After learning this practical knowledge, he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Suddenly thinking of something, Xu Feng raised his head and glanced at Wen Musai. Lu Yun said he was undergoing closed training. Are you also training his self-protection ability? Wen Musai sat on the sofa, his expression somewhat indifferent. Whether he can protect himself or not has nothing to do with me. I don't know him. Xu Feng still couldn't figure out this question. Then why can't you let him go? Wen Musai looked at Xu Feng's serious expression and suddenly found it a little funny. Are you asking the wrong person this question? He was the one who took the initiative to join the bodyguard company, and he was the one who didn't want to leave. Why are you asking me for someone? Xu Feng was choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. He could see that Lu Yun's really liked the bodyguard industry, but he didn't necessarily need the bodyguard profession. However, it would be good for him to learn more skills. However, he didn't want Lu Yun's to come into contact with Wen Musai. This woman was too dangerous. I want to see him. Wen Musai was silent for a few seconds, then hooked his finger at Xu Feng. Come here. Xu Feng frowned, then put down the rope, stood up and walked to her side. Wen Musai was very satisfied with Xu Feng's reaction. Although he was unhappy, he had now learned not to disobey her orders. Before you negotiate with me, show your sincerity first. Xu Feng understood what Wen Musai meant. She wanted him to please her. Anyway, they have slept together and kissed each other, and he is asking for help now, so what is there to be fussy about? Xu Feng made up his mind and bent down, wanting to kiss Wen Musai, but she pinched his chin to stop him. Go to bed. Chapter 37. No one can replace you. On the couch is fine. Wen Musai didn't give Xu Feng any chance to refuse. He hooked his arm around his waist and pushed him onto the sofa. Xu Feng knew that it was futile to resist, so he simply stopped struggling. Wen Musai was in a good mood and gave Xu Feng a kiss on the lips. If you are disobedient, you will be punished. If you are obedient, you will be rewarded. What she is best at is to strike a balance between the two. I've taught you this, so remember this. Before you negotiate terms, show your sincerity first. Only when I'm happy can you get whatever you want. Do you understand? Xu Feng looked at Wen Musai, who was pressing on him as a superior, and his lips moved. Understood. Good job. Wen Musai reached out and touched the back of Xu Feng's neck. Although he knew that he was already docile enough at this point, he still made a move that did not allow him to resist. Open your mouth. As they kissed each other, the atmosphere in the living room heated up. After a thorough and satisfying intercourse, both of them were covered in sweat. Wen Musai was still not satisfied, so he leaned over and gently bit Xu Feng's sexy Adam's apple. Stand up and take a shower. Xu Feng obeyed the order and went to the bathroom hugging Wen Musai. The warm bath water flowed down the shed onto the two people, and the mist was everywhere. The person in front of them was hazy in the mist, his delicate facial features were vague and illusory, his sexy lips were slightly parted, and he looked very astringent. Wen Musai's heart heated up, and he couldn't control himself again and pushed the person against the hard wall. Xu Feng groaned and subconsciously tried to stop Wen Musai fanning the flames with his right hand, but she bit him on the lips. Don't move. Xu Feng didn't dare to move. As the mist rose, the ambiguity in the bathroom quickly spread. I don't know how long it took, but Chu Feng finally found an opportunity and came out of the bathroom with red ears. When Musai finished his shower and followed closely behind wrapped in a bath towel, his long black hair still dripping with water. "Blow dry my hair." Chu Feng paused, looked at the cloakroom in front of him, and reluctantly turned back to the living room. After finding the hairdryer and plugging it in, Chu Feng stood beside Wen Musai, reached out and picked up a strand of her hair, and started blowing it methodically. When Musai sat on the sofa, his eyes like an X-ray, admiring Chu Feng's body through her white bathrobe, and he felt a little excited inside. Ever since she tasted the joy of love, she seemed to be becoming more and more lustful. Feeling Wen Musai's hand reaching out again, Chu Feng took a step back uncontrollably. It had been more than 2 hours, and he didn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. Wen Musai raised his eyebrows in a good mood. "Why are you running? Shouldn't you be responsible for not satisfying me?" Chu Feng frowned and said, "My skills are too poor. If you are not satisfied, you can change someone." Wen Musai laughed at Chu Feng's reaction. "I just said it casually, but you still remember it. Since you care so much about it, I will tell you the truth again. It's not that you have poor skills, it's that you can't let go. However, I just like your innocent look, like a little girl who is ready to be picked by you." Chu Feng's ears turned red when he heard this. He can't let go? The postures changed one after another, and the battlefield moved from the living room to the bathroom. His inner self and dignity had been taken out, torn apart and crushed. In front of her, he had lost all his pride and dignity. Thinking of how he gradually fell under her seduction, Chu Feng suddenly hated himself. "Whether you are satisfied or not, I have already given you my sincerity, so shouldn't you also fulfill your promise?" "Don't underestimate yourself, I'm very satisfied," Wen Musai said meaningfully, I still feel unsatisfied." Chu Feng's Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. "I want to see Lu Yunce." "Okay, since you're so obedient, I'll fulfill your wish." When Musai raised his chin towards the cloakroom, "Go change your clothes. If you stand in front of me like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to help myself, and want to bully you." Chu Feng's face turned red again for a moment, and then he turned around quickly. Watching Chu Feng's figure disappear into the cloakroom, Wen Musai reached out and pinched his leg hard. Wen Musai, when did you become so impatient?" When I came out of the cloakroom, Wen Musai had also changed his clothes and was already waiting in front of the sofa. "Come here and sit down." Seeing Wen Musai hook his finger again, Chu Feng couldn't help but frown. He really didn't like her action. It was like calling a puppy who could only wag its tail and beg for mercy. Chu Feng walked to the sofa and sat down, unconsciously moving a little further away from Wen Musai. Wen Musai raised his eyebrows. "It's all been eaten up. What's the point of sitting so far away? Come here, I'm not in the mood anymore." Chu Feng moved 2 steps to the side and sat down next to Wen Musai. Wen Musai tapped the laptop with his finger and a picture appeared on the screen. "Don't you want to see your friend? He's here." Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, his eyes swept to the computer screen on the table. In the picture, Lu Yunce was punching a human sandbag with all his might. His movements were fierce, and each of his moves was filled with a thunderous force. Behind him, Ji Zhou was holding a teaching stick in his hand, carefully observing Lu Yunce's every move. Chu Feng glanced at Wen Musai in disbelief, and the anger in his heart instantly rose to his head. "Are you playing word games? I don't want to see the surveillance video, I just want to see Lu Yunce." Wen Musai turned off the computer and said calmly. "Did you explain it in advance? I've already shown you the person, one-on-one instruction. This is already a precedent in the company. Now you should be relieved." Chu Feng gritted his teeth and asked, "How can I see him?" Wen Musai stared into Chu Feng's eyes for a few seconds and questioned. "Why did you meet him? Do you want to tell him that I'm not a good person and let him leave the bodyguard company as soon as possible?" Chu Feng's face turned pale for a while when his thoughts were guessed. "This is my own business." Wen Musai understood, and his gentle eyes instantly turned cold. "You think that without him, you don't have to look at my face anymore, right? Without him, I can't threaten you anymore, right?" Seeing Chu Feng silent, Wen Musai suddenly smiled. "You are so naive. From the moment I wanted to keep you by my side, you were doomed to be unable to escape. As for Lu Yunce, I don't take him seriously at all. He means nothing to me." Chu Feng stood up, a trace of sadness in his eyes. "I have nothing and I can't give you any help. Why do you keep me around?" Wen Musai said coldly, "Who said I can't give it to you? You can help me relieve my desires. No one can replace you in this role." Chu Feng tightened his hands at his side, What if I don't want to? When Musai did not conceal the coldness in his eyes, it's not up to you. Chapter 38, Really Know How to Enjoy Life. Chu Feng felt as if he was sucked into a huge vortex and couldn't extricate himself. Seeing Wen Musai interfering in his life at will without any pain, he felt resentment and unwillingness, as well as a deep sense of powerlessness. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, turned back to his study room, picked up his phone and was about to go out. Today is his holiday and he wants to go out and get some fresh air. Living under the same roof with this woman would really drive him crazy. What are you doing? Chu Feng leaned over to change his shoes and casually replied, Today is my day off, you have no right to interfere. Bang. The door is closed. Wen Musai's face was gloomy, and he exuded a terrifying coldness. She wanted to capture the man and tell him that he was not allowed to go anywhere except by her side without her order. But when she thought of Chu Feng's resentful and unwilling look, she couldn't move her feet for a moment. One cannot push too hard, otherwise it will only backfire. She could give him some time to go out and get some fresh air, but the prerequisite was that he had to come back at night. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window and looking at Chu Feng's tall and resolute back downstairs, Wen Musai's sharp eyes were tinged with an ambiguous darkness. Remember to come back at night and don't make me angry again. After leaving the community and looking at the hustle and bustle of traffic outside, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Not having to face Wen Musai, he felt relaxed but also a little heavy. The world is so big, but he has nowhere to go. He even felt that he was more pitiful than the beggars on the street. Although they have nowhere to go, their bodies and minds are free. Chu Feng scanned a shared bicycle and rode it absent-mindedly for a long time. Suddenly, a car horn sounded behind him and he turned his head to take a look. It's a very cool spiker. As far as he could remember, he didn't seem to have seen this car before. Moreover, he doesn't have much interest in sports cars. In his eyes, all sports cars are the same and there is nothing special about them. The window of the sports car rolled down, revealing a face that was familiar yet a little strange. Chu Feng, hey, it's really you. I didn't quite believe it just now, so I turned around to take a look. Why are you still riding a shared bike? Chu Feng was in a daze for a moment, then he stepped on the brake and stopped the bicycle with one foot. Shared bicycles and luxury sports cars coexist, but he doesn't feel inferior. This person was his classmate. They were good friends in high school, but later for some unknown reason he went abroad and they never kept in touch again. When will you return home? Zhang Shuchen held the steering wheel with one hand, his attitude free and easy. You just got back yesterday, where are you going? Chu Feng smiled, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. I'm bored, so I came out for a walk. Zhang Shuchen sighed, wearing a high-end suit and riding a shared bike. Mr. Chu really knows how to enjoy life. Chu Feng suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Given his current state of destitution, he is indeed unworthy of such a high status. For some reason, his heart once again began to hate everything that Wen Musai had imposed on him. Now he just wants to live a quiet life, study hard, and after graduation, make a name for himself with his own abilities. Instead of sitting in a luxury car, wearing haute couture, and having no control over yourself. Zhang Shuchen had just returned to China and didn't know that the Chu family had gone bankrupt. In his heart, Chu Feng is still the favored child of heaven who is both good in character and academic performance and comes from a good family. Come on in the car. I just returned home and finally ran into an acquaintance. Let's chat. Chu Feng was worried about having nowhere to go, so he simply locked the shared bicycle and turned around to sit on the passenger seat of the spiker. Aren't you doing well abroad? Zhang Shuchen started the car inside. If things abroad were really that good, wouldn't you, Mr. Chu, have gone abroad long ago? Chu Feng looked at the rapidly receding buildings outside the window, feeling a little lost. I have this plan, it will be released next year. Zhang Shuchen glanced sideways and said, No way, I just came back and you're leaving again? Chu Feng smiled and watched the luxury car turn onto the main road. He couldn't help but ask a question. Where are you going? Zhang Shuchen said mysteriously, You must be interested. Chu Feng looked at the bustling scene outside the car, his eyes dim, as if the whole world had lost its color, leaving only endless loss. I'm only interested in money now. There was loud music playing in the car. Although the volume was not loud, it just covered up Chu Feng's low murmurs. The red light ahead came on. Zhang Shuchen stepped on the brakes and turned his head. I heard that there is an underground boxing casino in Jiangcheng. You can only watch the match after placing a bet. Aren't you a very good boxer? You should be able to tell who will win and who will lose at a glance. What do you think? Are you interested in taking a gamble? If we win, we split the profits. If we lose, it's mine. Xu Feng's face changed when he heard that. He felt as if a lot of depression was blocked in his chest, and even his heartbeat suddenly became dull. He used to think he was very capable, but now, he feels like a complete failure. All his pride was shattered the moment he met Wen Musai. Then you've got the wrong person. My skills are so limited that I can't even stand up to the competition, let alone predict who will win or lose. If you place your bet on me, I'm afraid you'll lose everything. Don't be so modest, Zhang Shuchen said without a care. If you are sure, bet more. If you are not sure, bet less. It's just for fun. It's meaningless if you take it seriously. Xu Feng understood what these second-generation rich people were thinking. They just had money and wanted to seek some excitement. It was the opposite of his current life. It was just for fun, why should he take it seriously? Besides, he had nowhere to go now, so there was no harm in joining in the fun. The entrance to the underground casino was rather mysterious. Zhang Shuchen searched for a long time according to the navigation before he drove the car along the curve to the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot is very large, filled with luxury cars and license plates from all over the country. The two got out of the car and walked towards the inside of the casino. Along the way, there were many bodyguards patrolling in specific uniforms. Xu Feng followed Zhang Shuchen into the casino hall, where noisy sounds filled his face. Because they hadn't placed any bets yet, they couldn't enter the inner field for a while. But just by listening to the sounds inside, you can tell how hot the atmosphere is. Zhang Shuchen walked to the betting area, picked up a stack of chips, and pointed to the video screen on the left. These are tonight's 4 contestants, along with their previous competition videos. Who do you think will win given their skills? Although he was just playing around, Xu Feng still took a serious look, trying to find out the strengths and weaknesses of each of them. After watching for a few minutes, Xu Feng raised his hand and pointed. The possibility of this person should be greater. However, don't put all your eggs in one basket. If you bet on 2 more people, you won't lose too badly. When Zhang Shuchen heard this, he placed all his bets on that boxer without hesitation. The purpose of the game is to be excited. It doesn't matter if you lose, but if you win, you have to win big. Let's go in and take a look. Chapter 39 No Mercy. The sky outside was getting darker and darker. When Musai stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the sun set in the west and the stars rise in the sky, his anxiety grew stronger. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening and Xu Feng hadn't come back yet. He really was thinking about leaving her all the time. When Musai took out his cell phone and called Xu Feng, this was the last chance she gave him. If he was willing to come back, she would forgive him. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. When Musai's face was gloomy and somewhat scary, and there was a bloodthirsty storm in his eyes. You only have one chance. If you don't cherish it, you won't have it again. Xu Feng didn't answer the call until it was automatically hung up. When Musai had a gloomy expression, and an extremely dangerous storm was brewing in his ink-black eyes. She didn't know where he had gone or what he was doing. This feeling of losing control made her extremely uneasy. When Musai picked up the phone and dialed another number, his tone as cold as ice. Find Xu Feng and bring him back to Longxing Bay. Yes. Before hanging up the phone, when Musai suddenly added another sentence. If he resists, show no mercy. Yes. After hanging up the phone, when Musai tightened his grip on the phone, then turned around, went downstairs, and drove his luxury car back to Longxing Bay. Since he was disobedient, she would no longer be polite to him. Since he doesn't want to go back here, he won't have to go back to the North City apartment anymore. The competition in the underground boxing ring is still fierce and the scene is noisy. Apart from the waving of flags and cheers, almost nothing can be heard. In the confrontation just now, Xu Feng's prediction was correct, allowing Zhang Shuchen to win a big victory. Zhang Shuchen felt it was exciting and pulled Xu Feng to play again. Xu Feng didn't want to go back to North City apartment and had nowhere to go, so he didn't refuse. He doesn't mind playing all night. Okay, hit him, good, left hook, nice. Zhang Shuchen clenched his fists and cheered loudly, almost deafening Xu Feng's ears. Fortunately, the second game ended quickly, and the result was just as Xu Feng expected. The boxer they bet on won again. Beautiful. Zhang Shuchen won 2 games in a row and was extremely excited. During the intermission, the scene finally quieted down. Chu Feng sat down on the chair and rubbed his ears, which were almost deafened by the noise. He still likes quietness. If he hadn't met Jiang Shuchen, he might never have come to such a place in his life. These belong to you. Jiang Shuchen was happy and automatically gave half of the chips he won to Chu Feng. You can exchange it for 200,000 when you go out. Although I know that you, Mr. Chu, don't need this little money, but there are rules in the industry, and we can't lose our reputation. Chu Feng looked at the golden chips in front of him and did not refuse against his will. He is really short of money now. With these 200,000 yuan, his future life may be more secure. It's already 11 o'clock, let's stop playing. Jiang Shuchen looked at the expensive watch on his wrist. Although he still felt a little unsatisfied, he had to obey the instructions of his family. If it's any later, our master will definitely get mad again. Chu Feng won the money and felt a little happier. You are so old, why do we still set up door restrictions for you? There's nothing I can do. Jiang Shuchen sighed helplessly. Come on, I'll take you back. I'll ask you out some other day, and we'll come over to gamble again. Chu Feng waved his hand. No need, I can just take a taxi back by myself. He didn't want to go home so soon, and he didn't want to go back and face Wen Musai. If possible, he hoped that they would never have any entanglement again in this life. Jiang Shuchen did not force it, and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. Okay, then you should be careful, and we'll see you later. After Jiang Shuchen left, Chu Feng took another look at the boxing ring. There are 4 matches today, but he doesn't want to continue. Gambling is all about luck, and it's rare to win twice. He doesn't want to lose the money he won with great difficulty. After exchanging the chips for a valid check, Chu Feng left the underground casino. When he reached the door, he took out his cell phone and saw a missed call. It was Wen Musai who called, and the time shown was an hour ago. He really didn't hear it. In fact, even if he heard it, he didn't want to answer it. She said she would give him 2 days off, and during the vacation, she had no right to interfere with what he did. Sitting in the taxi, Chu Feng began to feel confused again. Brother, where are you going? The taxi driver drove for several minutes without seeing Chu Feng report his destination, so he opened his mouth and asked. Chu Feng came back to his senses and frowned. Yeah, where are you going? His ID card was still in Wen Musai's hands, so he couldn't stay in the hotel. Go ahead. We're only paying $50. Wherever you go is fine. The driver was a little confused. He had been driving for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange passenger. I lost money. If you were young, why would you play gambling? 9 out of 10 times you lose. It's a scam. Whoever gets involved will suffer. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that I lost money, I just don't want to go home. The driver glanced back through the rearview mirror and saw that Chu Feng looked young, like a student, so he made a judgment in his mind. Did you have a quarrel with your family? Kids like you nowadays have their own ideas. You can't stand your parents' old ways and run away from home at any time. If you don't come home, your family will be worried to death. The driver was also a kind-hearted man. He wanted to persuade the child as much as possible and bring Chu Feng, the troublemaking child, home. Child, be obedient and go home quickly. It's not easy for your parents to raise you. Can you bear to see them worrying about you? Thinking of his parents, Chu Feng's eyes instantly turned red. He now wanted his parents to worry about him again, but it was impossible. In order to calm himself down and prevent the driver from asking questions and talking nonsense, Chu Feng casually reported a location. Number 18 Wutong Road. When the driver heard this, he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment as if he had saved a misguided teenager. Okay. 10 minutes later, Chu Feng got off the car, paid the fare, and began to wander alone on the street. This place is quite far from North City apartment. It would take more than 2 hours to walk there. Anyway, tomorrow is Sunday and I don't have classes, so it doesn't matter how late I go. Chu Feng reached into his pocket, touched the check, and finally felt a little relieved. After walking for another 2 minutes, suddenly, a black business car came speeding and stopped abruptly in front of him. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground echoed in the quiet night, sounding particularly harsh. The moment Chu Feng was stunned, 3 people got out of the car. There was one person he knew, and that was Yi, Wen Musai's bodyguard. The master asked you to go back. Chu Feng took a step back. Today is my holiday, she has no right to interfere with my freedom. And Yi looked at Chu Feng with a stern face and a pair of sharp eyes that showed viciousness. This is the order from the patriarch. Chapter 40, Ankle Ring. Chu Feng didn't expect Wen Musai to be so untrustworthy. It would be fine if she was just playing word games, but now she is actually restricting his personal freedom. Looking at the 3 bodyguards surrounding him, Chu Feng knew that he had no choice but to follow them. An hour later, the business car arrived at Longshengwan Villa. Chu Feng got out of the car and looked at the magnificent mansion in front of him. Suddenly, he recalled what Wen Musai had said. From the moment she decided to keep him by her side, he was doomed to be unable to escape. Chu Feng felt a chill in his heart. Wen Musai had already entangled him and he couldn't get rid of him or escape. But he was unwilling to accept this. His mother had chosen that path in order not to implicate him. For her expectations, he could not live in such a cowardly way. And Yi stood aside and reminded him in a cold voice. "The master is waiting for you." Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly at his sides, trying his best to suppress the sadness and anger in his heart. Although he was not suppressed, the 3 bodyguards followed closely behind him, no different from guarding prisoners. In the living room, Wen Musai sat on the sofa, fiddling with a black ring in his hand. He had a gloomy expression and seemed to be in a bad mood. "Master, the person has been brought back." Wen Musai glanced at him lightly. "Why didn't you come back tonight? Did you not want to come back, or did you not plan to come back at all?" Chu Feng gritted his teeth. He knew that he couldn't make Wen Musai angry now, but seeing how she took control of everything calmly, he couldn't help himself. "Is there any difference?" Wen Musai paused for a moment as he fiddled with the black ring, then chuckled. "There really is no difference." Wen Musai stood up, walked to Chu Feng, and stared into his eyes for a few seconds. "Where did you go today?" Chu Feng frowned, unable to suppress the anger in his eyes. "No comment. You have no right to interfere with my freedom." "Freedom?" Wen Musai seemed to have heard a joke. "Remember, I once told you that the weak are appendages of the strong and have no right to talk about freedom." Chu Feng felt that his patience had reached its limit. Wen Musai's dominance and unreasonableness made him feel deeply disgusted. "Then you might as well kill me. What's the point of killing you?" "What I like is taming." When Musai looked at Chu Feng, the frost in his eyes seemed to push him into the abyss. "If you don't listen, I will find a way to make you listen. When you know how to write the word docile, maybe I will show mercy and let you go. Before that, you will never be free." As he spoke, Wen Musai winked at the bodyguards behind him. The bodyguards understood and immediately stepped forward to suppress Chu Feng from the left and right. Chu Feng was shocked. "What are you doing?" Wen Musai scanned Chu Feng's body in silence, and finally fixed his gaze on his right foot. "Push him to the sofa and take off his shoes." "Yes." Chu Feng was a little frightened. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. He didn't know what Wen Musai was going to do to him. He didn't even know how many tricks she had. Without giving Chu Feng a chance to react, the 2 bodyguards pinned him down and pushed him onto the sofa. Seeing Yi walking forward, Chu Feng could no longer control the anger in his heart, and he raised his leg and kicked him. "Get lost." And Yi dodged sideways, his eyes darkened, then he bent his index finger and used the joint to hit Chu Feng hard under the shoulder. A sharp pain accompanied by numbness instantly rushed to every part of his limbs. Chu Feng groaned, and the strength of his struggle was instantly released. The shoe on his right foot was taken off, and when Musai walked forward, gesturing at his ankle with the black ring in his hand. Just the right size. Chu Feng wanted to bend his legs to dodge, but he couldn't muster any strength. Helplessly, he could only watch as Wen Musai opened the black ring and put it tightly around his ankle. With a slight click, his heart seemed to fall into an icy cave. Wen Musai curled his lips in satisfaction. "All of you get out." "Yes." The 2 bodyguards let go of Chu Feng and followed Yi out of the living room. Chu Feng collapsed on the sofa. The numbness remaining in his body took a long time to fade away. He wanted to sit up, but after struggling for a long time, he still couldn't muster the strength. Wen Musai leisurely admired his embarrassment for a while, then leaned over, pulled open his collar, and rubbed the place wherein Yi had just hit him. "Why can't you be more obedient? Now that you've missed the chance, do you think I will still show you mercy?" Chu Feng's eyes turned red. When the numbness in his body subsided a little, he struggled to sit up from the sofa. Looking at the black ring on his right foot, his heart, which had fallen into an icy cave, could no longer ignite a trace of warmth. "What's this?" When Musai turned around and sat down, speaking in a nonchalant tone as if he was talking about a harmless little thing. "Since you don't want to tell me where you went, I naturally have a way to find out. This anklet can not only tell me your whereabouts, but it can even remind you to go home on time." Don't even think about taking it off, or you'll regret it. Chu Feng no longer had the energy to struggle any longer. He just felt so tired, both physically and mentally. After putting on his shoes, Chu Feng stood up, no longer a trace of hope for the future in his eyes. Is the master satisfied? When can I go to rest? When Musai smiled, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. Chu Feng panicked for a moment, and his fists hanging at his sides clenched uncontrollably. His hard nails dug into his palms, but he was completely unaware. When Musai's technique was so mysterious that she was able to take things from him without him noticing. 200,000. When Musai opened the check and looked at it, raising his eyebrows and saying, "You don't want to go home just for this? I didn't realize you still have some skills and can even gamble." Chu Feng's lips moved. He didn't want to explain, but he also didn't want to watch the money he had worked so hard to earn disappear before his eyes. It's just good luck. When Musai raised his finger and tore the check into two halves in front of Chu Feng. Since I keep you by my side, I can afford to support you. If you go out to make money behind my back, aren't you insulting me, when Musai, for not being able to support a person? Chu Feng's eyes fell to the ground along with the piece of paper, and his heart ached inexplicably. He wanted to ask when Musai why he did this to him, but he opened his mouth and only said 3 words. I'm tired. Chapter 41. What else can he not tolerate? Having achieved his goal, when Musai stopped making things difficult for him. But she still needs to explain clearly what needs to be explained. Otherwise he would become ignorant of his own limitations and do whatever he wants. Don't you like the house in North City apartment? Then from now on, you will live here and don't even think about going anywhere else. Starting from tomorrow, come back on time at 7 o'clock every night. If you are not obedient, the anklet on your body will teach you how to write the word obedient. Okay, you can go to rest now. I'm in a bad mood tonight and don't want to see you. Chu Feng suppressed the hatred in his heart, turned around, went upstairs and returned to his room. Sitting on the bed, Chu Feng bent his knees and carefully observed the black ring on his ankle. He didn't want to sit there and wait for death, allowing Wen Musai to trample on his dignity. He must save himself and wait for an opportunity to escape from Wen Musai. After observing for a while, Chu Feng still couldn't find the switch of the anklet. He tried to hold the ring with both hands and pulled it hard. Suddenly, a series of beep-beep alarm sounds came and the red light of the ring lit up. The next second, Chu Feng's ankle hurt, as if it was pricked by something, followed by a strong sense of soreness and weakness, causing his body to fall uncontrollably on the bed. After a few seconds, the siren sound disappeared. Chu Feng felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away, and even moving his fingers was in vain. The symptoms lasted until the next morning, when they were slightly relieved. Boom boom boom. Mr. Chu, it's time to eat. Hearing the servant knocking on the door, Chu Feng struggled to sit up, but the moment his feet touched the ground, his knees went weak and he almost fell to the ground again. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the railing at the head of the bed, preventing himself from falling so miserably. 20 minutes later, seeing Chu Feng arriving late, Wen Musai curled the corners of his lips. How does the anklet taste? Chu Feng's face turned pale for a while. It turned out that she knew everything. So with this thing, his every move will no longer escape her eyes. She wanted to use this thing to control him, control everything about him. Including his freedom, his thoughts, and even his dignity. A hint of despair flashed across Chu Feng's eyes, and then overwhelming hatred swept over his whole body. He really hated it. He hated his own powerlessness, and even more so, he hated Wen Musai's arrogance. Wen Musai turned around and looked at him, and none of his emotions escaped her eyes. Don't look at me like that. I've said before that as long as you're obedient, I'll provide you with the best resources. As long as you stop disobeying me, this anklet won't bring you any danger. My purpose of keeping you by my side is very simple. I just want to control everything about you. You can blame me, you can hate me, of course, you can also use me to make yourself stronger, I don't care. Wen Musai's words made Chu Feng feel desperate, but also gave him a glimmer of hope. Use her to become stronger? It is undeniable that Wen Musai's ability is many times stronger than his, and even her power is beyond his reach. If he wanted to get rid of her, there was no other way except to make himself stronger. Only if you are strong enough, you won't be controlled by others. Sensing the change in Chu Feng's eyes, Wen Musai smiled and then retracted his gaze. Come over for dinner when you figured it out. Don't even think about challenging my bottom line until you have the ability. Chu Feng's Adam's apple rolled, then he walked to the dining table, sat down, picked up the chopsticks and started to eat breakfast seriously. Wen Musai picked up a shrimp dumpling and put it on his plate, saying casually, "Today is Sunday, you need to relax and play golf with me later." Chu Feng didn't say anything, and replaced his answer with silence. Anyway, whether he wanted to go or not, the result would be the same. Wen Musai didn't care. This was the first time extreme measures were used against him, so it was understandable that he was unwilling to accept it. After all, she didn't want to push him too hard. After breakfast, Chu Feng followed Wen Musai into the car. The person driving is Anye. Thinking of the blow this man gave him last night, Chu Feng still felt a dull pain under his shoulder. This kind of beating method was the first time he had seen it. Just one move can make an adult man lose his ability to resist. He wants to learn too. It took him only a breakfast to figure it out. His current abilities were too weak. Even without Wen Musai, he might still be controlled by others. Therefore, making yourself stronger is the top priority. There are many talented people around Wen Musai, such as Yi, Ji-Zhou, and Wen Musai's strange method of taking away everything on him without anyone noticing. These were things he had never seen before and had never come into contact with before. So he has a lot to learn. Since Wen Musai didn't want to let him go, why didn't he use her to enhance his abilities? Once he becomes completely strong, he won't have to worry about not finding a chance to get rid of her. Chu Feng believed that his predicament was only temporary, and as long as he worked a little harder, he would soon be able to get rid of Wen Musai's entanglement. The atmosphere in the luxury car was a bit depressing. Unless Wen Musai gave an order, Chu Feng would definitely not make small talk. Considering that Chu Feng did not sleep well last night due to the torture of the anklet, Wen Musai was the first to break the silence. "It takes 2 hours to get to the golf course from here, you can take a break first." Seeing Chu Feng quickly closing his eyes, Wen Musai raised a helpless smile at the corner of his lips. "You must respond to my instructions." Chu Feng closed his eyes and snorted through his nose. Wen Musai glanced at him and gently touched the ring on the middle finger of his left hand with his right hand. Hiss. An electric current ran along his ankle directly to the brain nerves, stimulating Chu Feng so much that he shivered uncontrollably. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly understood what the problem was. Wen Musai has the switch to control the anklet in his hand. Chu Feng bit his back teeth and said, "I responded." "Really?" The sound was too soft, I didn't hear it. Wen Musai hooked his finger, "Come here." Chu Feng was angry, but he didn't dare to disobey her orders anymore. He resisted and sat next to Wen Musai. Wen Musai was very satisfied with Chu Feng's reaction. She thought he would act out of temper and go against her, but unexpectedly, he was more tolerant than she imagined, and knew how to judge the situation better. Such people can be trained more quickly and are also more difficult to control. However, she was confident that no matter how many skills he learned, he could not escape from her control. Wen Musai patted his shoulder in a good mood and said, "Sleep on my shoulder." Ever since she got drunk that day, she began to like the feeling of him resting his head on her shoulder, like a puppy clinging to its owner. Chu Feng glanced at Wen Musai's shoulder and slowly leaned his head forward. In order to learn real skills and get rid of this woman as soon as possible, what else could he not endure? Chapter 42. If you don't want to die, get out. Chu Feng just wanted to close his eyes and calm down, but 2 hours was too boring and he finally fell asleep in a daze. He is really tired. Seeing Chu Feng leaning on her like a docile puppy, Wen Musai's empty heart seemed to be filled with an emotion called peace. And Yi looked back carefully through the rearview mirror. In the back seat, Wen Musai closed his eyes, his brows relaxed, and his expression became less fierce and more calm. After just one glance, Yi quickly looked away. 2 hours later, the luxury car stopped at the golf course parking lot. "Master, we're here." Wen Musai opened his eyes and looked at the people around him. "How long do you want to pretend to sleep?" Chu Feng opened his eyes and sat up straight, not feeling the slightest bit of embarrassment at being caught. In fact, he woke up a quarter of an hour ago, but he didn't want to face Wen Musai, so he chose to pretend to sleep. He didn't expect that Wen Musai's investigative awareness was so strong that he could even detect when he was pretending to sleep. As soon as they entered the golf course lobby, the front desk receptionist came forward to register their information and handle the entry procedures. On the other side, several caddies took out the golf clubs that Wen Musai had stored here and assisted them in taking the golf course sightseeing bus to the reserved venue. The environment of the golf course is very good. At first glance, the vast expanse of grassland is like a large fluffy green carpet, stretching into the distance, rich and layered. There are many artificial lakes of different sizes scattered around the golf course. When the breeze blows, ripples appear on the lake's surface against the backdrop of blue sky and white clouds. Chu Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The fresh air rushed into his heart and lungs, alleviating some of the heaviness in his heart. Can you play ball? Arriving at the designated venue, Wen Musai signaled the caddy to hand one of the golf clubs to Chu Feng and asked with interest. There must be a response to every instruction, this is the rule set by Wen Musai. Chu Feng took the club and said slowly, no. Wen Musai did not expose the fact that a rich young man who was brought up in a wealthy family would not be interested in these pretentious things. Wen Musai raised his eyebrows at the hitting point not far away. Hit one, score a goal, and I'll give you a reward. Chu Feng glanced at her, what? Seeing that Chu Feng was interested, Wen Musai curled his lips and smiled. Sure enough, no matter how deep the disguise is, deep down he still can't escape the mentality of a child. When he heard about the reward, his body and mind were pleased. Score a goal and I'll give you a day off. Thinking of yesterday's holiday, Chu Feng couldn't help but frown. Whether it is a holiday or not, isn't it up to you to decide? When Musai glanced at Chu Feng's right foot, there was no trace of the anklet under the trouser leg. Yesterday was just a punishment for you not coming home on time. As long as you report it, I won't interfere with what you do. Chu Feng touched the club and then walked to the hitting area. It is always better to have a reward than no reward, so don't miss it. Standing at the teeing point, Chu Feng glanced at the distance to the hole. It was not far and not difficult. Then, Chu Feng held the club with both hands, spread his legs shoulder-width apart, leaned forward slightly, and evenly distributed the center of gravity of his body on his feet, with his posture upright and relaxed. It was just a preparatory action before serving, but Wen Musai could tell that he must have played this often before. Bang! With a crisp sound, the white ball flew towards the hole along a perfect arc. Seeing that there were several balls at his feet, Chu Feng hit them one by one using the same action. Finally, the caddy ran over, recorded the goal, and made a professional gesture. 6-3, not bad. When Musai clapped his hands, not holding back on his admiration at all. You used to play it often? I've played it a few times. During the 3-day holiday, Chu Feng slightly curled the corners of his lips. Although his smile was shallow, Wen Musai saw it clearly. It seems that she will need to create more opportunities like this for him in the future. Only in this way can he slowly let down his psychological defenses. Chu Feng was quite satisfied with this result. He stepped aside, took the water handed to him by the caddy, drank 2 sips, and watched Wen Musai serve. 6-5. Looking at the caddy's gestures, Chu Feng suddenly felt that his pride was once again shattered. Why is this woman so strong? When Musai handed the club to the caddy, took the wet wipes and wiped his hands, would you like to compete? If you can beat me, I'll give you 2 more days off. Chu Feng already knew his own capabilities and did not rush to seek abuse. I'm not that greedy. When Musai raised his eyebrows, do you have so little confidence in yourself? Chu Feng glanced at her and said, you know I can't beat you, so why use this method as bait? Do I look that stupid? When Musai laughed at Chu Feng's words, then let's try something more difficult. Chu Feng did not refuse. Compared to staying in that cold and depressing villa, he still preferred to play outside. As we got on the sightseeing bus and arrived at another venue, a contemptuous voice suddenly came from not far away. Hey, isn't this Mr. Chu? Is he unable to make ends meet and is here to work as a caddy at the golf course? Following a burst of laughter, Chu Feng frowned. Without having to guess, he knew who was speaking. Zhao Ziang got off the sightseeing bus with his head held high. His swagger and arrogance revealed an arrogance that deserved a beating. Especially that chin, it seems to be sticking up to the sky. Several little followers followed closely behind him, all looking at Chu Feng with mockery and disdain in their eyes. Several people came over and forcefully occupied the venue that Wen Musai had reserved in advance. There was even someone so blind that he yelled at Wen Musai. Get out of the way. Didn't you see our master Zhao coming over here? If you're not afraid of death, get out of here. Wen Musai's face darkened, and he felt an urge to twist this boy's head off. However, she didn't want Chu Feng to see her bloody side. Chu Feng clenched his fists and suppressed his anger. This Zhao Ziang is the only son of Jiangcheng business tycoon Zhao Qiming. He relies on his family's wealth and is used to being arrogant and domineering. The Zhao family and the Chu family are competitors in the business world. Now that the Chu family is in decline, he will naturally not miss the opportunity to strike at Chu Feng. Zhao Ziang looked at Chu Feng with contempt. Oh, this dress is nice. The rent is quite expensive, right? Seeing Zhao Ziang's unwarranted provocation, Xu Feng instantly lost the desire to continue playing and handed the club in his hand to the caddy. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, don't mess with me. Chapter 43. Where have I offended you again? Oh, you're still so irritable? The Chu family is bankrupt, why are you still acting like a rich young master here? Zhao Ziang tilted his head and looked at Xu Feng with an extremely arrogant expression, his eyebrows deliberately raised, just like a victorious rooster. What he disliked most was Chu Feng's pride and arrogance. That's right, someone nearby started to make a noise. Why are you still being so arrogant when you're already bankrupt? Just follow Master Zhao and call him Grandpa. Maybe Master Zhao will be in a good mood and give you some pocket money. Zhao Ziang was very pleased to hear this. What are you waiting for? You can do it today. Play with Grandpa today and pick up a ball for 10,000. Amidst the laughter, someone behind me took the initiative to hand over the golf club. Zhao Ziang didn't answer, and looked at Xu Feng with an arrogant look. Go, clean the club for Grandpa first. If you serve Grandpa well today, I'll give you a few more coins. Zhao Ziang is a typical bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. He is sure that Xu Feng is now a poor dog and he would not dare to bite anyone no matter how sharp his teeth are. Seeing Zhao Ziang laughing wildly, Xu Feng could no longer bear it. He clenched his fist, raised his hand and hit Zhao Ziang hard in the face. I am your ancestor. Zhao Ziang is definitely the first person in history who can make the well-educated Xu Feng angry and swear. Zhao Ziang was knocked backwards, and was finally supported by his younger brothers behind him. Zhao Ziang felt his nose getting hot, and he quickly reached out to touch it. His hand was covered in blood. He was so angry that he cursed, "Fuck. Beat him up for me. If he kills me, I, Zhao, will take care of it." Seeing this, Wen Musai took a few steps back and had no intention of intervening. He can handle these few bastards by himself. In the melee, Xu Feng handled the situation with ease. After a short while, he knocked all 5 men to the ground. Finally, not feeling satisfied, he kicked Zhao Ziang in the crotch again. Roll. Zhao Ziang covered his nose and was helped up by several younger brothers. He groaned for a while. Xu Feng, just wait, I won't let you go. Looking at the backs of several people fleeing in panic, Xu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The good fight made him feel much more relaxed as he was feeling depressed recently. It turns out that when people reach their limit of patience, they still need to vent. When Musai walked forward and handed Xu Feng a wet towel. Who is this person? His father is Zhao Qiming. Xu Feng took the towel, wiped his hands, and replied simply. When Musai is much older than Xu Feng, so she doesn't really know many rich kids of the same age as him. However, she knew Zhao Qiming. He seems to be trying to cause trouble for you? Is there any need to say this? Even a fool can see it. Xu Feng handed the towel to the caddy and sighed. Zhao Qiming and my father are business rivals, and they had some unpleasantness in the past. Now that the Chu family is gone, he will certainly not miss the opportunity to despise me. I beat him up today, and he will definitely not let it go. When Musai raised his eyebrows meaningfully, it seems that you are really at trouble. Xu Feng was stunned for a moment, then reacted, it's not too late for you to abandon me now. When Musai had expected Xu Feng to say this, but she was in a good mood today and would not argue with him. I love trouble the most. A hint of sadness welled up in Xu Feng's eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Ziang was injured and a few drops of blood fell on the grass, which made Wen Musai's gentle eyes quickly covered with a layer of frost. This venue is dirty, change to the next one. After playing for a while, we saw someone had already set up the picnic props not far away. Xu Feng was stunned. Having a picnic on a golf course was indeed not something that ordinary people could do. When Musai put down his golf club, walked over with Xu Feng, and sat down comfortably. After a while, a sightseeing bus drove over, and then one insulated food box after another was brought to them. You must be hungry after the fight. Eat more at noon today. Xu Feng was indeed a little hungry. He looked at the food spread out on the oilcloth. Just as he was about to sit opposite Wen Musai, he saw her hook her finger again. Come over. Xu Feng frowned and then walked to her side. When Musai pulled him to sit down, reached out and touched his brow, his expression gentle as if they were a couple in love. Don't frown anymore, it's ugly. Xu Feng backed away calmly, I can't control it. Hiss. The next second, an electric current rushed along his ankle to his brain, causing Xu Feng's legs to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, the anklet was hidden under the trouser leg, and no one knew what happened except him and Wen Musai. What are you doing? How have I offended you again? Wen Musai narrowed his eyes. You can't control yourself, right? I can help you. Chu Feng clenched his fists angrily and didn't dare frown again. This woman holds his life in her hands, and he can't afford to offend her. The lunch was very sumptuous, and judging by the taste, it must have been prepared by the villa's chef. There were people around to help serve the food, and Chu Feng ate elegantly and quickly, and burped lightly at the end. That's enough, I'm full. There was still a piece of abalone on Wen Musai's chopsticks, but he didn't want to put it down, so he finally stuffed it into Chu Feng's mouth. I have to exercise in the afternoon, so eat more. After playing for a day, Chu Feng's depressed mood improved a lot, and he didn't take Zhao Ziang's provocation to heart at all. The sun gradually disappeared over the horizon, the light became weaker and weaker, and soon the necessary conditions for playing ball were no longer available. When Musai handed the club to the caddy and instructed, clean the club and keep it well. Yes. Chu Feng still felt a little unsatisfied, because the end of the game proved that it was time for him to go back with Wen Musai. He really didn't want to go back. Let's go. Wen Musai took the lead and walked towards the sightseeing bus. As long as you don't make me angry, I will bring you here next week. Chu Feng followed and sat next to Wen Musai. Is this the only place? Wen Musai smiled and said, anywhere. Feeling that Chu Feng talked more, Wen Musai's mood inexplicably improved a lot. After a long period of depression, you do need to relax. It seems that she should plan her future schedule carefully. The golf course was quite far from the villa, and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening when they returned home. Just within the time set by Wen Musai. After dinner, Wen Musai went into the study first. Today was working time, so Chu Feng naturally had to follow him in. Otherwise, this woman would find some inexplicable reason to punish him. He was really scared of electric shock. Have you memorized all the knot tying techniques I taught you yesterday? Chu Feng nodded. Remember it. Wen Musai sat on the chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, with a smile on his lips. Very good, I will test you at any time. Whether you can pass the test depends on your own ability. I won't take action. Chapter 44, Disobedient Men Need to be Disciplined. Chu Feng was very happy to accept the assessment. He believed that only through the assessment could he effectively discover his shortcomings. But he couldn't understand why Wen Musai was so keen on tying him to the bed. It's 11 o'clock at night now, and there's still an hour before I go to bed. If you can't break free, then you'll have to stay and sleep with me tonight. After saying that, Wen Musai left the room. Chu Feng raised his head and took a look. He had learned this knot-binding method before. Although it was not very complicated, it was not easy for him to break free by himself. The key was that his two hands were tied together, making it difficult to find a point to exert force. Chu Feng bent his legs and leaned upwards, trying to bite the rope that carried the key step with his teeth, but after trying for a long time, he couldn't bite it. Time passed by minute. Chu Feng didn't have a mobile phone, so he couldn't predict how much time had passed. Now he just wanted to untie the knot and walk out of here, and then use practical actions to tell Wen Musai that he wanted him to sleep with him and dream. He tried to bite it with his teeth, but couldn't reach it. Chu Feng frantically thrashed around on the bed a few times to vent his emotions. In the study, Wen Musai looked at the surveillance screen in front of him and laughed a few times. The 2 strands of long black hair hanging on the magnificent chest also trembled. After being together for so long, this was the first time she saw Chu Feng's childish side. Very cute. After struggling for a long time, the knot didn't move at all, and a layer of fine sweat broke out on Chu Feng's forehead. Untying a rope is actually more tiring than asking him to run 800 meters. After closing his eyes and resting for a while, Chu Feng struggled to sit up, crossed his legs under his body, then lowered his head and struggled to take off the socks on his feet. After all, it was his own feet, so he didn't bother to be disgusted. With the help of toes, it is much easier to open the rope. Time passed quickly, and when the rope on his hand was about to fall off, the door of the room was opened and Wen Musai walked into the room on time. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and struggled to break free from the ropes, then fell onto the bed in frustration. Just 1 minute. Wen Musai smiled and walked to the bed, leaned close to Chu Feng's mouth and sniffed. Did you bite your own socks? Go brush your teeth, I don't want to kiss a sock. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, cursed in his heart, you stink, then obediently got out of bed, walked to the bathroom and brushed his teeth honestly. Not to mention being disliked by Wen Musai, even he is going to dislike me. Although his socks didn't smell at all, he couldn't help but feel disgusted by it. After brushing his teeth and taking a shower, Chufeng deliberately pointed the shower head at the anklet, trying to break it. After pouring water for a long time, he found that it was waterproof. He had no choice but to stay and take a nap. This time, Chufeng did not hate Wen Musai for forcing him. It's his own incompetence, he can't blame others. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Chufeng opened his eyes on time. Just as he was about to get up, suddenly a white and strong arm was placed on his neck and pushed him back. Did you forget something? Chufeng turned his head to look at Wen Musai, and met her eyes, which were still somewhat tender as if she had just woken up. Chufeng made up his mind and moved his lips closer. Wen Musai smiled, grabbed the back of his neck, and began to attack him forcefully. A good morning kiss lasted for 10 minutes before Chufeng was allowed to leave. After putting on his clothes and taking a quick wash, Chufeng quickly left Wen Musai's room as if he was running for his life. Next time he must be faster and faster. Downstairs, breakfast is still rich. Chufeng had just eaten half of his meal with chopsticks when suddenly a car key fell in front of him. It was a Bentley. Starting today, I will drive myself to class. Chufeng wanted to frown, but suddenly he thought of something and his brows quickly relaxed. Can you get another one? He is now penniless and has become a pauper. This car is no longer worthy of his status. When Musai understood what Chufeng was thinking, this is the most broken car in the family. If you are not satisfied, you can only walk to school. Chufeng turned to look at Wen Musai's face and found that she was in a good mood today, so he dared to ask. Where's my electric bike? Wen Musai walked to the dining table and sat down, and replied simply, throw it away. There's already a two-legged person in the family, so we don't need a two-legged car anymore. You two have the same shape, so we can only keep one. Chufeng. You should have said it earlier, he left. After finishing breakfast, Chufeng just picked up the car keys when he heard Wen Musai give another instruction. 7 o'clock in the evening, don't forget the time I set for you. Chufeng sighed, got it. Chufeng had no choice but to buy another cool luxury car, and he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Chufeng parked the car in the parking lot outside the school, got out, and just walked to the gate when suddenly a very cool Maserati drove over and stopped in front of him with a hiss. Then, a charming and enchanting woman with a body as soft as if she had no bones got out of the car. Handsome boy, we meet again. Chufeng was stunned for a moment. He had seen this woman before. She was the woman who blatantly looked for a male model in the box when he went to Jindy's to find Wen Musai that day. A wave of disgust welled up in my heart. What's up? Shen Tian lifted her hair, raised her eyebrows slightly, and her every move revealed a charm that was enough to captivate everyone. In addition, she was beautiful, with a pair of sparkling peach blossom eyes, which instantly attracted the envious gazes of some male college students. Shen Tian threw a coquettish glance at a few boys not far away, and instantly received a few slaps. Shen Tian covered her lips and smiled. As expected, no one can stop her charm. Retracting her gaze, Shen Tian blinked at Chufeng. If there's nothing wrong, I can't come to see you. I'm Wen Musai's friend, and you're her little. Before she even uttered the word lover, Shen Tian quickly changed the subject. How could she, who is such a shrewd person, not see the subtle relationship between these two people? Friends, if we round it up, then are we also friends? Chufeng didn't want to get entangled with this woman. He indiscriminately hates any prostitute who finds pleasure in finding male models. I have to go to class. If you have anything to do, you can go find Wen Musai. Seeing Chufeng was about to leave, Shen Tian wanted to stop him, but failed. Don't move. If you dare to move forward again, I will scream molest. Chufeng didn't stop and left her with one sentence, psycho. Hey. Seeing Chufeng walk into the school without looking back, Shen Tian bit her red lips and tightened the fox fur shawl on her shoulders. He's really hard to deal with. No wonder even Wen Musai gets frustrated. A disobedient man needs to be disciplined. Could it be that Wen Musai can't even handle a man? Chapter 45, The Iceberg Man, Too Difficult to Deal With. Time passed quickly and the morning classes ended in the blink of an eye. After class, Chufeng picked up his phone and took a look. There was no message from Wen Musai. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With so many things pressing upon him, he just wanted to enjoy a moment of peace. There was still more than 400 yuan in the balance of his mobile phone, and he didn't dare to spend it carelessly. He went to the restaurant and got a plate of stir-fried cauliflower and a bowl of rice, which was his lunch. He found an empty seat and sat down. He had just finished his meal halfway when suddenly a figure flashed by and sat down opposite him. Chu Feng ignored him and continued eating his lunch with headphones on, using every available moment to familiarize himself with English words and grammar. Chu Feng, I ordered too much food today, can you help me eat some? Seeing that Chu Feng ignored her, the light in Huang Yaqing's eyes dimmed slightly. She thought she was pretty and was the center of attention at school. However, in front of Chu Feng, she felt a little ashamed. Chu Feng is the recognized school idol in the school. He is handsome, has strong learning ability and comes from a good family. Today he drove a Bentley and she saw it, and she was right next to him when he parked his car. But the car she drove was just a Volkswagen. The two cars are next to each other, and there is a huge difference between them. She wanted to attract Chu Feng's attention, but his eyes never stayed on her for a moment. Huang Yaqing was somewhat unwilling, so she raised her hand and waved it in front of Chu Feng, trying to draw Chu Feng's attention back. A hand suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring Chu Feng. He raised his head to take a look and took off his headphones. Huang Yaqing is Lu Yun's secret crush and also his classmate, so he can't be too rude to her. What's up? Huang Yaqing had the thought of having dinner with Chu Feng stuck in her throat, and she didn't dare to say it out loud. Why haven't I seen Lu Yun recently? The exam is coming up soon. Does he want to fail again? Chu Feng glanced at Huang Yaqing. He didn't think that Huang Yaqing would choose Lu Yun among all the suitors. He has something going on at home and will be back soon. Oh. Huang Yaqing used chopsticks to stir the rice in front of her and asked casually. That girl last time, was she your girlfriend? Why have I never heard Lu Yun mention that you have a girlfriend? Chu Feng didn't like people prying into his private life, no comment. It's so cold. Huang Yaqing didn't care about Chu Feng's attitude. In her eyes, Chu Feng is a child of destiny and he has the capital to be arrogant. Moreover, the flash of disgust in his eyes when she mentioned that woman did not escape her eyes. Huang Yaqing understood in her heart that she had many suitors around her, and she understood the little thoughts between men and women best. I ordered a lot of food, please help me eat some. Chu Feng put on his headphones and stood up with his plate in hand. I'm full, help yourself. After saying that, he left the restaurant without looking back and went to the library. Huang Yaqing felt a little disappointed, but the colder a man is, the more it proves that he will not easily accept a woman's ambiguity. Men who are not promiscuous are the most attractive. No way, beautiful lady, has the great scholar Chu not accepted your pursuit yet? At this time, a girl with a lowly face came over with a tray and sat down opposite Huang Yaqing. Huang Yaqing shook her head in disappointment. This big iceberg is too difficult to deal with. Fan, what do you think I should do? Fan Jior is Huang Yaqing's best sister. The two have been friends since childhood and were admitted to the same university, so their relationship is naturally closer than others. Fan Jior advised vaguely while stuffing rice into her mouth. If it's difficult, just change people. There are many men with 2 legs. Why do you have to guard a tree that will never bloom? You don't understand, Huang Yaqing's admiration for Chu Feng was mixed with a deep obsession with money. Chu Feng is handsome and capable, and most importantly, he comes from a wealthy family. Since the first day of school, he has been driving a luxury car to school every day. It's an Aston Martin, which is so cool. 2 days ago, I saw the driver come to pick him up. He was driving a limited edition Maybach, and today he changed it to a Bentley. And the clothes he's wearing are custom made. If you tear off a button, it can cover your living expenses for 2 months. Who wouldn't love such a rich and handsome man? Fan Jior stuffed her mouth with rice, her eyes fixed on the sparkling Huang Yaqing plate. You are indeed a great man. I am already hungry. Lend me your plate. After saying that, without waiting for Huang Yaqing's consent, Fan Jior grabbed the plate in front of her and started stuffing the food into her mouth, sneering at the man. In my heart, rice is my boyfriend. A man with 2 legs, I can walk as far as I want. No one can affect the speed at which I eat. Huang Yaqing sighed helplessly. Fan, I really envy you. You have no worries except for food. A meal of 6 dishes, plus 4 bowls of rice, were all stuffed into Fan Jior's stomach. The key is that she doesn't gain weight. She has a round face, big eyes, thick black hair, and 2 dimples when she smiles. Although he is not tall, he is very handsome. He is thin where he should be thin, and has some meat where he should have meat. Apart from being edible, there are no other shortcomings. Burp, after a big burp, Fan Joer touched her stomach contentedly. Who said I don't have worries? I have an exam soon and I haven't learned the theoretical knowledge yet. It's so difficult. If I fail, my living expenses will be reduced by half. I'm afraid I won't be able to graduate and will starve to death in school. Huang Yaqing supported her chin and thought about it, and suddenly an idea came to her. It's okay, Fan, I'll support you. Well, you're so kind. Fan Joer was moved to tears. In fact, I'm very easy to feed. 8 dishes, 1 soup and 2 bowls of rice for each meal is enough. Huang Yaqing's mouth twitched when she heard this. This amount of food was enough for her to eat for 3 days. I wonder how many pounds of shit she poops every day since she eats so much. I have a condition. If you help me pursue Chu Feng, I will treat you to French steak every day when I have money. As much as you want. Fan Joer's eyes, which had just lit up for a moment, suddenly dimmed again. It's even harder than theoretical knowledge. Even a beautiful lady like you, Huang, can't conquer that huge iceberg. So what can a petite and delicate girl like me do? Besides, what if he falls in love with me? I already have a boyfriend, and I don't want a 2-legged man. You think too much. Huang Yaqing didn't know what kind of woman Chu Feng would like, but he definitely wouldn't like a woman like Fan Joer who only cared about eating every day. Besides, Fan Joer disdained men with 2 legs the most, so she felt more relieved. Starting tomorrow, you'll help me make an appointment with him. It's a deal. Chapter 46. If you want to grow, you have to pay the price. As soon as the get out of class was over in the afternoon, Chu Feng packed up as quickly as possible and left the school. When Musai set 7 o'clock as the time for him to go home. Although he didn't know what would happen if he was late, with Wen Musai's dark mentality, she would definitely not let him have an easy time. When he walked to the parking lot, Chu Feng suddenly frowned. He saw that in front of the Bentley, there was a very cool Maserati blocking the way. The road was blocked so tightly that he had to bang his head against the wall to get out. Chu Feng was anxious, so he immediately walked to the front of the car and tapped on the window of the Maserati. The next second, Shen Tian opened the car door and got out with a seductive figure. Handsome boy, is school over? Chu Feng gritted her teeth. Wen Musai was already difficult to deal with, but she didn't expect that her friend was even more arrogant than her. It is true that birds of a feather flock together. What do you want to do? Shen Tian raised her eyebrows and glanced at the Bentley next to her, then covered her mouth and laughed. You're driving? What a coincidence. Chu Feng didn't want to get entangled with Shen Tian and said in a somewhat aggressive tone, Is it interesting to ask questions when you already know the answer? Get out of the way, I'm in a hurry. Shen Tian had no intention of moving the car. Why are you in such a hurry? We are friends after all. Can't you give me the face to chat? Chu Feng was a little impatient. The key point was that his time was too tight and he really didn't have time to waste. What on earth do you want from me? Can you please be more straightforward? Shen Tian lifted her hair and took 2 steps forward with a charming gait. It's simple. I want you to introduce me to a handsome male college student like you. Have fun. Chu Feng did not hide his disgust. The male models of Jindies can't satisfy you? I want to change the taste. Shen Tian just wanted to experience the unique flavor of the young man mentioned by Wen Musai. Well, you helped me introduce them. I won't treat you unfairly. No, Chu Feng clenched his fist angrily, then opened the door of the Maserati, started the engine and reversed it in one go, backing the Maserati up the distance of 2 cars. Seeing this, Shen Tian immediately took 2 steps to the side and stood in front of the Bentley. If you don't agree, don't even think about leaving. Chu Feng frowned. Why don't you go find it yourself? It's impossible to find it. Shen Tian pouted. Such a cute gesture seemed a bit out of place on her charming face. I stayed at the school gate all day today, but I couldn't find a boy who was more handsome than you. I have made a bet with Wen Musai that I must find a college student who is at least not worse than you. You know a lot of people, so please introduce one to me. Don't worry, they will be happier than you if I support them. Chu Feng? Keeping? Could it be that Wen Musai was also supporting him? No, he was working, he was just a bodyguard, he had a contract. He doesn't want anything except his salary. Chu Feng's heart felt stabbed for no reason and he felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing Shen Tian's relentless persistence, Chu Feng's patience had reached its limit. He suppressed his anger, glanced at Shen Tian, gritted his teeth, then turned around and got into the car, starting the engine in one go. He knew that Wen Musai was not afraid of death, but there was only one Wen Musai in the world, and he didn't believe that Shen Tian would not be afraid of death either. Chu Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the accelerator with his right foot and moved forward a little, staring Shen Tian so much that she stepped back repeatedly, cursing. "You little bastard, do you really want to kill me?" Chu Feng ignored him, seized the opportunity, quickly turned the steering wheel again, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Shen Tian stomped her feet in anger behind her. A heartless man, just like Wen Musai. Cold-blooded. Chu Feng had wasted too much time at school, and by the time he rushed back to the villa, he was already 10 minutes later than the time Wen Musai had set for him. Chu Feng got out of the car quickly and just ran to the living room door when suddenly a series of beeping alarms sounded under his feet. He only felt a pain in his right foot, and then his legs went limp, and his body fell uncontrollably onto the cold marble floor. It was that feeling again, as if all my strength had been drained away in an instant. My body felt sore, numb, and even moving my fingers was in vain. Chu Feng lay on his back on the ground, looking at the stars in the sky that kept blinking, as if they were laughing at his embarrassment. What did he do wrong? Why did Wen Musai treat him like this? He heard footsteps approaching, and the next second, a hateful face appeared before his eyes. It only takes 40 minutes to get here from school. I've given you an extra 20 minutes, but I didn't expect you still didn't want to come back? Since you don't want to go home, then don't go to school. Chu Feng's eyes were a little red from being forced. He has rushed back as fast as he can. He wanted to explain, but apart from gasping for breath, he didn't even have the strength to speak. Wen Musai didn't give him a chance to explain. There is no order without rules. Since she has set the rules, she will not allow him to resist. Take him to his room. Don't let him out without my order. Yes. He was taken to the room and thrown onto the bed. He heard the door being locked with a click, and a tear slid down the corner of Chu Feng's eye. He is feeling really uncomfortable now, both physically and mentally. He felt as if he was stuck in a giant spider web, unable to break free or escape. He didn't know what to do to get out of this controlled state. He is really going crazy. In the study, when Musai was handling his work while observing the surveillance in the room. She was not a cold-blooded person. She just wanted Chu Feng to be obedient and show weakness. Even if it delayed him, he should call her to let her know. But he didn't. If he made a mistake, he would be punished. She had to instill in him the standard of obedience, so that he would obey her orders at all times and not dare to even think of leaving. She wanted to train him and make him very powerful so that he could stand on his own even without her around. If you want to grow up, you have to pay the price, and she will not be lenient during this period. I lay there in a daze for an unknown amount of time, and the feeling of weakness finally began to ease. Chu Feng tried to move his arms and was able to lift them again. I put my arms over my eyes, and sadness suddenly welled up in my eyes. In the morning, someone opened the door and put a breakfast tray on the table. Chu Feng didn't even look at it, and as a result, his lunch was gone. After a day of hunger, no one opened the door at night. At night, Chu Feng fell asleep in a daze. In his dream, suddenly two familiar faces smiled at him, gently and lovingly. Son, Mom and Dad are doing well in heaven, don't worry, the road ahead depends on you. Remember, no matter how big the difficulties are, don't give up, son, you are the best. Chapter 47 Testing the Bottom Line. Hey, Wen Musai, your lover is too cold-blooded. He actually wants to kill me. As the saying goes, if you love someone, you will love his dog too. If you hate someone, you will hate his dog too. I'm your friend. I think the person he really wants to kill is you. Shen Tian made an appointment with Wen Musai to meet her. As soon as they sat down in the coffee shop, she couldn't help but burst into accusations. In the end, he even exaggerated it to make Wen Musai feel disgusted. When Musai's eyes turned cold for a moment, I told you a long time ago, don't provoke him, do you really think I dare not touch you? Shen Tian picked up the coffee and took a sip. She knew that she had no golden ticket to immunity in front of Wen Musai. But she was sure of one thing, as long as she didn't offend her, she would not let her die, and would even protect her for life. At least before Wen Musai died, she would live a happy life. I didn't mess with him. I knew he was your lover, but I didn't even touch him. I just wanted him to introduce me to an excellent classmate. Wen Musai sneered, don't you like male models again? Change your taste. Shen Tian raised her eyebrows, I also want to taste the taste of a young man. By the way, why haven't I seen your little lover go to class these 2 days? When Musai lowered his eyes and touched the coffee cup with his fingers, I hit it so you don't miss it. Shintiantian curled her lips, showing off again. Who cares? He is just like you, ruthless, cold-blooded, and doesn't know how to cherish women at all. Only you, when Musai, treat him like a treasure. When Chu Feng was mentioned, a hint of sadness flashed across Wen Musai's eyes. In order to punish him for his disobedience, she hasn't met him for 2 days. Although there is surveillance, nothing can compare to a living person standing in front of her. When Musai suddenly smiled, then stood up without warning. I've already paid for the coffee, drink it slowly by yourself, and don't provoke him again in the future. Shen Tian was stunned. Hey, where are you going? I finally asked you out, can't you stay with me for a while? Go back and accompany my little lover. When Musai turned around and left the cafe without looking back. Shen Tian was furious. He's heartless, cold-blooded, birds of a feather. Back at the villa, when Musai took off his coat and threw it on the sofa, then turned and went upstairs. In the room, Chu Feng was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, thinking about how to deal with Wen Musai. A head-on confrontation would absolutely not work. With his current abilities, he had no way of competing with her. If he offends her, he will be the only one who suffers. So, he had to find another solution. Hearing the door open, Chu Feng's fingers trembled slightly, and then he quickly closed his eyes. When Musai walked to the bed and stood still, sighing imperceptibly. I just didn't give you food for 1 day, but you went on a hunger strike. Do you think you can get rid of me if you starve yourself to death? Chu Feng's lips moved, and his tone revealed a hint of helplessness after being exhausted both physically and mentally. If I don't starve to death, I will be forced to death by you. I will die sooner or later, so why should I care about the method? When Musai frowned, you delayed my return home, shouldn't you be punished? Chu Feng frowned slightly and said sarcastically, I thought you didn't know how to write the word delay? When Musai knew that Chu Feng was not convinced, and he also knew that he did not realize where he was wrong at all. It doesn't matter if you were delayed. What you should have done is to call me and report it instead of letting things develop in a bad direction. In the final analysis, you still didn't take my instructions seriously. Chu Feng was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore, so he pulled the quilt over his head and said, I don't want to pay attention to you anymore, just electrocute me to death. Looking at Chu Feng's reaction, when Musai suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. The little hedgehog was born with the ability to prick people, but now his thorns are becoming softer and softer. The struggle is harmless and very cute. After admiring it for 2 seconds, when Musai leaned over and pulled the quilt off Chu Feng. Get out of bed and eat. If you don't obey me, you will never go to school in your life. Chu Feng's eyes moved, and he seemed to have slowly figured out Wen Musai's thoughts. The self-torture tactic works. His misery can be exchanged for her conscience. What kind of abnormal psychology is this? In order to test whether his conclusion was correct, Chu Feng sat up, and suddenly fell back weakly on the bed. Forget it, I'm exhausted. I'll die if I don't obey your orders anyway, so you might as well electrocute me to death. That way, we can both be free. When Musai had been hungry before, so she naturally knew that Chu Feng was pretending. But when she saw him acting like a spoiled brat, she inexplicably found him so cute. It's like a child who got slapped and wants to be comforted. When Musai wanted to be angry, but for some unknown reason he couldn't feel angry at all. Hearing the door slam, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then quickly sat up. No way, this trick doesn't work? So which one does Wen Musai buy into? After waiting for a while, Chu Feng heard the sound of someone coming upstairs and quickly lay back on the bed. The next second, the door opened and a mobile dining table was pushed into the room. Smelling the fragrance of the food, Chu Feng's stomach growled a few times. He was really hungry. If he hadn't wanted to test out a way to deal with Wen Musai, he wouldn't have been so foolish as to choose a hunger strike. Fortunately, this trick works. As long as it's useful, he will slowly break Wen Musai's control over him and find a chance to escape. Wen Musai waved his hand, and the servants understood and left the room on their own accord. Do you still need me to feed you? I'm sorry to bother you. Chu Feng opened his eyes, slowly sat up from the bed, then moved to the bedside, picked up the chopsticks with trembling hands, picked up a piece of pork ribs, and wanted to put it in his mouth. When it was almost to his mouth, the pork ribs fell into the plate in front of him. When Musai's lips curled up slightly, then he snatched the chopsticks from Chu Feng's hand, picked up the ribs and put them to his mouth. Open your mouth. Chu Feng hated himself for being so useless. In order to test this woman and find a way to deal with her, he actually did such a thing. He opened his mouth and took a bite. The fresh aroma of the ribs lingered between his lips and teeth, instantly arousing all the gluttony in his stomach. Xu Feng's eating manners were very elegant, and his every move reflected his upbringing in luxury since childhood. He ate 1/3 of the 5 dishes and didn't dare eat anymore. The stomach that has been hungry for 2 days cannot accept so much food for the time being. He values his life very much and doesn't want to die. At least you can't die in such a cowardly way. When Musai put down his chopsticks and told the servant to push the dining table away. Do you know where you went wrong? I know. Xu Feng leaned against the head of the bed and secretly bit his back teeth. 7 o'clock is too tight. If we neglect it for a moment, we will miss the deadline. I would like to ask the head of the family to extend the time. When Musai didn't expect that after being punished, he actually learned how to negotiate. However, this can be considered as a disguised sign of weakness. Rewards and punishments are clear, so she can't discourage his enthusiasm. Okay, since you have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I can meet your request. Change the time to 8 o'clock in the future. If you still can't get home on time, then you can forget about these 2 legs. Chapter 48. The food arrives. After eating, Xu Feng felt better in his stomach. The house arrest was lifted when Mu resigned from the company, and he was happy and at ease without having to face her. Sitting on the sofa in the room, Xu Feng looked at the black ring on his foot with a dim look in his eyes, and a bitter emotion could not be seen in his eyes. The next step is to find a way to take this thing off. He couldn't allow Wen Musai to control everything he did unscrupulously. When he lives, he must live with dignity. When he dies, he must also die with dignity. Just when I was thinking about how to convince Wen Musai, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Xu Feng, I'm your Uncle Chen. Xu Feng was so excited that he sat up straight immediately. Uncle Chen. Your mother's jewelry has been auctioned off. The market price is not as good as before. I only managed to get 2.8 million for you. If you have time, come and pick it up. If it's not convenient for you, I can send it to you. When Xu Feng heard this, a ray of light instantly illuminated his gloomy mood. With this money, his expenses for going abroad were solved. However, he couldn't take the money now. If Wen Musai knew about it, it would be hard for him to guarantee that she wouldn't confiscate it. It seems safer to keep it in the auction house now. His mother said that Chen Lai was trustworthy, so he must be trustworthy. Xu Feng held the phone and asked tentatively. Uncle Chen, my life has been pretty good lately. Can I deposit this money in the auction house first, and then I can go and withdraw it when I need it in the future? Being trusted, Chen Lai would naturally not refuse. Of course, let me put it in another account for you, and when you need it, I will give you the check directly. Xu Feng nodded. Okay, thank you, Uncle Chen. Chen Lai sighed and said, what are you talking about? If you have any trouble in the future, just come to me. You are Sure Lu's son, which makes you almost my son. I should help your father take care of you. Chen Lai's words brought a touch of warmth to Xu Feng's cold heart. But he had no way of telling others about his current situation. Wen Musai was not a good person, so how could he implicate innocent people? Got it. Uncle Chen, please go ahead and do your work. I will definitely come to you if I need anything. After hanging up the phone, Xu Feng put his hands on his eyes and endured the bitterness in his heart. If he hadn't met Wen Musai, how could he be living such a miserable life now? After staying in the room for a while, Xu Feng suddenly stood up, put on his shoes and went out. He can't just sit there and wait for death, he has to grow up quickly. He had already taken leave from school, and Wen Musai did not allow him to leave the villa, so he could use this time to find someone to practice with. After leaving the living room, Xu Feng glanced around the yard. There were about a dozen people wearing bodyguard uniforms, and from their figures, it could be seen that these people were well-trained masters. After looking around, Xu Feng's sight fixed on a bodyguard not far away. He had fought with this man last time, but they didn't dare to hurt him at that time and didn't use their full strength. He wanted to see how well he could fight these professional bodyguards if they gave their best. After thinking of a plan, Xu Feng walked straight over. The master of the family ordered me to test your kung fu. The chosen bodyguard took a look at Xu Feng and knew that he was nominally Wen Musai's bodyguard, but in fact he was just a pretty boy kept by Wen Musai. His status was different from that of people like them, so his tone was quite polite. I didn't receive any orders. The purpose of a secret mission is to catch you off guard and show your true abilities. Xu Feng lied casually, and then without waiting for the bodyguard to react, he clenched his fist quickly and smashed it towards the bodyguard's face with a whistling force of wind. His movements were swift and fierce. Seeing this, the bodyguard calmly turned his head and easily dodged the fierce punch. Seeing that his move failed, Chu Feng pushed hard with both feet, raised his right leg, and threw a fierce flying kick, kicking the bodyguard hard in the head. In order to know his own weight, he tried his best. As the whistling wind passed by, the bodyguard took a step back, then quickly reached out and grabbed Chu Feng's ankle. The next second, Chu Feng quickly pushed the ground with his left foot, turned his waist, and used the force of his right foot to sweep towards the bodyguard's face. The whole action was smooth and flowing, but its lethality was just like fancy moves in front of these professional bodyguards. The bodyguard remained calm and unhurried. He grabbed his right foot and gave it a strong shake. Chu Feng was startled and quickly adjusted his body. He then managed to stand on the ground and staggered back several steps. Fortunately, his basic skills were solid, so he didn't lose so miserably. 3 moves. Chu Feng felt like he was a real wimp. A few days ago, he beat 4 or 5 playboys to a pulp, but in front of these professional bodyguards, he couldn't even withstand 3 moves. Chu Feng clenched his fists, and a strong sense of frustration quickly surged into his heart. You passed. After saying this coldly, Chu Feng went back to his room without even looking back. His back was still straight, but with a bit more loneliness. The bodyguard turned around expressionlessly and continued to pay attention to the developments in the villa. Everything returned to normal, as if the little incident just now was just a flash of light. After finishing his work in the company, when Musai returned home on time at 7 o'clock. In the past, she was keen on working overtime, and it was common for her to even sleep in the company. But now it's different from before. Now she prefers to handle work at home. Uncle An was also very happy that when Musai was willing to go home. Master, you are back. Yeah, when Musai took off his coat and handed it to the servant beside him, then looked up and glanced towards Chu Feng's room. Uncle An understood and the smile on his face became even kinder. Mr. Chu came out this afternoon and fought with the bodyguards outside. He was defeated. Maybe he was hit hard. He didn't look very happy. When Musai knew that Chu Feng had a tough personality and would not give in easily, nor would she sit and wait for death, so she was not surprised at all at Chu Feng's every move. As for Chu Feng being defeated, it was within her expectations. The bodyguards around her are all professionally trained, whether it is kung fu or professional skills, they are all used to save lives. Although Chu Feng had also learned fighting skills, what he was taught in the training hall were all fancy moves. How could they be compared with life-saving techniques? Is dinner ready? It's ready, Uncle An was very pleased. Since there was one more person in the villa, the head of the family was more and more willing to go home for dinner. Yeah, when Musai nodded slightly, his tone becoming a little gentler, I'll go up and call him. Chapter 49, Useless, Ridiculously Bad. When Musai walked into the room, Chu Feng had just walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower. She was wearing a set of dark blue silk pajamas. Her fair and handsome face was flushed by the heat, her nose was straight, and her sexy lips were shiny. Because her hair had not been dried yet, a few drops of water slid down her face, then flowed over her sexy Adam's apple and sank into her collarbone. When Musai stared at her intently, and every moment he paused seemed to ignite the desire deep in her heart. Chu Feng paused, obviously not expecting Musai to suddenly appear in his room. When Musai hooked his finger, his eyes burning with passion, "Come here." Chu Feng's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and then he obediently took 2 steps forward. The next second, when Musai put one arm around his waist and the other hand around the back of his neck, impatiently pressing his lips against his. Chu Feng instinctively opened his lips, allowing the tip of his tongue to slide in and his lips and teeth to entangle. In order to please Musai and relax her guard, this time, he chose to cater to her. Musai was very satisfied with his reaction. After a long time, she finally let him go with reluctance. Your body temperature is too high and your heart rate is too fast. What did you do in your room this afternoon? Chu Feng took a deep breath and said calmly, I didn't do anything. I went to sleep. I couldn't go out, so I was bored. When Musai smiled, why would your heartbeat speed up if you didn't do anything? Or did you have feelings in your heart, and the kiss caused your body to become abnormal? Chu Feng didn't expect Musai's reconnaissance ability to be so strong. He just practiced fighting skills in the room for 2 hours and was sweating and wanted to take a shower. Think whatever you want. Chu Feng turned around and wanted to go downstairs, but was suddenly grabbed by the arm by Musai. Put on your clothes before you go down. You can only see me in your pajamas. Chu Feng cursed inwardly that the person was crazy, then turned around and obediently went to the cloakroom. The atmosphere at the table was very calm. Chu Feng always adhered to the principle of don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping. If when Musai didn't speak, he would never take the initiative to speak. He has been trying hard to calm the resentment in his heart and try to relax when Musai's control over him. He understands better than anyone that a lack of patience can ruin great plans. After dinner, without Wen Musai's reminder, Chu Feng took the initiative to follow her into the study. I sat down at my desk and just picked up the tablet when Wen Musai's voice suddenly came over. I heard that you went to fight with the bodyguard outside this afternoon. What did you feel? Chu Feng's mouth corners sank slightly, his expression could not hide his loneliness. I feel like I am useless, so bad. Chu Feng's evaluation of himself is a true feeling from his heart. If he hadn't met Wen Musai, he probably wouldn't have known that all his pride was so vulnerable. After saying that, Chu Feng let out another long sigh of relief. I am such a useless person, I don't know why the master of the family kept me around? Do you think there is too much rice in your house, so you want to support a useless person? Are you hit so hard? Wen Musai couldn't stand Chu Feng's self-denying tone. He should be proud and unyielding. It was like he knew he had lost, so he used every opportunity he could to find ways to improve his abilities. Those people outside are the most professional bodyguards. Everyone must undergo rigorous training and pass multiple rounds of selection before they can work here. The fighting skills you learned are just for bluffing, their professional skills are for saving lives. These two forms are completely different. Even if the teachers in the fighting training ground come, they may not be their opponents. You don't need to be discouraged if you lose to them. Chu Feng held the tablet tightly in his hand and remained silent. It was because of this that he felt even more unwilling. He can't even beat a bodyguard, so he'll never be able to leave here. I want to learn. Chu Feng turned his head to look at Wen Musai and said seriously, I don't want to be looked down upon, and I don't want people to laugh at you. I hired a bodyguard, and he's still a rookie. I want to be worthy of the salary. Wen Musai narrowed his eyes. Do you still think that I kept you by my side just because I needed a bodyguard? What else? Chu Feng's knuckles turned white as he pinched the tablet, his eyes trying hard to hide the anger and unwillingness in his heart. Are you thinking of being like your friend, relying on your power and influence to find a college student to support you? Support? Wen Musai's eyes turned cold for a moment. She just admired Chu Feng's tenacity, and because he had saved her once, she didn't want him to live such a hard life. She wants to train him and speed up his success. Is this considered keeping someone? The man in front of him was so proud that he simply disdained her help. How could he possibly accept such an insult? You think too much. Wen Musai suddenly laughed. You can neither coax people nor cater to their needs. If you want to be kept, you are not qualified. I kept you simply because I think you have a pleasing face and it won't be embarrassing to take you out. Indeed, a salary of 30,000 yuan is a bit high. With your current ability, 5,000 yuan is a compliment to you. How about I lower the salary to 5,000, so that you don't get too arrogant and think I'm supporting you? After hearing Wen Musai's words, Chu Feng's mood inexplicably improved. He eats well here, dresses well, lives in a luxury house, and drives a luxury car. Except for the fact that he is not physically and mentally free, he can be said to be impeccable. But as long as both of them don't admit it, there is no such thing as a sponsorship relationship between them. He is a bodyguard and she is the employer. They have a contract and a salary. He sleeps with her only because the contract clearly states that he must follow the employer's instructions and must not disobey. That's all. After deceiving himself for a minute, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The contract states that if the employee does not make any mistakes, the employer shall not deliberately deduct the employee's salary in any form, which will damage the employee's legal rights and interests. If the employer breaches the contract, the employee has the right to unilaterally terminate the labor contract and require the employer to compensate the employee at 3 times the amount of the employee's rights and interests. If the employer feels that I am not capable enough, he can fire me. Wen Musai laughed at Chu Feng's serious look. He can't coax people or say sweet words, but he is quite good at talking when it comes to protecting his legal rights. Why do you want to fire me? I don't lack capable people around me, I just lack someone to save my face. Your face is worth 50,000. I'll give you a raise today. Are you satisfied now? It would be a waste not to take the money. Chu Feng would not refuse the few taels of silver. Thank you, Mr. Employer, for your insight. Wen Musai raised his eyebrows. Salary and requirements are equal. If the salary increases, the requirements will naturally become stricter. From today on, you are not allowed to leave me except for class. If you don't obey, I won't deduct your salary, I will punish you severely. Chapter 50, Love Over Friendship. Xu Feng seemed to have figured out some of Wen Musai's psychological changes. As long as he was obedient, didn't disobey her instructions, and got closer to her, he could make his demands. However, he was a little confused about the boundaries of the requirements. No rush, he still has time and can take his time. The house arrest was lifted, and Xu Feng drove his Bentley to the parking lot. Just as he reached the school gate, a girl in a pink suit suddenly appeared in front of him like a pink rabbit. Great talent, why haven't you come to class for several days? Xu Feng paused and looked at the woman in front of him. He felt that she was a little strange, but also had some impression of her. It seems to be a female classmate in their class. Because he didn't communicate much with female classmates, he couldn't remember her name for a moment. Seeing the expression on Xu Feng's face change from confusion to relieved confusion, Fan Zhou was a little shocked. After all, she is considered the most beautiful girl in the class, how could this classmate not know her? Even if you are the school hunk, you can't be so arrogant. Fan Zhou pointed at her own beautiful round face indignantly, don't you know who I am? Xu Feng was a little embarrassed, are you, okay? Fan Zhou didn't feel that she was being presumptuous at all. Instead, she was indignant because Xu Feng didn't know her. I have something to say, of course I have something to say. After class at noon today, don't leave. I'll let my big sister settle the score with you. Xu Feng was completely confused. Before he could say the word lunatic, Fan Zhou ran away like a rabbit again. Xu Feng reacted and cursed inwardly, psycho. In the finance department classroom on the third floor, Huang Yaqing stood in front of the window and watched Fan Zhou come back, feeling a little excited. How's it going? Did you get a date with him? Fan Zhou nodded, it's an appointment. I asked him not to leave after lunch, and he didn't object. Huang Yaqing excitedly reached out and rubbed Fan Zhou's face, making a few wrinkles on the little chubby face. Fan, I love you so much. Fan Zhou pulled Huang Yaqing's hand off, her eyes sparkling with little stars. If you love me, order a few more dishes for me at noon. I want braised spare ribs, sweet and sour carp, kung pao chicken, fried eggplant boxes, braised lion's head. Class is starting, the professor is here. Before Fan Zhou could finish her words, Huang Yaqing turned around and grabbed a seat first. She likes to sit in the front because Xu Feng likes to sit in the second row the most. I value women over friendship, Fan Zhou pouted, then found a seat in the back row and sat down. She didn't want to sit in the front row. When she was in middle school, she was scared of being called by the teacher. After entering university, she finally didn't have to sit in a fixed seat anymore, so of course she sat as far away as possible. The bell rang for class, and Xu Feng walked into the classroom on time and sat down in the second row naturally. There were originally few people in the front row at the university, and over time, the middle seat in the second row became his exclusive seat. If he doesn't come, no one will sit there. Professor Wu walked into the classroom with the lesson plan, was stunned for a moment when he saw Xu Feng, and then naturally turned off the recording device in his hand. Once people come, there is no need to record the class. I don't know what Director Shui is doing. Giving special treatment to a student is something that has never happened before. Professor Wu taught the finance class very seriously and Xu Feng listened very carefully. Because there are many uncertainties around Wen Musai, he cherishes the opportunity to come to school. Fan Zhou was drowsy after one class. The second class was taught by Professor Sun, whom she hated the most. The lecture was so long-winded that she couldn't understand anything. Fan Zhou knew that Professor Sun did not take attendance in class, so she did not even enter the classroom for the second class. She even found a secret base for herself in order to slack off. Sketching room on the 5th floor. The classroom was empty. When she didn't want to attend class, she would go there to play games. I didn't know how long I had been playing in the room when suddenly I heard a burst of chaotic footsteps outside the classroom door. Fan Zhou was startled and immediately hid behind a lush money tree in the corner of the classroom. Because of her petite figure, she can be completely covered by hiding behind. The next second, the door opened, followed by a chaotic sound, and there seemed to be a hint of the fragrance of food. Fan Zhou sniffed, and the gluttony in her stomach was instantly aroused. Only when there was no sound in the room did she dare to stand up and take a look into the room. Frog fun, so rich. Fan Zhou rushed over excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Who was so arrogant that he even opened a special cooking class in the school? Wow, braised spare ribs, abalone rice, and eel, all of which are the baby's favorites. Fan Joer licked her tongue, then stretched out her finger, dipped it in the abalone juice, and put it in her mouth and sipped it. Wow, delicious, the taste is so authentic, even authentic than what is made in the restaurant. Well, who is so happy? I looked at the time. It was 11:55 in the morning, and the get out of class would end in 5 minutes. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Fan Joer's eyes almost fell onto the table. With so many dishes, no one should notice if one is missing, right? After thinking about it, Fan Joer still stretched out her sinful little hand. Picking a plate of her favorite braised pork ribs and holding it in her arms, Fan Joer immediately rearranged the plates on the table evenly. Seeing that there was no difference from before, she tiptoed to go out. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly heard another sound of footsteps. Although it was very light, Fan Joer had been slacking off for a long time and her ears were sensitive. She knew as soon as she heard it that the person was coming towards the sketching room. It's over, Fan Joer was frightened and shuddered, but the plate in her hand was still held steadily. She walked quickly to the table and wanted to put down the braised pork ribs, but after taking another look, she couldn't bear to do so. Thinking she couldn't get out, she simply hid behind the big flower pot again with the plate. The money tree grew so lush that it just blocked her shadow. God bless you, and please don't find me even if I eat your plate of braised pork ribs. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Shu Feng's cell phone rang on time. Sketch room on the 5th floor, come right over. Seeing the message sent by Wen Musai, Shu Feng frowned uncontrollably again. He didn't want to go, but he couldn't disobey Wen Musai's orders. After tidying up his desk, Shu Feng stood up and walked out of the classroom. Huang Yaqing watched the man disappear from her sight, and angrily picked up her phone to call Fan Joer. A cell phone rang suddenly, and Fan Joer was so scared that she almost dropped the braised pork ribs in her hand to the ground. She quickly turned her phone to silent mode and patted her heart. Fortunately, the person was still at the door and didn't come in, otherwise the baby would have been scared to death. After calling for a long time and no one answered, Huang Yaqing stomped her feet in anger. Fan Joer, you'd better never answer my calls again. If you dare to lie to me, I curse you to choke to death while eating braised pork ribs. Chapter 51, Eliminating the Roots. Shu Feng followed the instructions and went up to the 5th floor. As soon as he approached the sketching room, he saw Wen Musai standing at the door, hooking his finger at him. Shu Feng glanced around. Fortunately, the 5th floor was filled with practice rooms for unpopular majors, and usually few people came here. Shu Feng walked over reluctantly and protested in a low voice. Really, you don't need to bother bringing me lunch. I can eat enough in the cafeteria. Can the food in the cafeteria taste better than that made by a 5-star chef? Wen Musai turned the doorknob and entered the house first. Shu Feng hesitated for 2 seconds and followed him in. After closing the door, Wen Musai's eyes changed for a moment, then his brows relaxed, and he pretended nothing had happened and reached out to tug at the collar of Shu Feng's shirt. What's the first thing to do? Shu Feng frowned slightly, and although he was reluctant, he still resigned himself to his fate and moved his lips forward. The next second, the back of the neck was grabbed, and then a pair of hot lips pressed down, revealing a faint scent of jasmine. The obscene smell produced by the entanglement of lips and teeth echoed in the room, shocking Fan Joer so much that her eyes widened. Someone is kissing. Fan Joer swallowed silently, quietly pulled the leaves of the fortune tree with her fingers, and peeked out through the gap. The great talent of Chu? Not sure, wait and see. It's really him. Frog fun, big revelation, the talented Chu actually has a mysterious girlfriend. Seeing Wen Musai's hand moving along the hem of Shu Feng's shirt towards his abdominal muscles, Fan Joer immediately closed her eyes. Do not look at or listen to anything indecent. They brought this thing to her doorstep so she can't be blamed. At best, she just took a plate of the most inconspicuous braised pork ribs, which was not a crime punishable by death. Shu Feng wanted to pull away Wen Musai's rebellious hand, but she bit him on the lips. It doesn't hurt, but it's full of warning. After a long time, Shu Feng was finally released. Wen Musai touched his face in a good mood. Not bad, you are becoming more and more obedient. I will reward you when we go back tonight. Shu Feng knew what the reward was without even thinking about it, but he had no choice. Sitting at the dining table and taking 2 sips of soup with a spoon, Shu Feng suddenly looked at Wen Musai and asked tentatively. Master, didn't you say last night that you would teach me fighting skills? When do you plan to let me train? What's the hurry? Wen Musai picked up a piece of sea cucumber with chopsticks and put it on the plate in front of Shu Feng, raising his eyebrows. You want to get rid of me after you learn it? Chu Feng's face froze for a moment after his thoughts were guessed. I don't think so. Really? When Musai said meaningfully, it's good that you don't have this idea. You should know that you can't get rid of me. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. How could she not know what Chu Feng was thinking? She didn't believe that he was in a hurry to learn skills just to do a better job for her. Knowing that when Musai would not tell him what he was thinking, Chu Feng did not continue the topic. In the corner, Fan Jior was a little shocked when she heard this. You can't get rid of me. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Frog fun. What kind of overbearing CEO forced love is this? So exciting. She thought that the campus hunk Shu was a big iceberg, but it turned out that he was just a poor little guy. Female president, little husband. Wow. What a feeling. Fan Jior looked at the braised pork ribs in her arms, quietly picked up a piece and took a bite, enjoying the food while listening to the gossip. Smells so good. But why didn't those two people outside leave yet? She felt like going to the bathroom. At the dining table, when Musai saw that Chu Feng had almost finished eating, so he grabbed 2 tissues and handed them to him with a cold tone. Have you seen enough? Chu Feng was stunned, and his eyes unconsciously looked at Wen Musai. What? When did he look at her? He wanted to throw her out of the window. Wen Musai curled the corners of his lips, picked up an empty plate and threw it away. The next second, the exquisite ceramics hit the flower pot on the wall and shattered into pieces in an instant. A shrill sound echoed in the room, which scared Chu Feng and made Fan Jior almost wet her pants. It's over, I've been discovered. Fan Jior came out from behind the flower pot trembling, with a piece of pork ribs in her mouth that she had not had time to chew. Chu Feng's face changed and he stood up quickly. It's you, why are you here? Fan Jior smiled with her eyes bent, and said vaguely, no. Sorry to bother you, I'm just a little hungry. Otherwise, I'll give you the ribs. Fan Jior stretched out her hand and contributed the half plate of braised pork ribs that she had stolen. When Musai stood up and asked in a neutral tone, do you know her? I don't know him. Chu Feng rejected the question without even thinking about it. You already knew there was someone else in this room, right? When Musai knew it but didn't tell him, it was obvious that he wanted to see him make a fool of himself. I found out after I entered the room. When Musai said slowly, I didn't tell you because I wanted to see your reaction. Since you don't want others to discover your secret, then shoot her. Only the dead can keep their mouths shut. Gun? Fan Jior's heart trembled. What extraordinary thing had she heard? Chu Feng clenched his fists, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why didn't he notice there was someone in the room? Was it that his awareness of vigilance was too weak, or was it that this woman's ability to hide was too strong? Seeing that when Musai really took out a silver pistol from behind his back, Fan Jior was so scared that she forgot to chew the ribs in her mouth. Looking at Wen Musai's eyes that were as cold as a deep pool, Fan Jior would never be stupid enough to think that Wen Musai would scare her with a toy gun. Fan Jior's legs were a little weak, and when she opened her mouth, the ribs fell out. Chu. Mr. Chu, sir, I just ate 2 pieces of your ribs. That crime doesn't deserve death, right? Chu Feng frowned, looking a little unhappy. It was his mistake not to notice that there was someone in the room, and it was also his responsibility that the woman saw everything. But things have come to this, and he can only find a way to remedy the situation. I don't want to hear rumors about what happened today. No, Fan Jior raised her hand and swore, I swear, I won't tell anyone a word. Chu Feng loosened his clenched fist a little. Go. Is that it? Before Fan Jior had time to be happy, when Musai's cold voice came again. She didn't find the person out at that time because she wanted to see Chu Feng's reaction. The result was just as she expected. Being with her was a very shameful thing in his heart. When Musai forcefully stuffed the pistol into Chu Feng's hand, opened his thin lips slightly, and his eyes were as cold as ice. Rumors are all started by humans. Since you don't want others to know about the relationship between you and me, then cut the grass and eradicate it. Chapter 52 Cold-Blooded. Seeing Wen Musai forcing him to raise his gun again, Chu Feng was stunned and frightened. There are living people in front of her, how can she treat human life as worthless? Don't dare? Wen Musai held Chu Feng's hand and gently pulled the trigger. His tone was calm, but cold as if wrapped in a layer of ice. I'll help you. Bang. The gunshot rang out, and the sound of the bullet flying through the gun barrel made Chu Feng's face turn pale, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Almost there, just a little bit. A drop of cold sweat slid down his face. Chu Feng's raised hand slowly fell, his fingers trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed uncontrollable panic. She is a living person. How can you take her life lightly? Chu Feng looked at Wen Musai, his clear voice trembling slightly. If he had not diverted the gun in time, he would have become a murderer by now. Wen Musai smiled, his sinister eyes revealed a paranoid madness, and his powerful aura was slightly morbid. Don't you dislike rumors? I'm just teaching you how to cut the grass and root it out. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and said, You came to the school to look for me so blatantly, rumors will appear sooner or later. She just happened to see this incident accidentally. Even if the news spreads, it will only bring the rumors forward. The problem is you. Why do you have to kill innocent people? She is my classmate, let her go. Fan Zhou had already lost her voice out of fright. She froze in place with her eyes wide open in horror, a chill instantly spreading through her body from head to toe. If she was still holding out a glimmer of hope that it was a toy gun, now she was completely sure that the muzzle of the gun that was pointed at her forehead was a real gun. She almost died at gunpoint. Fan Zhou's face was pale and her body was shaking violently. She was obviously frightened to the extreme. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I swear, I will never tell anyone else about what happened today. Wen Musai ignored Fan Zhou's oath. When had she, Wen Musai, ever cared about other people's gossip? She did this just to get a glimpse into Chu Feng's truest thoughts deep in his heart. Wen Musai looked into Chu Feng's eyes for a long time before his sinister look calmed down. So, you're not afraid of others knowing about our relationship? Chu Feng's eyelashes drooped slightly, hiding the loneliness in his eyes. He was not afraid of gossip, he just didn't want to be a gigolo kept by Wen Musai, and he couldn't get over it. They have their own mouths, so let them say whatever they want. Okay, since you don't care, then I'm relieved. When Musai put away the gun and suddenly turned to look at Fan Zhou, his cold eyes were chilling. You should be thankful that I hired a kind bodyguard. As an employer, you must also respect the wishes of your employees. You can leave now. Fan Zhou's heart trembled, and she immediately put the plate of pork ribs in her hand on the table and ran out of the room as if she was escaping for her life. When she was about to leave, she was afraid that others would discover the secret in the room and put the hat of gossip on her head, so she suppressed the fear in her heart, turned around and closed the door. Chu Feng's legs went limp and he sat down on the chair, the clothes on his back already soaked with cold sweat. Above my head, there is a bullet hole left by a bullet that pierced the ceiling. It is very small and hidden on the right side of the light. If you don't look carefully, it will not be easily noticed. I was scared when Musai reached out and took out 2 tissues to help Chu Feng wipe the sweat off his forehead. As soon as he got close to him, Chu Feng dodged back as if by reflex. When Musai didn't care about his reaction. Everything should be done step by step. Once he holds the gun firmly, he will not be afraid anymore. She would give him time to adjust. You'll get used to it later. Chu Feng closed his eyes and exhaled softly. What am I used to? Are you used to being so cold-blooded like you, taking people's lives for granted? Are you trying to force me to become a murderer? Or in your heart, I am not worthy of living in peace and quiet? The series of questions reflected Chu Feng's helplessness. He knew Wen Musai was not a good person, but he didn't expect her to be so crazy. The floor manager of Jindi's was short-sighted and deserved to be punished, but the woman just now only accidentally discovered what was going on between them, and at most it would just lead to more rumors. No matter what, she would not die. Cold-blooded? When Musai looked at Chu Feng and suddenly smiled, do you know what true cold-bloodedness is? The truly cold-blooded will not care about your kindness, let alone allow you to be kind. Don't jump to conclusions about anything. Everyone wants to live a quiet life, but the people around me don't deserve it. You don't deserve it even more. From the moment you stumbled upon that gunfight that night, you lost the chance to live in peace. Chu Feng looked up at Wen Musai, his eyes filled with sadness. That night, I really didn't see anything. I know, Wen Musai laughed in shock, it's not important. What's important is that I saw you. What's important is that I just laid a bait and you took the initiative to walk to my side. Tell me, who should I blame for this? Chu Feng leaned back weakly. It turned out that all this was his fault. It was his short-sightedness that made him mistake the trap for hope. After coming out of the sketching room, Fan Zhou stumbled all the way. When going down the stairs, her legs almost gave out and she almost rolled down the steps. She was really scared today. It was the first time she felt so close to death. That woman was so terrifying, and her eyes were so scary that Fan Zhou felt her blood freeze when she looked at her. She didn't know who Musai was, but just because she carried a gun with her at all times, and she raised the gun without blinking, with a smile on her lips, she knew that woman was not a good person. It's just a pity for the talented scholar Chu. He must feel bad being favored by that kind of woman. Running downstairs and seeing the lively crowds coming and going on the campus, Fan Zhou took a deep breath with hot tears in her eyes. She's still alive. Fan, where have you been? Why didn't you even answer my call? Huang Yaqing came out of the cafeteria and was about to go to the library when she saw Fan Zhou running out from the direction of the teaching building. When she saw the familiar person, Fan Zhou couldn't control herself anymore and burst into tears. Her grief and sadness immediately attracted some curious looks, but she no longer cared about that. She just wanted to vent her panic. My beautiful lady, I finally see you alive again. Chapter 53. I really don't want to go back. Huang Yaqing was a little confused by Fan Zhou's crying. The key point was that Fan Zhou's crying sounded like howling, which made her feel creepy. Huang Yaqing took out a tissue and blocked Fan Zhou's mouth. I'm not dead yet. Isn't it a bit too early for you to wear mourning clothes? When she heard the word death, Fan Zhou cried even louder. The tissue was soaked with saliva and stuck to Huang Yaqing's hand. Huang Yaqing let go of her hand, grinned in disgust, and pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands, carefully not even leaving the gaps between her fingers. I won't pay attention to you if you keep crying. Seeing Huang Yaqing was about to leave, Fan Zhou immediately stopped crying and sniffed. I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry. When Huang Yaqing heard about eating, she became furious. She originally thought that Fan Zhou had helped her make an appointment with Chu Feng, and was happy for the whole morning. However, after class at noon, not only was Chu Feng missing, but even Fan Zhou was nowhere to be seen, and she didn't even answer the phone. Didn't you say Chu Feng would be waiting for me in the classroom at noon? Where is she? Fan, I treat you as my best sister, but you actually want to play a trick on me and make me look bad. Are you happy? Fan Zhou was stunned for a moment after being scolded. A tear hung in the corner of her eye, looking like it was about to fall, and she looked so pitiful. She wanted to tell Huang Yaqing that it was impossible for the great talent Chu to be with her, but she didn't know how to say it. She couldn't reveal a single word of what happened upstairs. Once rumors spread that the great talent Chu was being kept by someone, that woman would definitely kill her. She hasn't tasted all the delicacies in the world yet, and she doesn't want to die yet. Xingqing, why don't you find someone else to like? That great scholar Chu is just an iceberg. He won't like you. He can't like you either, otherwise that female devil will never let him go. These were the words Huang Yaqing least wanted to hear, especially when they came from Fan Zhou. Fan Zhou is her best sister, and the power of her words is more hurtful than that of anyone else's. Don't worry about my business. If you still want to be friends with me, don't destroy my ambition in the future. I'm doing this for your own good, Fan Zhou said softly. She was really thinking about Huang Yaqing, but she knew that she wouldn't listen to her. Forget it, I'll persuade you again later. As a sister, she would not watch Huang Yaqing fall deeper and deeper. Before the afternoon class, Chu Feng returned to the classroom a few minutes early, then sat in his seat, looking at the book absent-mindedly for a while, but he didn't read a single word. When Musai's cold-bloodedness and madness made him fearful and helpless. He wanted to leave her regardless of the consequences, but Lu Yun's was still in her hands. That bodyguard training company was Wen Musai's business. If he did something that made her unhappy, it would be difficult for him to guarantee that Wen Musai would not direct her anger towards Lu Yun's. Everything was caused by him. He couldn't implicate innocent people because of his own selfishness. He was confused during the first class. It was rare for him to be so inattentive. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Chu Feng just stood up and wanted to go out for some fresh air when suddenly a woman in a pink suit flashed beside him. When he saw Fan Zhou, Chu Feng just glanced at her indifferently, his expression still cold, without much change. If you were smart, you would know to stay away from me. Fan Zhou lowered her head and endured for a long time before she mustered up the courage to speak. My name is Fan Zhou, nicknamed Fan. I'm Huang Yaqing's friend. She likes you and wants to pursue you. I know that's impossible, so I want to beg you to make things clear to her. Chu Feng glanced into the classroom and did not see Huang Yaqing. Fan Zhou understood and immediately explained, something happened at home, so she asked for leave this afternoon. What happens to her has nothing to do with me, and there's no need for me to explain it to her clearly. Chu Feng felt a little depressed, and his tone of voice was colder than usual. He doesn't want to cause trouble. Fan Jior was speechless for a moment. She knew Chu Feng was cold, but she didn't expect that he was even more cold-hearted. He was not willing to do even a simple favor. I understand. I will persuade her. You, take care. After saying that, Fan Jior turned and walked to the last row. The words take care made Chu Feng's face change for a moment. This sentence might be well-intentioned by Fan Jior, but in Chu Feng's eyes, it was a humiliation and he felt helpless in front of Wen Musai. The short break passed in a flash. For the afternoon class, Chu Feng tried hard to adjust himself and barely listened to the lessons. Because the time to go home was extended to 8 o'clock in the evening, Chu Feng was not in a hurry to go home after school. Walking to the parking lot and opening the door of the Bentley, Chu Feng sat in the driver's seat, closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and rested for a while. He must leave Wen Musai. He can't let her control him unscrupulously. Therefore, the most important task now is to ensure that Lu Yun successfully escapes from the bodyguard company. Also, he wanted Wen Musai to take off the anklet on his leg as soon as possible. Only when there is no threat around him can he successfully leave him. Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Feng immediately sat up and picked up the phone. He must hurry up and check the specific plan for studying abroad in his sophomore year. It was March now, so he still had time to submit his application and catch up with the IELTS test in May. His freshman transcript was also very good, with excellent grades in his professional courses, which was also helpful for him to submit his application materials. After receiving the application result, he still needs to apply for a visa. He had originally planned to do it next year, but now he can't wait any longer. Just as he finalized the plan, his cell phone suddenly rang. It's Wen Musai. Chu Feng frowned, took a deep breath, and then pressed the answer button. Why haven't you come back yet? Don't you want to go home again? Chu Feng glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was just 7 o'clock, and there was still an hour left until the time set by Wen Musai. Chu Feng felt a little impatient with Wen Musai's urging. Every extra minute he spends outside is equivalent to one less minute he spends in that depressing villa. He really didn't want to go back. Isn't it 8 o'clock? The voice on the phone was a little cold. 8 o'clock is just a limit where you can be exempted from punishment. Your working time is 7 o'clock. You are late. Don't you like playing word games? Then what are you doing? Chu Feng sighed imperceptibly. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a little unwell. I'll rest in the car for a while and I'll be back soon. What's wrong with you? Wen Musai's cold tone changed slightly. Chu Feng casually made up an excuse that even elementary school students would not bother to use. My stomach hurts a bit, my stomach isn't feeling well, and I drank some cold water in the afternoon. I'll get back as soon as possible. Wen Musai was silent for 2 seconds. Wait there, I'll pick you up. Chapter 54. I just want to kick her away. Wen Musai arrived very quickly. Arriving at the parking lot outside the school, Wen Musai parked the car in front of the Bentley and hooked his finger at Chu Feng through the open window. Chu Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then opened the car door and sat on the passenger seat of the Maybach. In the back seat, the driver got out tremblingly and walked to the Bentley. That was a close call. On the way here just now, he once doubted that he would be blown away in the next second. At that speed, it's not a luxury car at all, it's like an airplane that hasn't even taken off. Wen Musai sat in the driver's seat, picked up a thermos cup, opened the lid and handed it to Chu Feng. Drink a little. Let it ease the pain first. I've already found a family doctor and will ask him to check it out when I get home. If you feel unwell in the future, call me in advance. I see, Chu Feng responded casually, without feeling much. He now fully understands Wen Musai's psychology. She liked to see him show weakness. It would be good to have a breakthrough, so that he can implement the next plan. After opening the thermos and taking a sip, Chu Feng's mouth suddenly twitched. What the hell is brown sugar water? He is not a woman. When we returned to the villa, the family doctor was already waiting in the living room. He is a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a neat suit and with his hair combed neatly. He looks more like a business elite. Seeing Wen Musai coming in, Shi Jinyan immediately stood up and stood aside nodding respectfully. Master. Wen Musai sat on the sofa and raised his chin towards Chu Feng. Check him out, don't miss anything that looks wrong. Yes. Seeing Shi Jinyan coming over, Chu Feng silently stretched out his hand and let him take his pulse, his heart remaining calm as usual. He does have some minor problems with his stomach and intestines, and cannot eat cold food. If he eats cold food, he will definitely have stomach cramps in about an hour. Just now, while waiting for Wen Musai, he deliberately drank some cold water. At this moment, he already had a slight pain in his stomach, but it was not too obvious. 10 minutes later, the pain came like a tide, as if thousands of thorns were piercing him at the same time, and Chu Feng's face turned pale in an instant. Then, a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. His Chu Feng frowned, covered his stomach, and leaned lightly on the sofa. When Musai looked at the change in Chu Feng's expression, and his cold eyes were filled with worry, "How is he?" Shi Jinyan pulled his hand back and said truthfully, "The middle burner is blocked, the patient is afraid of cold and has a cold spleen. Judging from the pulse, this symptom should be the root cause of the disease left over from childhood. It's not a serious problem and it will get better with careful treatment over a period of time. It's just that the symptoms of liver qi stagnation need to be adjusted by yourself. Keep your mood open, and don't get stuck in a rut, but it's not a big problem." Wen Musai. Liver qi stagnation? Doesn't it mean that he is unhappy living here? She provided him with food, clothing, the best environment and the best resources. How many people could even dream of such treatment? But why is he unhappy? In all the days they've been together, she has never seen him smile. When Musai's eyes turned cold, and when he looked at Chu Feng again, there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. So what if I don't want to live here? So what if I have liver qi stagnation? She treated his illness and there was no way he could leave her. Use the best method to regulate his stomach and intestines, and don't worry about other things. When Musai stood up, said something coldly, and went into the study alone. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would lose control of her emotions. With Wen Musai's instructions, the servants in the villa immediately got busy. Those who make medicine, and those who make medicated food make medicated food. After eating hot porridge and taking medicine, Chu Feng's stomach finally felt better. Then he turned and went to Wen Musai's study. Wen Musai sat at the desk with his arms folded. Seeing Chu Feng's expression relax a little, his cold eyes also softened. "Come over." Chu Feng glanced at Wen Musai, then walked to her side obediently. "Does it still hurt?" "Much better." Chu Feng tightened his hands behind his back, "Thank you." When Musai stood up and looked into Chu Feng's eyes with a calm expression, showing no emotion. "Don't like living here?" Chu Feng's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He understood that now was not the time to offend Wen Musai. If he confronts him head-on, the only one who will get hurt is himself, and perhaps his friends as well. "No." Seeing Chu Feng shaking his head, Wen Musai's cold eyes softened a little. "Then why is your liver qi stagnant? Do you hate me?" "No." Chu Feng's eyelashes trembled, "the anklet is uncomfortable to wear." When Musai lowered his eyes and glanced at Chu Feng's legs, then said slowly, "Just because of this?" Yeah, Chu Feng was betting whether Wen Musai would take off his anklet because of this. If not, he can only find another way. The atmosphere in the room was a little depressing. After a moment of stalemate, Wen Musai suddenly smiled. "As long as you are obedient, you can take it off, but you only have one chance. If you don't cherish it, next time, it won't be as simple as wearing an anklet." "I understand." Chu Feng was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. From now on, as long as he doesn't disobey Wen Musai's orders, he should be safe. "Sit down. Put your feet up." Hearing Wen Musai's instructions, Chu Feng immediately sat on Wen Musai's exclusive chair and put his legs on the desk. Seeing Wen Musai lifting up his trouser legs, Chu Feng felt a little excited. He thought he would have to go through a lot of trouble, but things turned out to be simpler than he thought. Click. Accompanied by a slight sound, Chu Feng only felt his ankle instantly become lighter, and his mood also became a lot lighter. Wen Musai pinched the anklet lightly, then threw it into the trash can. "Are you happy?" Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up. "Well, thank you, patriarch." When Musai stretched out his hand and pinched Chu Feng's chin, "Do you know what happiness is? When people are happy, they will laugh. You have been by my side for so long, but I have never seen you laugh." Chu Feng blinked slightly. In his heart, Wen Musai was a ruthless bandit. She controlled him, forced him, and now even wanted him to smile at her. Now he just wanted to kick her away. After thinking for a while, Chu Feng forced a smile on his face. Although it was a little stiff, in Wen Musai's eyes, it still pleased her heart to some extent. "Good boy, go to your room and have a rest. As long as you listen to me, I won't make things difficult for you. In the future, don't do anything that makes me angry, understand?" Chapter 55. Treat the target as your enemy. In the following days, Chu Feng was very obedient. Even if when Musai asked him to go east, he would never go west. He has now freed himself from the shackles that Wen Musai had placed under his control, and he doesn't want to anger her again. There were no classes on Saturday, so Chufeng stayed in the training room, watching videos of various fighting masters fighting each other through the huge LCD screen on the wall. Through observation over the past few days, he found that as long as he was obedient and did not disobey Wen Musai's orders, he could make requests at will. Of course, he has not yet figured out what the upper limit of this requirement can be. Chufeng watched and imitated the moves on the screen. When he was seeing the exciting part, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Chufeng's face darkened. He set a special ringtone for Wen Musai's phone number and knew it was her as soon as he heard it. "Come find me in the study." Chufeng closed his eyes and bit his teeth lightly. He was unwilling, but had to obey. "No." After hanging up the phone, Chufeng used the remote control to turn off the screen, then took a clean towel to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Then he put the phone in his trouser pocket and walked out of the training room. Wen Musai was in a good mood these 2 days because Chufeng was very obedient and he knew how to respond when she kissed him. "Come over." Seeing Chufeng walk in, Wen Musai hooked his finger at him as usual. "This action is an exclusive action," she said for Chufeng. She liked him to come to her obediently when she called him. Chufeng walked over, leaned over, and kissed Wen Musai on the lips. The next second, Wen Musai stood up and pushed him to the desk. Then she pressed down, grabbed the back of Chufeng's neck, and plundered him forcefully and domineeringly. She doesn't like being passive, she just likes to plunder. Only when he was satisfied did Wen Musai let him go reluctantly. "You are becoming more and more obedient. I am very satisfied. Go change your clothes. I will take you to a fun place today." Chufeng held onto the table, trying hard to suppress the resentment in his heart, and forced himself to calm down. "No." Wen Musai smiled and touched Chufeng's face, "So good." After changing his clothes, Chufeng followed Wen Musai into the car. The driver was still in Yi. Chufeng couldn't understand why Wen Musai, who was so good at martial arts, had to bring a bodyguard with him when he went out. What is she afraid of? Death? Or is she afraid that he will run away? The luxury car sped along the road, and 2 hours later, Yi parked the car in an empty parking lot. Chufeng got out of the car and took a look. In the distance were rows of low houses. There was no hustle and bustle of the city here, but instead a bit more quiet. There is a circle of wire mesh around the house. "Have you been here before?" Wen Musai walked past Chufeng and headed towards the building in the distance. Chufeng pursed his lips and followed. "No." Wen Musai explained, "This is the most professional outdoor shooting range in Zhangcheng." "Shooting range?" Chufeng took a look inside through the wire mesh and indeed saw a few things that looked like targets, but they were too far away for him to see clearly. "Do you like playing with guns?" Wen Musai suddenly turned her head to look at Chufeng. Under the sunlight, her cold eyebrows seemed to soften a lot. However, no matter how gentle she is, in Chufeng's heart, she is just a poisonous snake with bared fangs. And he was the farmer who saved her, but was bitten back. "I played with toy guns when I was a kid." Wen Musai laughed twice at Chufeng's words. Because arrangements had been made in advance, as soon as Wen Musai and Chufeng entered the door, professional personnel led them to the shooting base outside. The shooting range is spacious and grand, with neat rows of shooting positions arranged in sequence. It looks more like a wilderness embellished with modern military elements. Walking to the designated shooting position, Chufeng looked down. There were various types of guns on the table, more than a dozen sets in total. Chufeng felt inexplicably excited. Every man has a heroic spirit in his heart, so the attraction of guns to men is unquestionable. After looking for a while, Chufeng picked up a pistol that looked relatively pleasing to the eye and weighed it. The pistol case is made of steel and is quite heavy, feeling quite nice in the hand. Seeing that he liked this gun, Wen Musai explained in a good mood. "This is a Colt M1911, with a range of less than 50 meters. It's suitable for close-range shooting and has high accuracy." As he spoke, Wen Musai took the gun from Chufeng's hand and removed all the parts of the pistol step by step. "Did you see it clearly?" Chufeng nodded, "See clearly." Wen Musai placed the last part on the table and then took a step aside. "Assemble it." Chufeng looked at Wen Musai in disbelief. He had only looked at it once, how could he assemble it? "I won't." Wen Musai patiently encouraged, "How do you know if you don't try? It doesn't matter if you make a mistake the first time. Skills are acquired through practice." No one can achieve success overnight. Xu Feng looked down, then breathed a sigh of relief. After recalling the process of disassembling the gun in his mind, Xu Feng tried to pick up the parts and reassemble them based on his memory. He didn't know how much time had passed. After he finished assembling the last part, he heard a sound of clapping beside him. 3 minutes, not bad. It's commendable that you can achieve such a result in your first contact with firearms. After receiving the compliment, Xu Feng's lips unconsciously curled up into a slight smile. It is undeniable that Wen Yusai is a very good teacher. She will give pertinent encouragement and evaluation for every attempt and effort of his. So, he still likes to learn skills from her. Load the bullets in it. Xu Feng looked down, then picked up 6 blank bullets and loaded them into the open gun chamber. When Musai took the gun, took a step forward, then raised his arm and pointed the muzzle of the gun at a round target more than 20 meters away. Bang! One shot hits the target. Taking back the gun, when Musai asked casually, "Do you know what your weakness is?" Xu Feng nodded, incompetent, useless. When Musai glanced at him sideways, "Wrong, your shortcoming is that you are not ruthless enough." Xu Feng's eyelashes trembled. What is cruel? Do you want to do what she wants without regard for other people's wishes? Or do you want to take human life without regard for human life? When Musai handed the gun to Xu Feng and glanced at him indifferently. The simplest and most effective way to practice shooting is to treat the target as your enemy and kill him with one shot. Try it. Xu Feng took the gun and looked at it, then imitated Wen Musai and pointed the gun at the round target opposite. Treat your target as your enemy. Xu Feng stared at the target in the distance, feeling a little nervous. He closed his eyes, then looked up again. Wen Musai's face suddenly appeared in the distance. Bang! The bullet passed through the barrel of the gun, and the recoil made Xu Feng's palm numb. When Musai clapped his hands at the side, "For rings, not bad, you can get such a result in your first shooting, you are very talented. Who did you think was your target just now?" Chapter 56. The second face is perfect too. My uncle. Xu Feng lied casually. I asked him to borrow money to save my mother, but he refused and even took advantage of my misfortune, so I hate him. How dare he tell the truth to Wen Musai? If she knew that he wanted to shoot her with a gun, who knows how she would punish him? He had finally fought hard to gain a little hope for himself, so how could he let it go to waste? Really? Wen Musai obviously didn't believe it. Because she could not see hatred in Xu Feng's eyes, but instead saw a hint of indifference. It is indifference to the ties of family affection in this world. Indifference is more terrifying than hatred, because he does not take the other person seriously at all, and does not even care about him. Yes, Xu Feng felt a little guilty, but still nodded solemnly. When Musai is not a worm in his stomach, how could she know what he is thinking? When Musai stared at Xu Feng's eyes for a few seconds, then turned his head to look at the round target in the distance. Shoot him again and treat him as your uncle. He ignores family affection and takes advantage of others' misfortunes. He deserves death. Xu Feng raised his arm, and the fingers holding the gun trembled. With Wen Musai guiding him, the target in the distance unconsciously became his uncle's face. Bang! After the gunshot, Wen Musai raised his eyebrows. Is this your hatred for your uncle? Xu Feng picked up the telescope at hand and looked at the target. Where are the bullets? Where did you fly to? He was clearly aiming. When Musai turned and looked at Xu Feng, his eyes flickering slightly, and a barely perceptible hint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you lie, you will be punished. Xu Feng's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. A mistake. Seeing Xu Feng's tense body, Wen Musai touched his face in a good mood. Relax, I haven't done anything to you yet. You're so smart, you should know how to avoid making me angry. The slightly cool fingers touched his skin, and Xu Feng shivered slightly. I will practice hard and won't let you down again. You've never let me down. When Musai smiled and stopped teasing him. The little hedgehog had just become a little docile, and she didn't want him to stand up his spines again. Practice well, I'm going to go get some coffee. Looking at Wen Musai's departing back, Xu Feng took a deep breath. He felt a little scared when facing Wen Musai. This woman is a moody lunatic. Picking up the pistol again, Xu Feng unconsciously mistook the target in the distance for Wen Musai's face. Bang! 6 rings. Yeah. Xu Feng silently encouraged himself. After practicing for a whole morning and wasting dozens of blank bullets, Xu Feng's skills have improved from the original 4 rings to 9 rings. Bang! The gunshot rang out again, hitting the bull's eye. Behind him, Wen Musai came over and clapped his hands. Excellent. It is not easy to improve your skills to a perfect level in such a short time. Chu Feng put down the gun and a smile of accomplishment appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just good luck. Seeing Chu Feng holding his left hand over his right hand, a gentle look flashed across Wen Musai's face. Did your hand hurt? A little bit, Chu Feng let go of his hand and replied lightly. The recoil of the pistol was quite strong, and after firing continuously for the entire morning, his right hand was in so much pain that he almost lost all feeling. When Musai looked down and ordered, "Put your hands out." Chu Feng didn't dare to disobey Wen Musai. He just stretched out his hand, and the next second, his hand was held in the palm of Wen Musai. After a while of massaging and kneading, blood began to slowly return to his stiff hand. Are you feeling better? Much better. Chu Feng wanted to pull his hand back, but Wen Musai didn't let him go, so he didn't dare to move. Chu Feng suddenly felt a little ridiculous. What a miserable life he lives. Wen Musai grabbed Chu Feng's hand and looked at it for a few seconds. His hands were beautiful, long and white, with distinct joints, and his nails were trimmed into a round shape and very clean. It is said that hands are a person's second face. I have to say, his second face is also perfect. After admiring it for a while, Wen Musai suddenly grabbed Chu Feng's hand, interlocked their fingers, and pulled him into his arms. Then, the hot lips pressed against his lips, and left immediately. Wen Musai suddenly felt a momentary pleasure of stealing someone's fragrance. Let's go, let's eat. Today we'll have all your favorite dishes. Chu Feng felt a little uncomfortable as Wen Musai held his hand and walked forward. Since he met her, they had kissed, slept with each other, and done many intimate things, but they had never held hands. He didn't like this feeling, especially outside. He preferred to keep a distance from her and follow her as a bodyguard. Chu Feng tried to pull back gently, and the next second, Wen Musai glanced at him with a warning look. You have to ask me to repeat it every day so that you can remember what I said, right? Chu Feng had no choice but to give up struggling and followed Wen Musai to the shooting club's restaurant. The lunch was very sumptuous. Judging from the color, it should have been prepared by the chef in the villa and sent over. His hand was finally released. Chu Feng wiped his hands with a wet towel. Seeing that Wen Musai was in a good mood, he tried to ask a question. You don't seem to like eating out. Wen Musai picked up a piece of cod with chopsticks and placed it on the plate in front of Chu Feng. I just don't like eating out. Chu Feng was silent for a moment, and tried to say, then you don't have to accompany me when we go out in the future. I can do it by myself. What he meant was that he didn't want to see her. When Musai's eyes darkened, don't want to see me? Chu Feng's heart was shocked. No, I just don't want to see you working so hard. Wen Musai would never believe his insincere words, but she didn't intend to argue with him. Whether he wanted to see her or not, he couldn't escape. The person Wen Musai likes can only stay by her side for the rest of his life. Even if he was an eagle, she would find a way to tie his feet. On the side, Chu Feng picked up the cod with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, but he kept thinking in his mind what he should do to leave Wen Musai as soon as possible. The meal was quickly finished with both of them thinking about it. Wen Musai took a tissue and placed it in front of Chu Feng. Once you have learned the skills, you must put them into practice. I will take you to a fun place this afternoon. Chu Feng learned to use a gun just out of interest. He really couldn't understand how to put this skill into practice. Are you going to kill people and burn things? Where are you going? When Musai raised his eyebrows, the place where people were killed. Chapter 57 Spoiled. The so-called killing place mentioned by Wen Musai was nothing more than an enclosed shooting training hall. However, the target inside is not fixed, but a movable human-shaped target. Looking at the Wen Musai around him one after another, Chu Feng fired a burst of shots with his pistol, enjoying himself. After it was over, the depressed mood he had been feeling for some time dissipated a lot. Seeing Chu Feng's relaxed expression, Wen Musai felt happy and his tone of voice became much softer. Is shooting fun? It's okay. Chu Feng looked at the trees outside the window that were rapidly retreating, and he couldn't help feeling melancholy. In his eyes, no matter how gentle Wen Musai is, he is still a bloodthirsty poisonous snake. I don't know when this life of being controlled by others and having no control over one's own life will end. As long as you are obedient, I will bring you here next week. Wen Musai grabbed Chu Feng's hand and massaged his acupoints a few times. After a while, Chu Feng's right hand, which was so painful and numb that it was trembling slightly, felt much better. Am I not obedient enough? Chu Feng withdrew his hand and moved himself. The loneliness in his eyes was hidden in the dim carriage, quiet and deep. When Musai laughed and said, "You have performed well during this period. I am very satisfied." But she knew exactly what kind of thoughts were hidden behind the obedience. Based on her understanding of human hearts, she knew there was an ulterior motive behind all abnormalities. She knew that Chu Feng was obedient because he was forced to do so, and he was not someone who would easily compromise. Back at the villa, Chu Feng followed Wen Musai to the living room. As soon as he entered the door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Lu Yunce? How come he is here? Lu Yunce also saw Chu Feng at the same time, and his eyes lit up. What a coincidence, it turns out he works here. Chu. Just as he was about to say hello, Lu Yunce suddenly remembered that he was here for a job interview today. Whether he can stay and work in the Wen family depends on whether the head of the Wen family likes him. First impressions are important, so he has to be more restrained. However, he didn't expect that the head of the Wen family was actually a woman. She is quite pretty. That is, the deep, murderous and cold aura emanating from his body would make people feel as if their blood was frozen at a glance. After just one glance, Lu Yunce quickly withdrew his gaze and stood aside obediently. However, this also further confirmed his desire to stay. First of all, Chu Feng is here, and they can work together in the future. Secondly, this woman is obviously a tough character, otherwise, how could she support such a huge family business without some skills? He admires all capable people, regardless of gender. Facing the pressure from Wen Musai's aura, Lu Yunce lowered his head unconsciously. Master, hello, my name is Lu Yunce, and head coach Ji Ezhou asked me to come here. I am 20 years old, 184 centimeters tall, 80 kilograms in weight, in great shape, have no bad habits, and am good at fighting. I just finished my closed training today and passed all the exams. Wen Musai ignored her. She walked to the sofa and sat down, then hooked her finger at Chu Feng as if no one was around. Come here, why are you standing so far away? Are you trying to hint to our new colleagues that I, Wen Musai, will mistreat my employees? Chu Feng clenched his fists behind his back, then walked up to Wen Musai with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Master, I want to talk to you. Wen Musai sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his eyebrows slightly raised, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It seems like I've really spoiled him. There are so many employees in the Wen family, but no one dares to come and talk to me. Listening to Wen Musai's meaningful words, Chu Feng secretly bit his back teeth. Suddenly, Wen Musai smiled and said, "What are you talking about? We can talk about it here." Chu Feng glanced at Lu Yunce. This person is his friend, and he cannot just watch him get sucked into Wen Musai's terrible vortex. Besides, with Lu Yunce here, he has an extra weak spot. This would do more harm than good to his future plans. So he had to convince Wen Musai to give up recruiting Lu Yunce. Although the hope is slim, he must give it a try. Chu Feng turned his head and looked at Wen Musai, his eyelashes trembling. "It's enough for me to be here alone, you let him go." Lu Yunce was dumbfounded. He worked so hard in the training camp just to show his talents in the bodyguard industry. If the head of the Wen family didn't want him, he would have nothing to say. But he didn't expect that the person who wanted him to leave was actually his good brother. Lu Yunce raised his head and said puzzledly, "No, why? Why can't I work here? Aren't you still waiting to go home and inherit the family business? Do you need this little money?" Chu Feng looked at Lu Yunce, and the hint in his tone was extremely obvious. But Lu Yunce was so dumbfounded that he didn't realize anything. "It has nothing to do with money. I just want to prove myself." Chu Feng felt that the tacit understanding between him and Lu Yunce had been thrown to waste. There are thousands of ways to prove yourself, but this one is not for you. Wen Musai leisurely admired the lack of tacit understanding between his friends and clapped his hands. "Are you treating the living room as a vegetable market?" Wen Musai stood up, walked to Chu Feng, and straightened the collar of his shirt. "Although I value you, it does not mean that you can bully new employees at will. Tell me what the 18th rule of the Wen family is." Chu Feng looked into Wen Musai's eyes, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He knew Wen Musai was warning him. No matter how unwilling he was, he didn't dare to say anything at this time. If he angers Wen Musai, he will suffer the consequences. Stand united and don't be disloyal. Wen Musai smiled, turned around and winked at the butler behind him. Uncle and gestured and handed the 2 folders in his hand to Lu Yunce. Wen Musai glanced at Chu Feng with interest, then retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yunce, his expression turning a few inches colder. Since you are his friend, I will give you this opportunity. You have 2 employment contracts in your hand, one for 3 years and one for 5 years. It's up to you whichever you want to sign. Lu Yunce looked at Chu Feng, then at the contract in his hand, feeling mixed emotions. Although he didn't know what Chu Feng was crazy about, he really didn't want to miss this opportunity to prove his ability. I signed for 5 years. Chu Feng gritted his teeth secretly. You will regret it. Before he could finish his words, Wen Musai suddenly glanced at him and Chu Feng stopped talking. He knew that Wen Musai did it on purpose. Things have come to this point, and we can only take one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, he can just take Lu Yunce with him. After Lu Yunce signed the contract, Wen Musai immediately assigned him a task. Starting tomorrow, your task is to pick up and drop off Chu Feng to and from school. If he's here, you're here, and if he's not here. When Musai suddenly smiled, do you understand? Chapter 58 Skull Earrings. Back in the room, Chu Feng could no longer control his suppressed emotions. What on earth do you want to do? Isn't it enough that I'm here? Didn't I listen to you? Why do you want to involve Lu Yunce? When Musai looked at the uncontrollable flames of anger in Chu Feng's eyes, and a hint of amusement appeared at the corners of his lips. The little hedgehog's spine stood up again. Sure enough, all his docility was just an act. With a little stimulation, he would return to his original state. Looking at Chu Feng's frowned brows and his face slightly flushed with anger, Wen Musai suddenly felt that he seemed more lively when he was angry than when he was meek like a walking corpse. After comparing them, she still preferred his lively look. Perhaps, she should change the way she treats him in the future. When Musai walked to the dressing table and sat down, took off a skull earring on his right ear, and carefully placed it in a brown box. Your friend stayed here on his own accord. I didn't force him. Instead of making trouble with me, you should vent your anger on him. There is no point in keeping such a friend, right? Chu Feng took a step forward and said anxiously, since it's useless, then just let him go. When Musai smiled and seemed to be in a good mood, it's not up to me, the contract has been signed, he didn't make any mistakes, and he didn't betray me, what reason do I have to fire him? If this gets out, how will other people view me? How can I recruit talented people around me? Chu Feng was choked. Do you still care about what others think of you? Realizing that he had disobeyed Wen Musai, Chu Feng couldn't help but take a step back when he saw her stand up. Wen Musai's outstretched hand stopped in mid-air and slowly fell down. She just wanted to touch him and comfort him. Could it be that she was too strict with him and scared him like this? What are you hiding from? Have I ever hit you? Chu Feng suppressed the anger in his heart, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, no. But her punishment was even more terrible than beating him. She would lock him up, put shackles on him, and do whatever she could. He could only choose to be obedient to protect himself. Seeing the panic in Chu Feng's eyes when he dodged, Wen Musai felt as if his heart was gently pricked by a needle. Forget it, go take a shower, and let me undress you? Chu Feng clenched his fists behind his back. Need not. He walked into the bathroom and took off his clothes. Looking through the mirror at the marks hidden under the collar of his shirt, a trace of bitter sadness flashed across Chu Feng's face. The next second, Wen Musai pushed the door open and walked in. Chu Feng's heart trembled, and he immediately turned around, walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. The warm water poured down on his head, washing away all the emotions on his face. What were you looking at? Don't like the marks on your body? After taking off his clothes, Wen Musai hugged Chu Feng's waist from behind. The tight and powerful arms were like two bloodthirsty poisonous snakes, wrapping Chu Feng so tightly that he couldn't breathe for some reason. No! Wen Musai looked at Chu Feng's fair and slender neck, then leaned over and placed a kiss on his ear. Seeing the tips of Chu Feng's ears turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye, Wen Musai's mood instantly brightened. But her earlobes were bald and she didn't like that. Chu Feng's body was a little stiff. He thought Wen Musai would take the opportunity to do something in the bathroom, but she didn't. After she finished her shower and came out of the bathroom, Chu Feng's suffocating feeling was slightly relieved. After a quick rinse, Chu Feng dried himself and returned to the bedroom, but Wen Musai was not there. Before she could be surprised, the door opened and Wen Musai, wearing a set of white silk pajamas, walked in again, holding a tray in his hand. There were disinfectant cotton and a bottle of medicine on the tray, and some other things that Chu Feng couldn't see clearly for a moment. Wen Musai walked to the bed and placed the tray on the table. Chu Feng looked down and saw a very small object on the tray, but he didn't know what it was. Wen Musai walked to the dressing table, took the brown box, then leaned close to Chu Feng's left ear and looked at his earlobe. Sit tight. Chu Feng didn't understand, but he still sat down obediently. What is that? You'll know in a moment. Wen Musai picked up the disinfectant cotton on the tray and wiped it on Chu Feng's left earlobe. Then he took the anesthetic patch and applied it to his ear for a while. Chu Feng understood Wen Musai's intention, but did not stop him. Because no one can stop Wen Musai from doing what he wants to do. Placing another skull earring into a specially made disposable ear-piercing gun, Wen Musai put the gun against Chu Feng's ear. Feeling a slight stinging pain, Chu Feng frowned, feeling helplessness and humiliation in his heart. In his eyes, this was not an earring, but a mark left on him by Wen Musai. On the side, Wen Musai curled the corners of his lips in satisfaction, as if he was appreciating a precious work of art. Very handsome. This earring is a gift from me to you. You are not allowed to take it off. Chu Feng lowered his eyes and nodded, got it. Wen Musai couldn't help but pinch Chu Feng's chin and lift it up. When their eyes met, she saw gloom in Chu Feng's eyes. For some reason, she really didn't like the way he accepted everything. Like a walking corpse without a mind of its own. She still liked the light and vivid emotions in his eyes when he lost his temper at her just now. When Musai sighed imperceptibly, go to sleep. Nothing happened that night. When Musai just slept with Chu Feng in his arms. The next day, Lu Yunce got up early and stood at the door of the living room waiting. Looking at the bodyguards in the yard wearing bodyguard uniforms and looking very majestic, Lu Yunce felt a little envious. This is what a professional bodyguard looks like, but no one gives him clothes, so he can only wear his own. His clothing style is mostly casual, which looks a bit out of place considering his identity as a bodyguard. Hearing the sound coming from the second floor, Lu Yunce couldn't help but turn around and look. It's Chu Feng. He was not wearing a bodyguard uniform either, and Lu Yunce suddenly felt a little relieved. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened. Because he saw Wen Musai also walked out of the same room. He knew that Chu Feng's position was a personal bodyguard, but isn't this too close-fitting? The large dining table in the restaurant was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Chu Feng walked downstairs, glanced at Lu Yunce, and then walked to the dining table. Wen Musai followed closely behind, but his eyes did not stay on Lu Yunce for even a second, as if he did not exist. After taking a few bites, Chu Feng put down his chopsticks. I'm stuffed. Wen Musai didn't care how much he ate. Today is Sunday, you can go out and relax, it doesn't matter where you go. As he spoke, Wen Musai picked up his phone and sent a relative card to Chu Feng. Now your phone has been linked to my black card, you can use it to buy anything you want, no need to save money. Also, don't forget to go home at night. Just because I don't restrict you doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, understand? Chapter 59, Weird. After receiving the amnesty, Chu Feng naturally didn't want to stay in the villa for a moment. This place made him feel helpless and depressed. Only after driving out of the villa with Lu Yunce did he breathe a sigh of relief. Now, he was no longer able to say anything about Lu Yunce being involved. He had no choice. No matter what Wen Musai wanted to do, the result would be the same. Resistance was futile. Damn, a luxury car is a luxury car, it's really cool. Lu Yunce was holding the steering wheel of the Bentley, drooling with excitement. This was the first time in his life that he had touched a luxury car. No, he had touched Chu Feng's Aston Martin before, and he had even sat in it. Chu Feng sat in the co-pilot seat, frowning, why didn't you contact me after the training? If he had contacted Lu Yunce earlier, he would have told him to stay away from Wen Musai. Didn't I plan to find a job first and then contact you? Even after a night, Lu Yunce was still a little shocked. Don't mention it, what a coincidence that the two of us were assigned to the same place. And the head of the Wen family is actually a woman? No one told me before we came here. Chu Feng sneered, it's not a coincidence, someone did it on purpose, and we all fell into that woman's trap. The bodyguard recruitment was also a cover, she deliberately led us there. That woman? The head of the Wen family? Lu Yunce didn't understand the meaning of Chu Feng's words for a moment, but the relationship between Chu Feng and Wen Musai made him a little suspicious. I noticed that Master Wen seemed to treat you differently. You looked more like... Knowing that Chu Feng was proud, Lu Yunce was embarrassed to say the following words. Like a gigolo? Chu Feng was silent for a moment. You're right, I am the gigolo she keeps now. Lu Yunce was shocked for a moment, but with Ji Zhou's training, he could now face the collapse of Mount Tai without changing his expression. You know her? Shu Feng originally didn't want to tell him about that matter, but now that Lu Yunce was also involved, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. Yes, a month ago, I went to Jindi's to apply for a job. When I came out, I passed by an alley and encountered a gunfight. Someone threatened me with a gun and I saved her. That person was Wen Musai. She is not a good person. The bodyguard company is her business. I have been trying to contact you during this period, hoping that you would leave there as soon as possible, but I have not been able to get in touch with you. Lu Yunce was a little surprised when he heard this. Isn't this a story about repaying a life-saving favor with one's own life? Damn, this is exciting. A hero saves a beautiful girl and gives himself to her. Why can't I encounter such a good thing? Shu Feng turned around and glared at Lu Yunce, so angry that he wanted to punch him in the face to wake him up. She's so unreliable when she talks, and she only listens to half of what I say. I said she's dangerous, and her identity is even more dangerous. If you don't want to die, find a way to leave her. Lu Yunce didn't think it was a big deal. The bodyguard industry is inherently risky. If you want to get ahead, you have to follow big shots. Moreover, his elder brother Ji Izhou is wholeheartedly working for the head of the Wen family, so why can't he? I think you are a little paranoid. Although the head of the Wen family is a little cold, there are so many capable people around her who have not left. If we become deserters first and then the news gets out, how can we gain a foothold in the bodyguard industry? Shu Feng thought he could convince Lu Yunce, but he didn't expect that he would rise to the challenge. I don't know what kind of magic potion Ji Izhou gave to this guy in the bodyguard company. It can actually make a cowardly person become brave and fearless. You are the only son of your parents. If something happens to you, how will you let them live? The red light came on ahead. Lu Yunce stepped on the brakes and said casually. Then just have another child. Being a bodyguard is so cool. I won't give up my dream. In the future, I will definitely set up a bodyguard company, and I will be the head of the bodyguard company. You are really a good son to your father. Shu Feng gritted his teeth and angrily said, what if I let you go? This? Lu Yunce scratched his head. Oh, the light is green. No, where are you going? Shu Feng understood Lu Yunce's choice. Let's go to the shooting range. I want to shoot you with a gun. Lu Yunce started the car and said indignantly, I provoke you. If you don't want to be around her, just leave. I want to stay anyway. Walk? If it were that easy, he wouldn't have suffered for so long. The anesthetic effect on the ears had long worn off, and the slight stinging pain caused by the skull earrings piercing the skin made Chu Feng's eyes well up with deep sadness, as if all the beautiful fantasies were shattered in an instant. An hour later, Lu Yunce drove the Bentley to the parking lot in front of the shooting range in the city. Chu Feng got out of the car first, slammed the door, and walked straight in. He got angry when he saw Lu Yunce and didn't want to pay any attention to him. Hey, you waited for me, that's really not nice of you. Lu Yunce followed up from behind and hooked his hands around Chu Feng's shoulders. My future job won't be to protect your safety, right? Chu Feng's tone was a little heavy. It's not protection, it's supervision. If I run away, you will be close to death. What's the matter with death? It's as if that woman is a murderer. Lu Yunce did not realize the seriousness of Chu Feng's words. Having been with Ji Izhou for so long, he has never heard of any bad deeds done by the head of the Wen family. On the contrary, what he heard mostly were stories of bravery, fearlessness in the face of danger, willingness to take responsibility, and the ability to fight 10 people with one. He admired Wen Musai in his heart, and after knowing that she was a woman, he admired her even more. The two walked into the shooting range and completed the relevant formalities. Shu Feng had just picked up a pair of noise-canceling headphones when someone suddenly touched his shoulder. When he turned his head, his eyes met those of a young man who was waiting to enter the shooting range. The man glanced at Chu Feng's ear, his expression froze, and then he smiled as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry, I was distracted and didn't notice you. Chu Feng nodded, forgiving his recklessness. Entering the shooting room, Chu Feng and Lu Yunce each selected their guns and targets. Chu Feng had been holding back his anger, and when he saw the targets around him, he unceremoniously regarded them all as Wen Musai. He raised his gun and aimed, his movements skillful and precise. Bang! 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 The bullets were fired and all hit the bull's eye. Lu Yunce was holding a gun and watching in amazement. Alright, man, when did you become so good at shooting? Chu Feng snorted coldly, when your elder brother is giving you a drug of love. Lu Yunce, you're so weird, what's wrong with you? Chu Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him. Bang! Another shot was fired, and once again it hit the bull's eye. Snap, snap. There was a sound of clapping behind him, followed by the voice of a weathered man. Good marksmanship. Chapter 60 How Worthless is Life. The person behind him was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with thick black hair combed neatly and deep and sharp eyes under his gold-rimmed glasses. A simple, exquisite and well-fitting suit makes the whole person look calm and mysterious. Next to him stood a young man, who looked to be in his 20s, with neat short golden hair. Chu Feng had seen this person before. He was the one who accidentally bumped into him in the front hall just now. Sean glanced at Chu Feng's ears intentionally or unintentionally, as if he had confirmed something, and then smiled. It's not easy for you to have such a sharp shooting skill at such a young age. I wonder if you are interested in competing with the guy behind me. Chu Feng glanced at the two people and inexplicably felt that they did not seem like good people. Sorry, not interested. Ha ha ha. Sean laughed twice. Young people nowadays have personality. How about a bet? If you win, you can set any conditions. Chu Feng, what if you lost? If you lose, you lose. It's just a game. Why bother about winning or losing? Chu Feng smiled faintly. What he least believed in was pie falling from the sky. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He just bumped into him and now he is coming to compete with him. He absolutely does not believe this is a coincidence. Not interested, please go back. As he spoke, Chu Feng put down his gun, picked up the noise-canceling headphones he had not worn, and put them on his ears, blocking out the outside sound and covering up the special skull earrings. Sean's eyes darkened, and his sinister look was cold and merciless. After walking out of Chu Feng's place, the intimidating aura on Sean's body slowly dissipated. Brother, this guy is from the Wen family, do you want to kill him? Sean waved his hand. With other plans in mind, the skull belongs exclusively to Wen Musai, and now that it appears on this kid, it proves that he has a special relationship with that woman. Let's keep him for now, maybe he will be useful to us in the future. Sean Ming nodded, and then listened to Sean's instructions. Check his identity first, don't alert the enemy. Yes. After spending a day at the shooting range, Chu Feng felt refreshed and his skills improved, and his depressed mood also eased a lot. But when he thought about having to go back to Wen Musai, his good mood, which had just eased a little, instantly turned gloomy again. After thinking about it, Chu Feng decided to give Wen Musai a tentative call. As long as he is obedient, she will usually comply with his requests. I just don't know if it will work today. There's a new barbecue restaurant near the school. I suddenly want to eat there. Can I go home later? The sound on the phone was a bit noisy, and I didn't know what Wen Musai was doing. Don't be too late, be home before 10. Good. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. I bought myself another 2 hours. After being happy, Chu Feng suddenly realized that he was still in dire straits and was controlled by others. He was happy too early. Lu Yun's, there's a new barbecue restaurant near the school? How come I didn't know about it? When did it open? Chu Feng turned his head to look out the window and said sinisterly, when your elder brother was giving you a drug of love. Here we go again. Lu Yun's was a little confused as to why Chu Feng was so angry all day. Isn't it just being kept by someone? What's the big deal? You are short of money, she is rich, you can make some money from her, and when you graduate from college, you can kick her out and run away. You will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Isn't that better than working a part-time job like you do? I really don't understand what's going on in your head. If it were me, I would definitely use my charm to peel off a layer of skin from her. Chu Feng turned his head to look out the window and smiled bitterly, ignorance is bliss. It seems I need to teach you a good lesson. Lu Yun started the Bentley and drove out of the parking lot, then turned to look at Chu Feng, puzzled. What kind of class? I don't want to listen to all the theoretical stuff. I hate theoretical knowledge the most. Life and death lesson. Chu Feng turned around and met Lu Yun's gaze, and said meaningfully, let me show you how worthless your life is in the hands of others. Lu Yun's. The luxury car stopped by the roadside and the two men walked into the barbecue restaurant. Chu Feng ordered a bunch of skewers and a few bottles of beer, using the balance on his cell phone. He didn't touch the card that Wen Musai gave him. Lu Yun's couldn't figure out what Chu Feng meant by what he said, so he kept asking. No, what did you mean by that sentence just now? What is the life and death class? How to teach it? Tell me a little bit. Chu Feng poured a glass of beer and took a sip, then glanced at Lu Yunce and sneered. You won't believe anything I say now. Only by experiencing it yourself can it be engraved in your heart. Lu Yunce's IQ is not at the same level as Chu Feng's, so his obedience is naturally ambiguous. Unable to figure it out, Lu Yunce simply stopped worrying about it. You can say it or not, but since I was a child, every teacher who saw me would persuade my father to send me to a school for the mentally retarded. I am not as smart as you, and I don't understand what you are saying. Can I drink? Chu Feng flicked his finger on the glass. I've already drunk, who's driving? Lu Yunce, okay, I'll drink water instead of wine. Chu Feng didn't intend to explain anything to Lu Yunce. If he didn't experience it himself, he would never know what a cold-blooded person the head of the Wen family, whom he admired, was. She kills people without blinking an eye. She had dozens of wounds of varying sizes on her body. A person who survived the slaughter was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Although she could smile, there was poison in her eyes. Lu Yunce picked up a skewer, then picked up the water cup and clinked it against Chu Feng's cup. Anyway, I'm happy that we can be together. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. Whoever dares to bully you, I will be the first to kill him. Chu Feng smiled, picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Although Lu Yunce's brain wasn't very good, he was a very honest person and had helped him a lot during this period. He remembered his kindness in his heart. Chu Feng finally had a chance to relax, so he didn't dare to be too indulgent, lest Wen Musai catch him and take the opportunity to find fault with him. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the two returned home on time. Just after parking the car and before walking into the living room, Wen Musai's voice came from behind. You are punctual. You said you would be here at 10 o'clock. You won't be back a minute earlier. Chu Feng paused and deliberately waited for Wen Musai for a few seconds. This action successfully pleased Wen Musai's heart. Lu Yunce stood aside and looked at Wen Musai, with undisguised admiration in his eyes. But Wen Musai didn't even look at him. Instead, he successfully passed him and walked to Chu Feng. He naturally grabbed his hand and interlocked their fingers. Are you having fun without me? Chu Feng? That's so much fun.